Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the 85th Annual Report of the Committee. The report reflects the work undertaken in 2021 by the Committee of the 46th Parliament. Accordingly, I thank all of the members of the Public Works Committee in the 46th Parliament for their hard work and expertise, and I particularly want to acknowledge the work of the late, great Senator Alex Gallagher from South Australia, who is a long-standing member of that committee. I had the pleasure of being on that committee with him previously. Incredible corporate knowledge when it came to the work of government and constructing materials, so we will do well to work without Senator Gallagher, but I acknowledge and pass on my condolences obviously to his family and thank him for his quiet contribution to that committee. Speaker, in 2021 the committee scrutinised 89 medium works with a combined value of $2.176 billion and approved a total of 15 major projects with a combined value of $1.37 billion. As the oldest continuing committee of the Parliament, the Deputy Chair, the member for Hinkler, and I look forward to continuing the committee's important scrutiny of proposed public works in the 47th Parliament. And, Mr Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member. And I give the call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Amendment Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This bill supports the Commonwealth's effective recovery of the costs associated with the administration of licences for Australia's medical cannabis industry, amending the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Act 2016 to bring the fees and charges framework in line with reforms introduced by the former Coalition government last year. The Coalition simplified the medicinal cannabis licensing framework in response to the Macmillan Review's recommendations to streamline the sector. The independent review, conducted by Professor John Macmillan, was commissioned by the Coalition and resulted in 26 recommendations for improving the medical cannabis licensing and permits framework in Australia. The Coalition agreed in principle to adopt all 26 recommendations. We understood that cutting red tape and streamlining processes will strengthen the important and evolving industry in Australia and ensure the availability of medical cannabis to Australian patients under proper medical supervision. Implementing the key recommendation of the review, we introduced amendments to replace the original 3-licence model under the medical cannabis regulatory scheme with a single licence structure. The activities relating to the administration of the medicinal cannabis regulatory scheme are funded through cost recovery arrangements consistent with the Australian Government's charging framework. As a result of the introduction of the simplified licence structure, changes to the fees and charges framework have become necessary to better align these arrangements with the new licence model. These changes were flagged by the Macmillan Review, which stated that the introduction of a simplified licence structure meant the scale of fees and charges would need to be tailored to the range of activities encompassed by a particular application and licence. This bill seeks to continue the Coalition's work to streamline the medical cannabis industry by implementing these necessary changes to the fees and charges framework. Now, Mr Speaker, in stark contrast to the Coalition's reform in this area, Labor has been unfortunately inconsistent and unclear in their policy when it comes to the safeguards around medicines and the role of regulation. We haven't forgotten that in 2017, Labor voted in the Senate with the Greens to remove important TGA safeguards. Labor also shredded the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme when they were last in government, deferring many listings of critical medicines. And now we're already seeing a concerning pattern of behaviour in the Albanese government's decisions on health. They have ended free rapid antigen tests for concession card holders and the supply into aged care homes, and they were forced to backflip after a costly delay on cutting the pandemic leave disaster payment. The Albanese government has also cut more than 70 telehealth consultations despite rising cost of living pressures. And this cut has meant vulnerable Australians are no longer able to access important COVID-related telehealth items, including phone consultations that are over 20 minutes, since the 1st of July 2022, restricting the availability of essential healthcare advice, particularly for vulnerable and regional Australians. In doing so, the government has gone against the advice of key stakeholders and experts, including the Australian Medical Association and the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. Finalising the Coalition's reform to streamline Australia's medical cannabis regulatory scheme through this bill is one positive decision after a long line of concerning steps taken by the Albanese government. In this place and in the other chamber, the Coalition will ensure Labor is subject to scrutiny when it comes to the commitments they have made on health reform and the lack of transparent decision-making they have shown when it comes to their own policies. And we will hold them to account for all the election commitments that they have promised to the Australian people, because all Australians deserve access to Australia's world-class healthcare system and the critical medicines that we all rely on. I thank the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in support of the second reading of the bill and commend the contribution just given by the Deputy Leader, a very helpful explanation of the history of this, which is indeed a coalition measure that was brought forward in the last parliament, and we're now in this new parliament because of timing issues around elections, etc., dealing with this afresh, and it's obviously sound policy which we on this side of the House support. Cannabis, of course, as an industry, happily is found more valuable applications in recent times than the history of it, which of course is welcome and has required the need for a new framework to deal with it between medicinal and those that would use it for illegal purposes. And it's a developing industry, and it's obviously understandable that from a legislative point of view we've been needing to move through how we regulate the industry, how we see it as an opportunity, not just importantly the emerging capability it has to provide certain medical treatment to alleviate suffering, but of course the production of cannabis is also an opportunity for our primary producers. There's been a number of proponents in my home state of South Australia that are in various stages of developing production capability for cannabis for medicinal purposes. And as I say, apart from its medical application, it's an area that we should look to see where, from an Australian industry point of view, we can encourage and make things as simple as possible for production and manufacture of medical cannabis-related products to occur in this country. And to digress, we've obviously had a broader recognition of the need for sovereign capability around key areas such as pharmaceuticals here in this country. Recently, of course, highlighted by the experiences through the pandemic, and recognising that things can happen that bring into stark contrast the need to have sovereign capability and to be able to produce here in this country some of the important fundamental things that support our way of life, and in pharmaceutical and medical in particular. So I also believe that the industry can do a lot more than provide, of course, for domestic requirements here in Australia. Indeed, I believe that the industry can grow to be a good export earner for those that get into the production of medicinal cannabis in Australia, which is why we want to have a simple framework for overseeing the sector and make sure that it is as straightforward as possible for people to participate in the sector, whilst equally not putting them in a position where we don't have appropriate oversight that is necessary and important when it comes to licensing narcotics and ensuring that narcotics are produced and distributed and sold and used within the legal framework that we have to protect from abuse. And so it was sensible, of course, for the previous government to undertake a review, and as has been pointed out, what we are doing through this legislation is implementing changes to the licensing charges framework, so that we can ensure that we're keeping things simple, but equally we're making sure that we've got good oversight in place, and we're making sure that the sector are funding the cost of the government overseeing this framework. On the basis that no one's indicating to me that the member for Macarthur is moments away from the chamber, I've said a lot, and it's been a pleasure to contribute, but on the basis of that and the goodwill towards this legislation from all corners of the chamber, I will leave my remarks at that and commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister to sum up the bill.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. And I would like to thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition and the member for Sturt for their very constructive and helpful comments. This bill amends the Narcotic Licence Charges Act to clarify that the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Regulation may prescribe matters that will be the subject of multiple separate charges, which may be incurred by a licence holder during a particular charging period, and to enable a simpler method for working out the amount of charge prescribed. The amendments in the bill are intended to provide sufficient flexibility for the regulations to appropriately prescribe charges, supporting the effective recovery of the costs associated with administering the Narcotic Drugs Act. I thank the members for their contributions to the debate on the bill.
I'll put the question that the bill be now read a second time. All of those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Narcotics Drugs Licence Charges Act 2016 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Leave is granted. Thank you. I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Act 2016 and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I give the call to the member for Wright.
Stand and speak on the Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill resumption debate before the House at the moment. This bill is critically important to the Parliament, and it follows on from a piece of legislation that came into the House last night around the support in this place for defence personnel, veterans who have served in the Parliament, in the nation, where we passed a resolution last night where veterans who have returned to try and deal with the PTSD, we provided financial packages so that they could study and be on the same level of remuneration. Mr Speaker, this bill before us is, I believe, has support from both sides of the House, and I see the Minister, the Shadow Minister for Defence, has moved into the House, and I will conclude my comments, commend the bill to the House, and I'd ask the Minister to add to my comments.
I thank the member for right. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for New England.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I apologise for my tardiness, but you've been exceptionally succinct in getting through some ledge this morning, so well done. Mr Speaker, this is in regards. There are three acts. There is the Veterans Entitlement Act of 1996, the Safety Compensation Act of 1998, and the Military Compensation Act and Rehabilitation Act of 2004. Now, those three acts, Mr Speaker, have been cumbersome and somewhat out of order for the efficient delivery of a service. This bill mirrors one that was brought in by the Coalition in March this year, and the reason for it is that we need to get a greater capacity for people to have access to the services that they need, everything from services in support of them at home to psychological services. Now, Mr Speaker, this is one of the things about this is you can, in the past, they've had caps on certain packages about what you can get. What this actually does, it allows the expansion, so no doubt the government will bring forward a cap, but the allocation amongst the services will be at the discretion of those who are using it. One of the other things, Mr Speaker, that is important about this is that it expands the remit of who is eligible to it. In the past, it was people who had had warlike service, and what this is going to allow is people who have been affected, but they don't necessarily need to have had warlike service. It's not a great cost to the budget. I think it's in the round vicinity of $36–37 million, and so it really is taking forward a bipartisan position. Now, my view, Mr Speaker, is that I don't particularly want in this place to make veterans' issues as best we can contentious issues, and that there should be an approach to make sure we get a fluid flow of these pieces of ledge through the House, so that those people who can have access to it get access to it. Mr Speaker, I note in this bill that there is the capacity for the backdating for those who were eligible but have not yet received it, so that for those, although there was an inconvenience that they haven't had access to the money, they're going to be compensated for the period of time that they were without the service. Mr Speaker, as I've said in a similar piece of ledge yesterday, another veterans piece of ledge yesterday, what we have to do is acknowledge that the circumstances that surround our nation, unfortunately, have changed, and have changed dramatically. I remember a lot of the conversations, Mr Speaker, with colleagues in the Labor Party is to say that for Australia it is not something it is in our region, and unfortunately, our children and our grandchildren and probably ourselves are going to live in different circumstances. And of course I talk about the rise of China and its unfortunate process of being more adversarial, which is South China Sea, what we're seeing in other areas, what we're seeing in hacking into computers, So we once more have to start making the nation vastly more resilient than it has been. A part of that resilience, of course, will be an expansion of the Defence Forces. An expansion of the Defence Forces will come hand in glove with us being able to demonstrate to them that not only do we respect the service they give, that we give the support for them post their service, and also that support to those families directly affected by those who have served. This bill goes to that process and expanding the remit of those who have access to the services. And what we have to do is to make sure that in everything we do in this chamber, that one of the things at the forethought of what we do is to make our nation as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, because there is no other alternative. That is absolutely what we have to do, and it has to happen in a myriad of ways. And it's not just in the materials, but it's also in personnel, and it's also in care of personnel and how we deal with them. And if we do that in a proficient way, Mr Speaker, then we can attract further people into the Defence Force, which is absolutely essential. There are so many sides to that, Mr Speaker. It can be, I believe that in the future we're going to have to go right back to square one. We're going to have a strong cadet unit at schools. We're going to have strong reserve units. In regional towns, we're going to have the resources, so they have the kit on parade and whilst training to be able to quickly slip into the regs. And of course, we have to have people who enlist in the regular services. Now, we have, Mr Speaker, around about 360,000, I think, or thereabouts, people who are ex-servicemen and women in this nation. So it is a very large cohort of people that this nation and the government is responsible for the care of. The vast majority, of course, Mr Speaker, it goes without saying, go back into civilian street with, as an easy transition. But, however, there are people who that is not the case, and we must put our attention to that. Going hand in glove with this, of course, is the Royal Commission, and we've got to make sure there is sections of the International Act. The name eludes me now, but there are two sections within that which we have to be compliant with. I think the International Standard on Social Economic I can't recollect it, but there's two parts of that, and this also works in concurrence with that, Mr Speaker, to make sure that, that we have not only looked after our veterans but also abided, and their families, but abided by our international agreements in the same breath. If we do this, Mr Speaker, and if the attention to this House and to the other place is in making our nation as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, in all the myriad ways that is required to do that, then I think that we can go back to the Australian people as a House and say one of our greatest endeavours in this place is to make sure that their children, their way of life, their freedoms, the liberties that they take as a birthright are protected and will endure into the future. So, Mr Speaker, I won't delay the House anymore. I commend this bill, and I've already had discussions with the Minister. I thank them for those discussions, which I made it clear that we would be supporting this.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister and glad to see that the Parliament is coming together on this bill to support veterans, because we owe a debt of gratitude to our Australian Defence Force personnel and veterans who we have a solemn duty to look after, including their families, particularly after they retire from the ADF. We know that families play an essential role in supporting current and ex-serving members. Military life is unique, and those families can also be deeply affected by military service. For most veterans' families, military service is largely a positive experience, but for some of our veterans and their families, they need support to manage challenging life circumstances such as mental or physical health episodes or sudden significant events such as loss of employment. And the Albanese government is listening to families and recognises that more support is needed for partners and their families. And we know that support for our veterans' families is too important to wait for the final recommendations from the Royal Commission into veteran suicide They've delivered an interim report. The government is in the process of responding to that and the recommendations, but the final report won't come down till 2024, and veterans need action prior to that. An existing program that currently exists for certain veterans' families provides funding for childcare, counselling and for widowed partners' household services. The government has listened to the needs of veteran families and is establishing a new Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package that will provide support for more families by extending the eligibility under all 3 acts to veterans and their families who are at risk of or in crisis, and removing the need for veterans to have warlike service or be participating in rehabilitation. And that's an important change to the provisions in these acts that extends that to more veterans and their families. It also builds capacity to include access to skills-based supports to help families adjust to new life circumstances independently and in the future. And it provides families with choice and flexibility by removing the limits on each service category so families can choose the support that they need. And it also gives families access to at least the same level of financial support available under the current package in many cases and more. And it makes the package more equitable, with all families able to access a range of supports, and improves support to widowed partners by starting the 2-year period of support from the date of acceptance into the program rather than from the date of the death of a partner. It's another example of this government getting on with the job and listening to veterans, responding to their circumstances and implementing changes that will provide more support for veterans into the future. And this acute support package is delivered in accordance with Recommendation 19 of the Senate inquiry into suicide by veterans and ex-service personnel, and that report was entitled "The Constant Battle: Suicide by Veterans." It also responds to Recommendation 19.2 of the Productivity Commission report, "A Better Way to Support Veterans," going further than the recommendation by ensuring that veterans and their families are well supported. The existing program captures only a small segment of veterans' families due to the restricted eligibility criteria linked to contemporary veterans, their service and participation in rehabilitation. This initiative recognises that military service can adversely affect a family at any time and extends access to more families by linking eligibility criteria to incapacity and need. The bill amends the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act and the Veterans Entitlement Acts and the Safety Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act to establish the Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package. This support package will provide at-risk veterans' families with access to a range of services that meet their health and wellbeing needs, up to the value of $12,500 over 2 years. And families can access support services to the value of $7,500 in the first year and $5,000 in second year. In addition, families with children can access additional support to the value of $10,000 a year for a child under school age and $5,000 a year for primary school age children until the child reaches that high school age. Also under this measure, widowed partners can access support services to the value of $27,835 for each of the 2 years to meet the costs of help around the home, such as cleaning, gardening and other maintenance counselling for them and their children, skilled-based supports such as mental health and first aid, and other practical support for families' wellbeing. They'll also have access to the additional support for children under the high school age. And those financial amounts will be specified in the legislative instruments once this bill is passed. So, in conclusion, Speaker, again, this is more evidence of the Albanese government listening to the concerns of veterans and their families, delivering additional support, as well as ensuring that we're getting on with, as best possible, implementing the recommendations of the interim recommendations of the Royal Commission, as we all, as a nation, await the final outcomes of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide. We are committed to supporting veterans and their families, and this package is another example of how that support can be delivered flexibly and in the interests of veterans and the vulnerable families.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill because it's good policy and it's what our veterans deserve. This bill unifies the intent and adds further support to the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act of 2004, the Veterans Entitlement Act of 1986 and the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act of 1988. And this unified package extends the eligibility to family members of working-age veterans who are at risk or are in a situation of crisis, including the removal of veterans' requirement, most importantly, for warlike service. I mean, you can have a lot of horrible things happen to you when you are serving your country without being in warlike service, because there are plenty of major incidents and events that have the threat of the end of your life, severe harm, damage, post-traumatic stress disorder, etc. There's also expanded flexibility in choosing the services to match each veteran's individual needs. And these extended supports in terms of income for the families, the partners, the ex-partners and the children are exempt from income or social security determinations, which is a great improvement. Now, the quantity of support is quite considerable, but just a few things about the quality of it. There are many existing veterans who will benefit from this pretty much straight away. There's about 120 of them. But there are also, unfortunately, 430 families and who have lost their father or their mother, and there are 450 widows or widowers who will get benefit from this. The genesis of this Act is, look, we support this because it's good policy and it's good practice and the support the veterans need, but I do note it's almost identical in scope to the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Enhanced Family Support Bill introduced by us in March 2022 and was due to come into effect on the 1st of July. So the best form of flattery, I suppose, is to have your legislation copied and value added, but it is really important that our veterans know that this House is united in the support of them and their families and their partners. That's the most important thing. And I might add, Mr Speaker, that my good colleague, the member for Cowper and the member for Page and myself and the member for New England have an awful lot of veterans. A lot of them are living the dream. They've moved up the North Coast for a better retirement life. In fact, I think in my electorate I have about 3,000 veterans. That is a big slice of veterans in the North Coast. And a lot of these veterans have been helped by various organisations, including the Mid-North Coast Veterans Wellbeing Initiative, had worked up a proposal where 11 different organisations were going to be the recipient of a $5 million grant that came through in the last budget to support the development of a unified housing, a wellbeing unit covering those areas. With 3,000 alone in my electorate and similar numbers probably in Cowper and Page and New England, there are a lot of people who are very disappointed to hear that that money has been withdrawn by this government and has gone elsewhere. And I call on the minister to review this decision quite urgently, because a lot of hard work and a lot of expectation has been built up for our worthy veterans across the board, and it is money well spent. But this initiative in itself will support at-risk veterans with a range of services, really important things like childcare, household assistance, help with financial planning, mental health support, tutoring support for children. The financial amounts, according to the minister, are up to about $12,500 over 2 years for a family, but access of extra support is there too, to the tune of $10,000 a year for children under school age and $5,000 a year for primary school age children until they reach high school. This also gives quite a significant support for widowed partners who can access these support services up to the tune of $27,835, Mr Deputy Speaker, for all those household duties that you will have to, when you're grieving, you've lost a partner and you need that sort of practical support. So all in all, it's a very good bill. I commend it in whole and part, and commend it to other members of the House. Thank you.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, like most members of this place, I regularly attend Defence commemoration services. It is, in my view, a very dignified way of saying thank you and showing our gratitude for the Defence personnel whom since Federation have served Australia. Those services also provide a public recognition of the significance of critical military events, how they may have changed the course of history, and often examples are examples of extraordinary sacrifice and courage. I believe Australia does that well, and military commemoration services have become a regular feature of Australian life, with some services being very unique to individual communities. What we haven't done so well, however, as a nation, is to support our Defence personnel during and after their military service. That has culminated with the shocking statistics on Defence suicides and the Royal Commission that is currently underway. This legislation seeks to improve services to present and past Defence members and their families. The bill establishes the Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package. The existing Family Support Package provides support to families of veterans with warlike service who are participating in rehabilitation to adjust to new or challenging life circumstances. The program provides short-term targeted support and complements other Department of Veterans Affairs and government services. Under this bill, eligibility for support is extended to family members of working-age veterans who are at risk or are in crisis, irrespective of whether the veteran is participating in a rehabilitation program or has rendered warlike service, and it expands the range of support to family members under the existing program. The extended range of supports available include childcare, household assistance such as garden maintenance and meal preparation, and capacity building support in relation to financial literacy, relationship skills and mental health first aid. The bill also amends the Income Tax Assessment Act of 1997 so that family support payments for veterans and their families are exempt from income tax, and the Social Security Act of 1991 so that family support payments for veterans and their families are not income for the purposes of the Social Security income test. I understand that around 430 families and 450 widowed partners are expected to benefit in the first year. Families do play an essential role in supporting current and ex-serving Australian Defence Force members. The government recognises more support is needed for partners and families, and support for veteran families is too important to wait for the outcome of the Royal Commission, as other speakers have quite rightly said. The support package responds to Recommendation 19 of the August 2017 Senate inquiry into suicide by veterans and ex-service personnel, titled The Constant Battle: Suicide by Veterans. It also responds to Recommendation 19.2 of the June 2019 Productivity Commission report titled A Better Way to Support Veterans, going further than the recommendation to ensure veterans and their families are indeed well supported. The Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package will provide at-risk veteran families with access to a range of services up to the value of $12,500 over 2 years. Families can access support services to the value of $7,500 in the first year and to $5,000 in the second year. In addition, families with children can access additional support to the value of $10,000 a year for children under school age and $5,000 a year for primary school-aged children until the child reaches high school age. Also under this measure, widowed partners can access support services to the value of $27,835 each year for 2 years to meet the cost of help around the home, such as cleaning, gardening and other maintenance, counselling for them and their children, skills-based support such as mental health, first aid and other practical support for the family's well-being. The existing program is targeted at working-aged families in recognition of the unique challenges they face transitioning to civilian life. And with respect to that, I want to quote fairly extensively from some of the key points from the Productivity Commission report, A Better Way to Support Veterans. And the report says, and I quote, "Despite some recent improvements to the Veterans Compensation and Rehabilitation System, it is not fit for purpose. It requires fundamental reform. It is out of date and is not working in the best interests of veterans and their families or the Australian community." In 2017-18, the Department of Veterans Affairs spent $13.2 billion supporting 166,000 veterans and 117,000 dependents. That works out to about $47,000 per client. And while the veteran support system is more generous overall than other workers' compensation schemes, this does not mean it is an effective system. The report goes on to say, the institutional and policy split between Defence and DVA also embeds perverse incentives, inefficient administration and poor accountability, and results in policy and implementation gaps. And further on it also says, a new veteran mental health strategy that takes a lifetime approach is urgently needed. Suicide prevention should be a focus of the strategy, informed by ongoing research and evaluation." End of quote. And I guess that this issue of suicide will be better addressed by the Royal Commission. Importantly, the report also says, and again I quote, "An implicit principle underpinning the current Veterans Compensation and Rehabilitation System is that military service is a unique occupation. There are a number of features that distinguish military service from other occupations, including that members are required to follow orders, members are subject to military law and discipline, and are not as free as other Australians to make independent decisions or to choose to avoid personal injury in armed conflict, have authority to apply lethal force against enemy forces, are frequently placed in high-risk environments, including in war or operational service and while in training or on peacetime service." The key message of this report is that, despite recent improvements to the system, the current Veterans Compensation and Rehabilitation System requires fundamental reform. It is not working in the best interests of veterans and their families or the Australian community. It is not set up in a way that minimises harm from service-related injury and illness, and it is not meeting the needs of contemporary veterans and will struggle to meet the needs of future generations of veterans. End of quote. Mr Deputy Speaker, those comments from the Productivity Commission report, I believe, accurately sum up the situation with respect to veterans right now. They couldn't be more clear and more direct. It is time that changes are made and additional compensation be provided. The member for Lyne, the Speaker before me, quite rightly pointed out that this legislation mirrors legislation that was brought in by the last coalition government, I think in March of this year. My response to that is simply this. The legislation responds to two reports, the 2017 Senate report of 2017 and the Productivity Commission report of 2019. 3 and 5 years ago. It took the coalition government some 3 years after the Productivity Commission report to even bring legislation before the House when it knew that there was an election pending and the legislation would not be dealt with. Furthermore, we subsequently learned that the coalition government cut $430 million from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Again, money that was urgently required to address many of the issues that have been raised by the Productivity Commission report and are being addressed by this legislation. Yes, it is well overdue, but it's good to see that this government, as one of its priorities, has come into this place and brought this legislation before the parliament so we can get on with providing the support services that veterans need.
I thank the honourable member for Macon. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. In my 6 years in this place, I've had the privilege of holding the responsibility of being chair of the Defence Subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, and now that the government has changed hands, I find myself in the position of deputy chair, and it's a role that I relish. It's probably one that I enjoy, one of the most of the committees, the many numerous committees that I've served on in this place. I've never served in uniform, Mr Deputy Speaker. I remember as a young lad, to the school students who are in the chamber at the moment, I remember as a young lad fronting up to the St Kilda Road recruitment centre for the ADF, and I wanted to be a fighter pilot like many other young people. And yes, a Top Gun. We'd shifted from F-111s to F-18 Classic Hornets, and I wanted a piece of the action. And so I went down to the St Kilda Road Recruiting Centre, and they said, yep, come back when you've got high distinctions in Maths 1, Maths 2, English, Physics, and you can have a choice of your subject. And guess what? I never went back. But whilst I have never served in uniform, particularly in my roles as chair of the Defence Subcommittee and now deputy chair, I have an enduring respect for those that have. I have had the privilege of working alongside many of our men and women in uniform in that role, and also I've tried to do at least 1 or 2 ADF parliamentary program trips throughout my 6 years in this place. And I can honestly say that the men and women of our ADF are absolutely remarkable human beings. And if any of the young men and women and students in this chamber want to take up a life of service in this country, they could do no better than to serve in the ADF for a period of time. It's often said that men and women who go into politics volunteers and their families are the conscripts. Well, exactly the same could be said for men and women who, of course, join the ADF. Our men and women in the ADF put themselves at risk. They know that at any point in time they could be called upon to make the ultimate sacrifice. But their families don't make those commitments, at least by first hand. But we know, out of all of the inquiries that have been done over the many years, that our men and women in the ADF sometimes, not all, sometimes, are impacted upon by their service, sometimes physically, sometimes mentally. And of course that has an impact upon their families. And perhaps what I have learnt in my time in these various roles is that when men and women join the ADF, they join with great ideals of doing great things, enjoying great comradeship. One moment they're flying, driving or sailing multi-million-dollar or in some cases multi-billion-dollar equipment. Their camaraderie is sky high. They have a sense of mission. They have a sense of purpose. But when they leave the ADF, and particularly for those who leave the ADF involuntarily, either because of ill health or disciplinary reasons, those involuntary departures can have very, very significant impacts upon our ex-serving ADF members. And of course, many of those ADF members, those veterans, will return to families. And those impacts that family members watch and see their loved one go through feelings of helplessness and loss, that loss of mission, that loss of purpose. And of course, like any family, they share that pain, and it has impacts on those families. Mr Deputy Speaker, the care of our veterans and their families is an issue that should be absolutely beyond politics. I don't care whether you're Labor, Liberal, National, Teal, Independent. Those men and women that serve this country with great distinction deserve the honour to be not only respected and looked after when they are in uniform, but also when they leave. Back in 2017, I think it was, I had the privilege of travelling overseas to look at world's best practice for the care of our veterans who are suffering from PTSD. I had the privilege of travelling to England, Sweden, the Netherlands and Canada to look at what those countries do to look after our veterans. And what I saw in those 4 countries, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the provisions that we have in this country were far better than in those other countries. Now, that's not to suggest that the $11.5 billion that we spend each year in the care of our veterans through the Department of Veterans Affairs is perfect. It is not. The care of our veterans cannot just be gauged by a dollar sign. And there have been many stories about how, and the current Royal Commission is working through those, about where people haven't received the care that they need. And I'm not suggesting for a second that it is a perfect system. It is not. But I don't want Australians to have a misperception that their government of any persuasion or their governments do not hold veterans in the highest esteem and do everything they can to look after them. Can we do better? Yes, we can. Must we do better? Yes, we must. This bill will provide greater care and protections to our family members of our veterans, the conscripts, the people who didn't sign up as their family members did. I want to acknowledge all members in this place who have served as the Veterans Affairs Minister, certainly in the 45th, 46th Parliament, and the previous former Deputy Prime Minister was one of them who's in the chamber today. Every single one of those men who have held that position, because I think they have all been men since I've been in this place, have absolutely undertaken their responsibilities with great diligence and care and, dare I say, love. I do want to acknowledge the current Veterans Affairs Minister. I want to acknowledge him for taking my call recently about a veteran who I was very concerned about, who's a constituent of mine. And as sometimes happens, we were getting a bit of a run around from DVA, and I rang him and I said, "Mate, we've got a problem and I'm quite concerned about this constituent." And to his credit, he fixed it in under 24 hours. So credit to you. This is beyond politics. The care of our veterans should never descend into a political game of argy-bargy. I hope that does not happen. I'm not going to stand up here and say, you know, we've done this, you guys have done that. That's not a place in this debate when men and women who have served our country with distinction, I can tell you now from all my dealings with them, they are not interested in that sort of conduct. They just want to know that if they're going to pull on the uniform, if they're going to put themselves in harm's way, they want to make sure that they are going to be looked after, and importantly, probably even more importantly in their eyes, their families are going to be looked after. That's what this bill will do. This bill does put into place. This bill does put into place and in effect mirrors a bill that the previous government put in to the parliament prior to the election. But I'm very, very pleased that the current government has picked it up and run with it. And I thank the House.
I thank the honourable member for Fisher. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I concur with the former Speaker's fine words. And in the spirit of bipartisanship, I too want to thank the member for Burt, the current Veterans Affairs Minister, for being in the House to listen to these important speeches. It's not always that a minister is able to be present for all of the speeches on a particular bill, and he has made himself available, and I do thank him. And I also, like the former Speaker, want to thank him for addressing the matters I've raised with him and being prompt to take my calls and then to respond to those conversations that we've engaged in. And if this is going to be a measure of his tenure as the Veterans Affairs Minister, then I'd like to think our veterans are going to be well served, as they always have been. And veterans has to be, as the previous speaker mentioned, be beyond the partisan argy-bargy of politics. Now, the position of Veterans Affairs Minister is an old one. It has been around since it was called the Minister for Repatriation, and Edward Miller served in that role firstly from 1917, when the position was inaugurated, and he served in that position until 1923. The current Veterans Affairs Minister is in fact the 46th person to serve in that role. It is an important position, and I say this as a fine former Veterans Affairs Minister, the member for Gippsland, enters the chamber. He knows all too well of the importance of our veterans. And yesterday we heard a fine address in reply, an inaugural speech by the new member for Menzies, who in his concluding remarks said, and if we ever lose our map, he was referring to the building that we are in, the wonderful House of Representatives, if we ever lose our map, he said, let us stand at the main entrance. At that point you will see a road that draws a long line to names on a wall. These are the names of Australians who traded all their tomorrows so that we may have our today. And of course he's right, and having just looked at the Australian War Memorial's website, there are 103,010 names on those walls that he is mentioning, and they are the Bronze Roll of Honour. They are the names etched in history, etched in immortality, of those who went and served and lost their lives in the duty of our nation. Some of them volunteered, some of them were sent, but all of them had
that obligation to our nation, to our freedom, to our democracy, and we owe them a debt of gratitude, just like we owe a debt of gratitude to those veterans who return from conflicts, those veterans who return from peacekeeping missions, those veterans who may never even leave our nation. And there are many of those too, also on the Wall of Remembrance, also on the Roll of Honour, who gave and paid the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. Now, this bill before us, the Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill 2022, is an important piece of legislation which is being agreed upon by both sides of the chamber, and that is so very important. I am a former Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel, served in the role from the 20th of December 2017 to the 5th of March 2018, so 100 years from the time the position was first created. Not a long time in that role, but other duties. I was then called upon to do other duties, including the Deputy Prime Minister's role. But indeed, I knew how important it was, having also been a former Assistant Minister for Defence, having been someone who proudly comes from the only inland regional centre in which there are all three arms of the defence. And I say that because we've got the home of the soldier, Kapooka, the Army Recruit Training Centre, where every recruit does their basic 13 weeks of training, and so we have march-out parades every other Friday just about, and people, families, come from all over the nation to proudly watch that long line of khaki, which stretches around the parade ground at Kapooka and stretches all the way back to Gallipoli, and even before that. And that is not lost on those families, on those friends, on those brave men and women who are Australia's newest army recruits. And of course, if you spend any given time in the Royal Australian Air Force, you will end up at Forest Hill, RAF Base Wagga Wagga, and that is good. That is fantastic, and that has been in place for many decades, and may that long continue. And of course, we've got a Navy base connected and attached and working alongside Forest Hill, also connected and attached and working alongside HMAS Albatross, Nowra, and making sure that naval officers get that inland experience, Deputy Speaker. We're a long way from the nearest drop of seawater, but Wagga Wagga is very proud that we are a garrison city, a tri-service city, and that will continue because of the fact that we are spending nearly $1 billion of infrastructure money going towards upgrading those two important bases to serve those three important military traditions: Navy, Air Force, Army. In February 2018, when I was the Veterans Affairs Minister, I introduced the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, the Veteran-Centric Reforms No. 1. And I know how much work that the member for Gippsland had to play in that particular legislation. It implemented several new initiatives to deliver better services to veterans and their families, and it was groundbreaking, groundwork that needed to be done, was done, and the benefits are now flowing through our defence communities, through the general community. This bill created a new veteran payment to assist financially vulnerable veterans who have lodged a compensation claim for a mental health condition and are unable to work while their claim is being determined. And I am so pleased that, and I note the member for Solomon is here too, and I thank him for his service to our nation in uniform. Thank you. But I digress. As I was saying, if you spend a minute in defence, in uniform, you will get free mental health care for life, as you should. Partners of veterans may be eligible for the veteran payment, and veterans with dependent children may be entitled to the maximum rates of Family Tax Benefit Part A without being subject to the Family Tax Benefit Means Test while they receive the veteran payment. At the time, I said that veterans and their families are at the heart of communities around Australia. Of course, that has rung true from 1917, when World War I was still raging and being waged in Europe, in Africa, and it's just as important today. our veterans have supported us, this government and all governments are committed to ensuring they receive and have access to support services that they need. Family plays an essential role in a veteran's health and well-being, and this bill, the veteran-centric bill, will ensure that vital services such as income support and health care help veterans and their families transitioning into civilian life. And I know that Prime Ministers past and Prime Minister Turnbull did it, Prime Minister Morrison and indeed Prime Minister Abbott and others too, put in place policies to ensure that veterans were looked after when it came to being absorbed back into civilian life and, most importantly, getting jobs. Not every veteran is broken. Not every veteran requires the help that other veterans may well need, and veterans are contributing mightily to the nation's workforce, to the nation, beyond their uniformed life. And that is also very well commended, and I thank Prime Ministers of all political persuasions for making sure that veterans can transition back into civilian life, can, after their time of duty is over, can make sure that they can contribute for their own well-being and for, obviously, the community's well-being. Now, the purpose of this bill before the House is to provide better tailored, short-term targeted support for veterans and their families, and it has four key components, being that it ensures support payments are exempt from income tax or social security determinations. It ensures that there is expanded flexibility in choosing services to match a veteran's individual needs. It extends eligibility to family members of working-age veterans who are at risk of or are in crisis, including the removal of a veteran's requirement for warlike service to have been undertaken, and it continues the harmonisation of veterans' entitlements across the three veteran-related acts. All important provisions, all vital components and all part of this bill. Now, the bill is almost identical in scope and cost to the Coalition's Veterans Affairs legislation amendment, Enhanced Family Support Bill 2022, which was introduced in March, which was to have taken effect from 1 July 2022. And so I commend the member for Burt, the Minister for Veterans Affairs, for picking this up and running with it. And as I say, this is bipartisan. As I say, this is across the chamber, and I certainly acknowledge that. The bill establishes a wider group of people who will be eligible for assistance under the Department of Veterans Affairs Family Support Package. And the $11.5 billion that the Commonwealth spends on veterans is a cost, yes. It's a cost to the bottom line, but it's an investment. It is an investment in those people who have served this nation, who deserve every bit of help, every bit of support and every bit of respect that they deserve, that is justifiable, that they are entitled to and that we give. And largely uncapped, as it should be, because those veterans who have fallen through the cracks, who may not have previously engaged with the Department of Veterans Affairs, who may not have sought help, who may not be receiving help, but who suddenly found themselves requiring assistance, should contact the DVA, and if they don't get the help or the support that they need in that first phone call, try again. I urge and encourage them to do that. Go through one of the wellness wellbeing centres. Appreciate that Wagga Wagga, my hometown, is currently in the throes of trying to establish two. One called Pro Patria, a community-driven centre, and another one, the RSL Wellbeing Centre, which had its opening of sorts last October. Now, it is modelled on the federally funded veteran wellbeing centres, such as the recently opened facility in Nowra, and the Wagga Wagga Centre aims to deliver a range of support services, including physical and mental health, advocacy, education, employment, housing and financial assistance. And I commend Charlotte Webb for her work in ensuring the progress of that. But I do want to really promote the Pro Patria, the Wellbeing Wellness Centre that is endeavoured. The Carmelite nuns have offered up their site in North Ashmont to further that particular facility, and there are many, many good community board members on that. David Bardos, Anne Delaney, Paul Fernan, Alan Lane, Brad Maynard, Helen Wheeler, Jason Frost, making sure that they can make a difference for veterans, for first responders as well. Colonel James Hammett, the former Commandant of ARTC Kapooka, was an honorary committee member. He was pushing it as well during his time there. He's since moved on, and we thank him for his service to Kapooka. But as I say, there are many other community members as well. Lyle Salmon as the chair, Jane Barnes, Lachlan Feeney, Dr Jim Reid, Angelo Strano, Colin Taggart and Jackie Van der Velde, all of whom are making a difference, trying to progress that, hoping to get funding. And I appreciate I've had a good long chat or chats with the not just the Veterans Affairs Minister, but indeed the Deputy Prime Minister, who was also the Minister for Defence, in relation to that. The former coalition government promised $5 million for a wellbeing centre in Wagga Wagga. It just makes good sense. I mean, we've got so many veterans in Wagga Wagga, home of the soldier. Spend any given time in the Air Force, you end up at Wagga Wagga, and indeed an important Navy strategic base as well, even though we don't have a lot of water generally around the area unless it's flooding, and I'm not sure that HMAS Adelaide will be down the Murrumbidgee River any time soon. But I commend this particular bill. I thank again the Minister for having the foresight, the dedication and the commitment to attend the chamber while people are speaking about this bill. I commend him for the work that he is doing in this space right at the present time, and wish him all the very best for the future. It's a big role. I also commend the Department of Veterans Affairs. Sometimes they get a bad rap. By and large, they do a very, very good job, and I know they'll continue to do that for and on behalf of our veterans.
I thank the honourable member for Riverina. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to just talk briefly to this bill. We've lost more of our Defence Forces and veterans to suicide than we've lost in the past 20 years in conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is not a battle of armies on a field. It is a silent battle amongst us at home, and we are losing it. Each death sweeps through families and communities, leaving profound grief and sadness. After endless reports, 50 at the current count and 750 recommendations later, how is it possible we could fail so many who were brave enough to defend our country? Vulnerable defence personnel and veterans are experiencing isolation, poor mental health, despair, bullying, relationship breakdown, unemployment. One soldier said, "When I did return to civilian life, my mental health eventually caught up with me, and it was extremely overwhelming at times. I think it's because I had been so hypervigilant for such a long time, the emotions inside me built up and pushed me over the edge." This bill is important to the 1,800 veterans and their families who live in Mackellar, my electorate. With the passage of this bill, vulnerable veterans and their families will have more flexible support, including extending that support to a wider and more eligible group. We must understand that to support veterans, we have to support their families as well, with services including things like household help, with relationship skills training, mental health first aid and financial literacy. This bill will also provide support whether a veteran has rendered warlike service or not. I was shocked that it was only with this bill that we are now acknowledging that not just Australian Defence Forces who have fought on the front line, but also those who are in supporting roles will get the support that they need. It's no wonder that our veterans struggle if, after being educated on the importance of discipline, duty and dedication to their unit and their country, they find that when they enter or re-enter civilian life, that loyalty doesn't go both ways, that they weren't actually enough of the team to be eligible for the DVA support. As a doctor, I understand that acute problems need to be addressed as quickly as possible, or they become chronic. When a problem becomes chronic, it is harder to fix and takes more time, more money and more effort. The greatest challenge of this Extended Support Act is that right now claims are taking up to 30 months to process. Up to 30 months. The backlog of claims is massive. 43,000 people with around 60,000 claims are waiting to be processed. Clearing the backlog is the #1 recommendation that will save lives immediately. I commend the member for Burke for bringing this bill forward. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for McKellar. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bass.
I'm pleased to stand here today in support of this bill, which will make a tangible difference in the lives of veterans and their families. Supporting our veterans is a bipartisan effort, and with the federal government putting forward this legislation, which is almost identical to a bill introduced by the Coalition in March, this will only benefit those in need. The legislation has arisen as a response to recommendations from the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee report, The Constant Battle, Suicide by Veterans, which laid bare just where we have fallen short in supporting veterans and their families, inflicting further trauma on those who have served our country. Stories which have been further heard with the current Royal Commission into Veteran Suicide. Over the past few years, I've met with many veterans and their family members who have felt let down by the lack of support provided to them and their families while in service and after leaving. We have a responsibility to ensure veterans can live their most productive life post-service and to support family members of veterans who are at risk or in crisis, along with working-age widowed partners of deceased veterans and former partners. This bill goes a long way towards filling these service gaps while ensuring support payments for veterans and their families are exempt from income tax and are not included as income for the purpose of social security determinations. And while the government plays a critical role in supporting veterans, generations of dedicated staff and volunteers have also provided mateship, advocacy and welfare services to veterans of all conflicts and defence service families since 1917. This valuable support continues to this day, with 2022 marking 105 years of service provision to Tasmanian veterans and their families. Support from veterans groups like the Vietnam Veterans Association of Australia Launceston Sub-Branch, who since its inception in 1995 have voluntarily provided gardening and yard maintenance to veterans and their families. Every Tuesday, the volunteers converge at the Launceston RSL, ready for a day of providing their time to any war widows or ex-service person who needs assistance in taking care of their lawns or their yard. Also based out of the Launceston RSL is the Launceston Veterans Hub, whose work is worthy of being in the spotlight thanks to a group of passionate and dedicated veterans. The Launceston Veteran Hub in my electorate is now underway and operating, spearheaded by the ever-dedicated retired Major Peter Williams. With a combined effort of lobbying from Peter and advocacy from me to former Coalition Member for Veterans Affairs Darren Chester, I was able to secure and deliver $250,000 towards the end of last year, providing the necessary funds for the Launceston RSL to upgrade their facilities, which has allowed for an expansion of services. The hub, located in the RSL, now has the capacity to house compensation and wellbeing advocates, including a full-time wellbeing advocate who commenced work in Launceston recently, and a full-time compensation advocate will be employed soon. The local veteran hub also has Mates for Mates advocates operating out of Launceston and covering the northwest of the state. With the Launceston hub now operational, Peter and the rest of his team are well on their way for establishing their vision for a Tasmanian veterans hub. With more than 17,000 veterans in Tasmania, the goal is to support the wellbeing and betterment of the Tasmanian RSL members, former and serving members of the ADF and their dependents, with the provision of welfare and commemorative services, and where appropriate, contribute to worthy needs within the community. On the ground and personal experience has led to key learnings for the hub, including that services must be evidence-based and provide tangible outcomes to veterans to lead the way in veteran recovery and family support. Additionally, their learnings have found that welfare and support teams can best support veterans and their families when we have a cross-section of staff and volunteers with ADF lived experience. Veterans and their families do not easily seek help, therefore social connection activities are crucial to providing the first step to extend a helping hand without the fear of stigma. The importance of early intervention by staff trained to identify and respond to risk factors associated with suicidal ideation, that regional and local communities are different and the design of hub-and-spoke locations should be based on data, local knowledge and local needs of veterans and families. Service needs can change, therefore an establishment of a continuous quality improvement process is critical to ensuring services respond to changing needs. The team has also identified the importance of reducing barriers to improve access to services by veterans and their families, including providing services through a variety of service delivery models which this bill seeks to address. Peter tells me we have a long and proud history of providing valued welfare support and service delivery to the veteran community within Tasmania. The aim is to encompass the full life cycle of veteran support from the point of Defence Force entry through to transitioning into future civilian life. We continue to work closely with all levels of government and other ex-service organisations to provide ongoing support to the veteran and their families. The establishment of the Veteran Hub model specifically aims to address the needs identified in recent studies in Tasmania. The model service delivery plans to co-locate a range of veteran services to reach as many veterans and their families as possible across Tasmania. They include establishing 2 regional veterans hubs using existing infrastructure that will be community-based and veteran-centric. Having wellness hubs in these locations would also mean that over 98% of current DVA clients would be within 150 kilometres of a veteran hub, which is key to ensuring that veterans have access to the services. Additionally, there are plans to implement a network of community development services that would reach into other regional and rural areas. Other plans include establishing a lead agency to coordinate services and standards for both hubs and provide the case management and navigational assistance to veterans, plus integrating online and telephone services as an extension of the Veterans Hub. The Tasmanian Hub would also seek to ensure that there is coordinated case management that proactively engages with veterans before the transition from active service. The new service would also work actively to improve access to physical and mental health services by providing case management for complex conditions, education and incentives to increase the number of veteran-friendly service providers and speed access to any relevant compensation. If the work of this team sounds impressive, it's because it truly is, and the approach taken by Peter and his team is one other states across Australia are looking to emulate, and their model for providing mental health assistance for veterans and their families is one that I believe will see better outcomes for those who are seeking its services. Central to the model is an intake assessment and support plan to veterans and family members accessing services. Once triaged, care coordinators will co-design with veterans a plan to meet their goals, working together to select the right services to facilitate optimal outcomes. Importantly, this model facilitates coordinated delivery of veteran support services and consistent case management, offering both core support and ancillary services to veterans and their families. The Hub will work with both support officers and the Department of Veterans Affairs to incorporate a model of care for high-intensity and acute specialist mental health services to achieve this important third objective of the Wellbeing Centre program. A wellbeing or compensation advocate will be allocated to guide the veteran or family member through their journey, ensuring they have support to access services, engagement with clinical treatment and beneficial social and recreational activities. Critically, the support services being provided will be measured with a quality of life measurement tool upon commencement and at regular intervals throughout the veteran's support journey. Those working to develop this know firsthand that the timeframes for veterans or family members' health and wellbeing recovery plans vary, depending on needs, individual progress and life complexities. This approach will also allow for care coordination and service planning, which will include an opt-in or opt-out for veterans and or family members that don't want to access care coordination or a service plan. However, the advocates cannot do this work alone, and a major problem faced by veterans seeking an official diagnosis is the lack of available psychiatrists. DVA accepts psychologists to perform the permanent impairment assessment but insists on a psychiatrist to do the initial diagnosis, and this presents a number of challenges. The department has recommended using video conferencing psychiatrist organisation out of Sydney that will provide a diagnosis on the first visit but no treatment. Veteran advocates have raised with me that if the department would accept a diagnosis from a psychologist, bearing in mind that they can request a second opinion, it would greatly assist in the progress and passage of their impending claim. And I'm committed to working with the current minister to find a path forward for Tasmanian veterans who are being unfairly impacted by this current situation. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare independent review of past defence and veteran suicides found that rates of suicide for ex-serving veterans was 22% higher than the general population, and for female veterans was 127% higher when compared with the general population. And we're also aware of the statistics of the impact military life can have on partners and children long after a loved one has left the Defence Force. With the support of services provided through the Veteran Hubs in Tasmania, combined with the extra support and services outlined in this bill, I am hopeful of seeing a tangible difference in outcomes for veterans in my state and across the country.
I thank the honourable member for Bass. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Menzies and congratulate him on his recent elevation to the 47th Parliament.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I begin by thanking the Minister for being here, the member for Burt, and introduce myself as the co-chairman of the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, along with the member for Spence. We recently found out that myself and the member for Spence, we initially served as Army reservists together, and it's wonderful to gather here again. I also served with the member for Solomon. We did commando selection together. And I'd like to commit to you and to this place that when it comes to serving veterans, I'd like us to work together for their interests over ours. I am a veteran and I was a lawyer, but I will admit that I find the current legislative regime confusing. It's really hard to understand. And after 12 years as a barrister and many years as a solicitor, if I'm struggling, then veterans and their families are struggling. And if you go to the Law Council website, they have principles of the rule of law. And one of them is this: the law must be both readily known and available, and certain and clear. And in this area, we can do a lot better, and this bill seeks to improve that. In the House last night, I was honoured to give my first speech, and sitting up there were the parents of Greg Sher, and Greg was killed in Afghanistan, a Victorian. Also watching online were the parents of Marcus Case, and they were friends of mine and have links to Menzies. But we should also remember those who suffered and were wounded, not in Afghanistan, but in training and in courses and back here at home in Australia. And it's right that we remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. But there are many names on many memorials who paid the same sacrifice but here at home. There are particular aspects of this bill that I commend, and if I could single out three. The exemption from income tax is important. Whenever I meet veterans, I see that the dignity that comes from work is important to everyone, and it's important to veterans. And I have seen some veterans who are maybe pushed down a path where they could be working and they're not, and they suffer for that. And sometimes we kill people with kindness. And we should, in this place, on many other areas and issues, we talk about the dignity of work. And that applies equally to veterans, and we should always encourage that wherever we can, and this exemption is important for that. I also note that it has other services that have been extended to families, including childcare and household assistance. And if I could give an example, a good friend of mine who deployed to Iraq but didn't deploy to Afghanistan, Marco DiVincentis, he passed away too young here at home. And I met his partner, Natalie, at an event, and I felt a sense of guilt that I didn't get in touch during COVID, and found out that she needed help, and from simple things, like her roof was leaking, and that was something Marco used to do. I didn't know what to do. So then luckily I remember, well, my dad's a roof plumber, so sent him down to fix it. But not everyone has a dad who's a roof plumber who knows one. So to have that sort of assistance in the bill is really important as well. Finally, I think not making this link to warlike service is very important. I remember before deploying to Afghanistan, you'd meet many former commandos or former members of the ADF who didn't deploy, and you could tell they had a sense of guilt about not doing that. And they didn't need to have that guilt because they made the same contract that all of us did. They put on a uniform not knowing where they would be sent.
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. If the member's speech is interrupted, the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements from honourable members? And I call the honourable member for Sland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to raise my concerns in relation to delays by the current government in honouring a commitment to bushfire-impacted communities made prior to the May federal budget. And I refer specifically to the $2.3 million for the NSA Recreation Reserve and $3.6 million for the Sarsfield Recreation Reserve. Now, I've provided the new Minister McBride with a copy of a letter from the former Minister Joyce, which clearly stated the 2022-23 budget would provide funding under Community Development Grants program to these communities. To be clear, Deputy Speaker, these were not commitments that were contingent upon the May election result. It is my understanding that they were both assessed to have merit and provide value for taxpayers' money well before the government entered caretaker mode. A failure by this new government to support both of these projects would amount to an enormous breach of trust with two communities that were directly impacted by the Black Summer bushfires. Deputy Speaker, these people in my community are fatigued. They shouldn't need to fight again to secure much-needed funding for community facilities. Many of these people have had to rebuild their own homes. They've had to fix burnt assets on their own properties. They've already suffered emotionally and mentally from the devastating fires. This ongoing uncertainty, 4 months after we believe we'd already won the fight to secure the funding, is simply re-traumatising residents in my region. I urge the new minister to do the decent thing and honour the commitment of $5.9 million
Order.
for
I
Sarsfield
thank
and
the
NSA
honourable member
immediately.
for Gippsland and call the honourable member for Pearce.
Mr Deputy Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge one of the largest cultural groups in my home electorate of Pearce, the BAPS community, a global socio-spiritual organisation with centres in all state capitals and many regional centres across Australia. This year is remarkable for the entire BAPS community worldwide, as it is the 100-year celebration of the birth of His Holiness, Pramukh Swami Maharaj. The BAPS community emulates the values and attitudes of His Holiness, who is described as a rare soul who always lived for others, a peaceful, humble, spiritual personality, and the community believe that in the joy of others lies our own, by building better individuals, better families and better communities. In 2020, the Yanchep Two Rocks area experienced the worst bushfires in history, and the BAPS community provided daily meals for the career and volunteer firefighters. They also support the community with their annual can collection programme, often participate in local neighbourhood clean-ups and tree planting. What a magnificent ethos to live by. Building better communities and providing support to others truly creates strong roots for any community to thrive. We are a proud multicultural electorate in Pearce, and we congratulate the BAPS community and wish them well in continuing the legacy of His Holiness. Thank you.
Thank you. No one seeking the call? Member for Menzies.
Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Chinese Fellowship of Victoria on its 50th anniversary. The Chinese story is intertwined with the fabric of Australian history. As the member for Menzies, I know this deeply. 27% of my electorate have Chinese heritage. Their influence is to be felt in small business, schools and community organisations across our electorate. Our suburban centres of Box Hill, Doncaster and Templestowe would not be the same without them. For 50 years, the Chinese Fellowship of Victoria has been at the heart of this story of finding a new home without losing an old one. In crises for both of our nations, whether it was Black Saturday bushfires or the Chinese earthquake, the Fellowship has been there to help. In opening the first language schools and the first recreational centres for the Chinese community, it was the Fellowship that brought these to pass. Performative arts also matter, and I've been lucky to witness many displays of Tai Chi and line dancing and martial arts, and it's wonderful to see the effort that has been put into those. I want to congratulate the Secretary, Michael Lee, as well as the President, Patrick Wu, for the formidable leadership of this organisation, and it was wonderful to be invited to celebrate with them the other night. I thank them and thank the House.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Solomon.
Speaker, I want to celebrate our Territory kids, our teachers and our whole school communities that work together to support the next generation of young Territorians. And every year I sponsor the Palmerston Young Writers Festival, which showcases this wealth of young Territory talent. This year it was facilitated by Driver Primary School, was supported by the City of Palmerston, the Council and the Library. The winner of the Paint a Poem category for Grade 2 students was Ella McCulloch, who wrote A Bee, and I quote, "There was once a bee who lived in a tree. He loved his hive, so he gave his friend a high five, and they all went to get honey." The poem itself was accompanied by this beautiful, well-coloured drawing of a plump bee and its friend. Ella has clearly shown her skill in painting and poem writing. Another noteworthy submission was by Patrick Warby, who achieved first place in the category of digital media. Patrick made this colourful pizza menu using animation software, and his pizza shop's hook is, "Do you love mouth-watering, succulent, freshly baked pizza? Then this pizza is for you." Well done, Patrick, and well done, Ella, and thanks to all our wonderful teachers who do such an excellent job in bringing up the next generation of young Territorians.
Thanks. Member for Nichols.
Speaker, I want to acknowledge Seymour's Sophie Locke, a player for the Hawthorn Football Club in the AFLW competition. I was fortunate enough during my campaign to have a kick-to-kick with Sophie. I can safely say it was more likely for her skills to rub off on me than for her to take anything meaningful from my skill set. But the first week of the AFL season was an emotional one for Sophie. She was named for her first game, Hawthorn's inaugural game, but her mother Sarah would not be there to see it after losing her battle with cancer just 2 weeks earlier. For the record, Sophie kicked Hawthorn's first ever AFLW goal and immediately kissed the black armband she wore in honour of her mum and looked to the heavens. It was a great day for Sophie and her family. It was also a great day for the AFLW as Hawthorn and Essendon fielded teams for the first time. This year, for the first time, every AFL team is represented in the AFLW. The season's longer, the pay is better and the crowds are gathering. Young girls now have a clear pathway to semi-professional and hopefully in the not-too-distant future, professional ranks in our national game. 2022 is a landmark year for the women's game, but it will be hard to beat the joy and tears of Sophie's debut as the highlight of the season.
Thank you. Give the call to the member for Higgins.
In a few months, our Year 12 students will be taking their final exams. It's hard to believe that this milestone represents the culmination of 13 years of schooling. To our Year 12 students in Higgins, you belong to a special club. Not only are you transitioning to adulthood, but you are part of a generation that has been buffeted by a pandemic, the last of which was seen nearly 100 years ago and only remembered by a few of our elders. You have weathered a loss of autonomy over the past 2 years, a loss of connection with your friends, and in some cases, the loss of loved ones. Yet you are here. It speaks volumes that you have shown up every morning to the kitchen table, to your school desks and to each other. You have already passed, no, sailed through several tests. You just don't know it. As you prepare for another volley of tests, understand that the exams you take will not define you. Life is a series of chapters, from your chubby years to the formative ones and thence on to adulthood. You are closing one chapter but have many more to author. Go well, young ones, with purpose, knowing that you have way more options than you think.
Thank you. Thank you. Member for Ryan.
Speaker, the privatisation of Qantas back in the 1990s, Labor's decision under Keating, was meant to deliver more innovative, more efficient service. Cheaper flights for customers, better outcomes for everyone, that was the mantra. And it was nonsense. Well, now the chickens are coming home to roost. many people would have experienced Qantas's delays, lost baggage and cancellations lately. In June, only 60% of Qantas flights arrived on time. Could it have something to do with the fact that during the pandemic, despite receiving JobKeeper and other public funds to the tune of $2 billion, Qantas laid off about 8,500 staff? Many of these were rehired only as outsourced contractors, leading to a drop in wages and conditions, and with that, work quality and safety. So despite inflation spiking, engineers haven't had a pay rise in 4 years. When Alan Joyce regularly takes home pay and bonuses of up to $24 million a year, how is a Qantas worker supposed to feel? Seems to me like privatisation has been very good for the execs and very bad for Australians. So it's only right that the workers, both the engineers and now the ground staff, are going on strike to demand better pay and conditions. And it's high time that this government admits that the privatisation of Qantas was a mistake and considers bringing it back into public ownership.
Member for Ben.
Deputy Speaker, type 1 diabetes is a life-changing chronic illness, one that affects some 1.8 million Australians. The impacts of this illness can be felt in every aspect of a person's life and requires 24/7 monitoring, including extensive blood glucose monitoring and insulin administration. Those with diabetes are required to pay attention to the food they eat, the exercise they do, the stress they are under and a myriad of factors that can impact their blood sugars. The government's introduction of the continuous glucose monitoring subsidy takes a lot of the guesswork out of the illness and has the potential to save type 1 diabetics up to $5,000 per year. There are approximately 830 people living in Bean with type 1 diabetes, and following the rollout of the CGM subsidy, every person will now have access to the technology at a maximum cost of $32.50. Previously, over 450 type 1 diabetics would have missed out. The CGM allows blood glucose levels to be consistently measured and alerts the patient to high and low blood sugars before they have even occurred. Such technology provides diabetics with a degree of comfort, knowing that they have a little bit more freedom to go on with their lives, removing the fear of competing everyday activities. The impact of this subsidy cannot be underestimated.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Fowler.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge that this week is Women's Health and Multicultural Health Week. As such, I want to highlight the important work of Fairfield and Liverpool Women's Health Service. I met with them recently and heard of the amazing support they give to over 3,000 women every year with trauma counselling, reproductive health and community outreach, amongst many other services that help women's overall well-being. Last year alone, they have helped more than 400 women suffering from domestic violence and abuse, provided over 1,200 women with emotional and mental health counselling. Not only this, but they also provide care in Arabic, Chinese and Vietnamese. The electorate of Fowler was one of the worst affected areas by last year's unjust and discriminatory COVID lockdowns. As a result, there has been an increase in both mental health issues as well as domestic violence reports. But due to funding cuts, both branches have had to reduce hours for their on-site nurse and their counselling services. I welcome the government's commitment to the 10 days domestic violence leave. However, I ask that it also goes into providing funding for more bilingual and culturally aware counsellors for women in Fowler. I thank Ellie Dang and Kate Myers from the Women's Health Service for their hard work and dedication to the women of Fowler. I will work with them to ensure we get the necessary resources to help those in need.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the honour of launching the South Australian Women's Health Research Translation Network at SAMRI. The network is a body that seeks to empower and improve equity, health and quality of life for Australian women by integrating prevention, healthcare, research and translation for the benefit of all women. This organisation seeks to address the challenges accessing equitable funding for conditions that are specific to women's healthcare and women's experience. This can lead to women having their symptoms minimised and hence diagnoses missed or delayed, for instance endometriosis, polycystic ovary syndrome and even ovarian cancer, or symptoms being modelled on a male model, For instance, the classic cardiac symptoms of crushing chest pain may not be the experience of a woman having a heart attack, and she may have delayed treatment as a result. The network also looks at the challenges facing women researchers in accessing grants and funding. It is well documented that academics and those in the higher education sector are often operating in a gig economy-like situation, operating contract to contract and grant to grant. This is particularly pronounced among the more junior researchers, who are disproportionately women. It was great to be there, and it's a really great reminder that when it comes to gender equality, our work remains unfinished. And, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to recognise that this is National Women's Health Week, and this is a really important topic for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Flynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, successful applicants for round one of the federal government's local sporting champions and local para champions programs have been announced. Local Sporting Champions program provides financial assistance for coaches, officials and competitors aged 12 to 18 participating in state, national or international championships. Successful applicants will receive $500 to $750 towards the cost of attending their championships. The Local Para Champions program provides financial assistance for coaches, officials and competitors aged 12 to 24 participating in state, national or international championships for athletes with disability. Successful applicants will receive $750 to $1,000 towards the cost of attending their championships. Madam Deputy Speaker, 45 local champions and 2 local para champions were successful all over the Flynn electorate, including Emerald, Gracemere, Gladstone, Benaraby, Dixalee, Avondale, Goomburrum, Gemfields, Gindi, Eidsvold, Welcome Creek, Biloela, Gayndah, Sharon and Comet. Events included the State Basketball Championships, Queensland Country Championships, Nissan State Age Champions and Special Olympics Australia National Games. Madam Deputy Speaker, I recently held an afternoon tea in Emerald to congratulate some of these athletes and hear their excitement about competing in the Big Smoke representing their region. Congratulations to all successful applicants. I'm sure you'll do Flynn proud.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Cattlemen and women in the electorate of Lingiari are calling the risk of foot and mouth disease one of the biggest threats to the cattle industry they have seen. I cannot understand why the previous government did not act on it before the election. This put the Northern Territory at risk. Indonesia is the second closest country to Australia. Diseases in Indonesia can jump to Australia so quickly. That's why the Labor government is taking this matter seriously. We must be prepared. On this latter point, I wish to make a big call out to the Northern Territory Cattlemen's Association and Territory Pastoralists. The staff of the Northern Territory Cattlemen's Association are working hard to support pastoralists and provide information and training to ensure they know exactly what they can do to mitigate risks. There are 230 pastoral properties in the Northern Territory. The people who run them are super savvy. They are not the rough and ready blokes of the old movie stereotype. These are men and women who are first and foremost business managers. They have farm biosecurity plans in place and equipped, and they have all the technology. I want to make a big call out to all the vets involved. They are critical in testing and are ready to do a mass vaccination campaign if needed. Of course, to officers of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry for their important work with everyone in the pastoral industry in the Northern Territory.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, phone goes in the office, another family in crisis. This time, Mum and Dad have sold their house to move into a nursing home, both in need. Nursing home rings the day before and says, "Can't take you today, no staff." Not, "We're not ready for you," no staff. So Mum and Dad living with a sister-in-law. Other sister-in-law rings Russell, sister-in-law can't cope. Mum's got great needs, Dad's also had needs. They had to go into nursing home then. What can you do for us? Of course a federal member can get them into another place, but that's 40 kilometres away from where the family is surrounded. Can you last another week? Can we do something for you? What are the knock-on effects that are affecting all of our nursing homes, especially the not-for-profits or even the for-profits in smaller communities? You can't get another nurse down the street. You can't get another staff member down the street. You can't just ring up and get someone from down the road and might take a tram to get to you. This is happening in every regional seat across Australia. No staff. few doctors, changes that the government made in regard to doctor ratios in country Victoria and regional Victoria and around Australia, damaging. There are knock-on consequences for every decision a government makes. We need to address our own local community aged care facilities now.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This morning, as co-chair of Parliamentary Friends of Women's Health, I hosted the Jean Hales for Women's Health organisation, led by the indomitable Janet Mucklemore, to launch this year's National Women's Health Survey. And it must be said that the results of that survey ring alarm bells. Half of all Australian women have reported a decline in their physical and mental health and well-being since COVID. And as Janet said to us this morning, she observed that at the start of the pandemic, Damien Barr wrote a poem lamenting, "We are in the same storm, but not in the same boat." And that sums up this year's findings. Younger women, women with disabilities, women from non-English speaking backgrounds and the LGBTIQ+ communities have been disproportionately affected. The results ring alarm bells, but they also give us an opportunity to better respond to the health needs of Australian women. And I'm really proud to be part of a government that has that high on its agenda. The Assistant Minister for Health, the wonderful Jed Carney, announced this morning $1 million worth of funding because this week is Women's Health Week themed Menopause Matters, to do research to improve GPs' ability to provide health advice to women going through menopause. Great work, Minister.
Thank you. And member for Wright.
Madam Speaker, agriculture has underpinned the advancement of civilisations, allowing cultures to develop and thrive. Why? Because when agriculture is produced en masse, it then allows those that would spend their days hunting and gathering to specialise in other industries. As a result, we see the advancement of civilisations. In my electorate, we have, from a GDP perspective, agriculture is the largest contributor. We export to 120 countries all around the world, and every capital city in this nation, and export and distribution centres to put food on the table of those people in the gallery. Madam Speaker, when we were in government, we had a plan, the Ag Visa, to bring unskilled labour into the country to help our agricultural sector pick the product that they need to get onto the shelves. We had a plan. Recently we had a job summit. There's no plan for unskilled labour to be brought into this country to help those in my electorate get the product from the paddock to the plate. We are a sophisticated industry. We've had tractors that can self-drive for the last 15 years. For the last 15 years we've had that. But there are products that we have that we need to have hand-picked. We need those labour forces in our electorate to help deliver it. They don't have a plan, and you're going to continue to pay $10 for a lettuce.
Order. I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Well, tomorrow, early childhood educators from across the country are taking strike action. As a parent with 2 young children in early childhood education, I understand why they're taking this drastic step and why they are taking action. We've made arrangements in my family to make sure that our kids won't be at childcare tomorrow, that we will honour what these educators are doing. And they're doing it because the sector is in crisis. The previous government did not do enough to secure the jobs and conditions in the sector. That one of the first things that they did when they came to office in 2013 was to scrap the National Quality Fund, the fund that would help address the wages crisis that we have in the sector. The other thing that the previous government did during the pandemic, which really hurt us in Victoria, was they did not extend JobKeeper to casuals working in early childhood education. What it meant is that educators, skilled educators that were casuals, they left the sector. And what I found out last week when I was visiting centres in my electorate who will be taking action tomorrow, these casual workers have not come back. Centres like at Strathwell State Good Start, Good Centre, wait list, but they're only open to 65% because they can't get educators to work. The sector is in crisis, and we will work with them to turn this around.
I give the call to the member for Banks.
Speaker, yesterday the government showed its incredible weakness on the cost of living issue by claiming credit for automatic pension increases. The government, of course, has nothing to do with those increases which have been set in legislation for decades. It's kind of like the government announcing, the sun will come up today, the day will consist of 24 hours equally divided into 60 minutes, the laws of gravity will continue to apply, and then claiming credit for it. I mean, it is just extraordinary, and it shows their extreme insecurity on the cost of living issue, because you don't claim credit for something if you have a catalogue of things to point to, but you have nothing to point to because the government has achieved absolutely nothing on the cost of living issue. So before the election, they're going to cut power prices by $275 per family. They're going to put downward pressure on inflation, going to put downward pressure on interest rates. None of those things have happened. None of those things are happening, Deputy Speaker. And if you go through the so-called 36 outcomes of the Jobs Summit, which I had the misfortune of doing yesterday, the only one which actually relates to cost of living, Deputy Speaker, is the one that the opposition proposed back in June, which is to give pensioners the opportunity to work more while still claiming their pension. That's actually practical. It will have an impact. Over there, a deep, deep insecurity on this issue because of a complete lack of action and claiming credit for things for which they have absolutely nothing to do with.
Order. I give the call to the member for Wills.
Making things here, Mr Speaker, manufacturing in Australia, that is what the Albanese Labor government is about, unlike that mob. Recently I met with a local fabric manufacturer in the northern suburbs of Melbourne, HMA Fabrics, operating since 1985, and the managing director, Ismail Ali, took over the operation and the family business from his uncle and his father, and they migrated from Lebanon in the early 80s to escape conflict. Like many migrants, they worked hard, they built up a business in Australia and established it. And I talked to Ali about the Albanese government's $15 billion reconstruction fund that will support manufacturing businesses, create secure and well-paid jobs. Now, Ismail faced a lot of these challenges in the apparel industry in Australia, including the recent closure of the few remaining apparel dye houses in Australia at the end of 2021. This has caused delays and it's caused shortages, and as a result, a lot of clothing manufacturers, like those producing schoolwear, are going overseas to overseas producers to secure stock. Local businesses like Ismail Ali's do not want this. They want to support Australian business and jobs and buy Australian-made. So rather than business leaving Australia, we're all about making things here, Mr Speaker. And everyone in the Albanese Labor government on this side is going to bring manufacturing back home.
Order. I give the call to the member for Calais. I give the call to member Calais.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today our parliament recognises the outstanding young leaders of the Bathurst area who serve as Bathurst Youth Councillors. The Bathurst Youth Council is a wonderful initiative of Bathurst Regional Council. It was established in 1999 and has made an invaluable contribution to the lives of young people in Bathurst and its surrounding districts. In April, I saw firsthand the terrific work of the Youth Council when I attended the Youth Week Chase the Rainbow Colour Run in Bathurst. It was a resounding success, enjoyed by people of all ages. On Thursday, the Council is supporting and promoting Are You OK Day. Mental health is a key Youth Council priority. The Bathurst Youth Council for 2022-23 is Mayor Harvey Liu, Deputy Mayor Ella Kay, and councillors Heidi Toohill and Kiralee Scott, who are also the media officers, Olivia Brabham, Jasmine Nankervis, Ruby Morris, Isaac Barrett, Drew Wade, Blake Kreuzberger, Chloe Taylor, Kiana Lowry, Will Crossland-Hamer and Jasmine Houston. I also acknowledge the significant achievements of the previous Youth Council led by Youth Mayor Ashley Malouf. I congratulate Bathurst Regional Council and Mayor Robert Taylor for their unwavering support of the Youth Council, along with Council's dynamic community services team. With very impressive young leaders like those on Bathurst Youth Council, our future is in great hands.
Yeah. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statement has concluded, and I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On indulgence,
On behalf of the government and the people of Australia, I congratulate Liz Truss on her election as the new leader of the Conservative Party. Shortly, she will be commissioned as the 56th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. She will be the third woman to hold that historic office. It is a special privilege to be chosen to lead your party, and it's an extraordinary honour to have the chance to lead your country. I can imagine, indeed, Mr Speaker, I can recall not so long ago the powerful mixture of emotions that comes with being elected to such high office. In June, I had the chance to meet with Ms Truss in her capacity as Foreign Secretary at the NATO Summit in Spain. We shared a platform as the guest speakers at the NATO Summit, convened by the Prime Minister of Spain, to talk about the global challenges which we face, including, of course, the Russian intervention in Ukraine, but also the strategic competition in our region and the need to uphold the international rule of law. I look forward to having a further discussion with the new Prime Minister shortly. Ms Truss will walk through that famous black door of number 10 Downing Street at a time when the people of Britain are facing many serious challenges. Out of the deep and abiding affection that Australians have for our oldest ally and oldest friends, we wish her well in the service of her country.
I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join the Prime Minister in his words of congratulations to the incoming British Prime Minister. I want to congratulate Liz Truss on her elevation, her election as the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I had the great pleasure of meeting with Liz during the Australia-UK ministerial consultations in January when I was Defence Minister and she was Foreign Secretary. As I wrote in my statement last night, Liz is an incredibly intelligent, pragmatic and indeed a courageous leader. She will not only make a fine Prime Minister but also lead Britain through challenges both domestic and international. In her victory speech, Liz promised to deliver on the energy crisis. We're watching with interest on Britain's response to the energy crisis and indeed their great interest, enduring interest in nuclear technology and small modular reactors. But, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom also understands that the resurgence of authoritarianism poses one of the greatest threats of our times. Hence, her priority is outlined in a speech last December to build a network of liberty and advance the frontiers of freedom. In these testing times, Liz will be the strongest of leaders to advance our two nations' mutual security and economic objectives, including, most importantly, through AUKUS. Mr Speaker, I also wish to acknowledge the legacy and achievements of Boris Johnson, a true friend to our country. Today, as we welcome a new British Prime Minister and farewell another, Australia and the United Kingdom remain the best of partners and the dearest of friends.
Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the member for Sydney is on leave today and questions relating to the environment and water portfolio will be answered by the member for McMahon.
Questions without notice. Are there any questions? I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My questions to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, was the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories ever in breach of the Prime Minister's Code of Conduct?
I call the Prime Minister.
Let's stay on this the whole time.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm very surprised by the opposition's newfound interest in portfolios. I'm very surprised by their newfound interest in portfolios, because for those opposite, they weren't aware of who held the energy portfolio, or who held the health portfolio, or who held the Treasury portfolio, or who held the finance portfolio, But we responded to these questions yesterday, and I stand by those answers. The minister responded yesterday as was appropriate.
Call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. Today is National TAFE Day, a day to celebrate the achievements of Australia's public TAFE system. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government restoring TAFE to be the heart of Australia's vocational, education and training system?
I call the minister.
Can I thank the member for Hunter for his very important question, because today is National TAFE Day, and I wish all of those teachers and trainers and the workforce of all the campuses across the country a very happy day, because they do a great job looking after the many students. TAFE is by far the largest post-education provider of education and training in the country, and it provides the skills needed, whether it's operative or trades or paraprofessionals. These are the skills that our economy require, our labour market demand, employers are crying out for. They're the sort of skills that workers need so they can have secure work too, and it's absolutely critical. So these TAFE trainers and teachers are heroes in some ways, because they provide opportunities for young people and others, existing workers who are accessing training, because many or most TAFE students combine work with study, and I think that's something that really means that they have to work sometimes in a very flexible way. But you know, we've been visiting TAFE centres across the country. In fact, as I said yesterday, the Prime Minister, in his first visit to Victoria after the election, visited Holmes Glen TAFE. And I've been able to, and in fact the members for Chisholm and Higgins accompanied us. I was recently in the member for Bendigo's electorate, where the Bendigo TAFE convened a Jobs and Skills Summit. I was with the member for Reid at TAFE Digital, New South Wales in Strathfield, which really showed how critical it is to have online learning for regional New South Wales students, without which they would not get those skills. And that was also a great opportunity. I was also accompanied by the member for Bennelong at Ryde TAFE, which is the largest hospitality training centre in the state, if not in the country, providing the chefs and cooks that our economy needs. And can I also finish by saying I was with the member for Fraser at the University of Victoria, which is a dual sector provider, providing TAFE training, in this case cyber security. We had a great visit there, seeing that students are accessing the skills that are in huge demand in that area. So the role of TAFE is absolutely vital for this country, but we don't just attend TAFEs. I understand there wasn't too many visits by the previous government's members, I have to say. But the reality is, you know, we don't just attend TAFE, we invest in TAFE. And that's why we've invested in 180,000 fee-free TAFE places for 2023. That is going to provide the skills that our labour market needs. It's going to make sure that the skill shortages are being responded to, so that our employers have the skill sets they need to be successful. And, of course, our economy needs to ensure we grow the economy, improve productivity, which will mean a better country overall.
Order. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Is the Prime Minister aware of any other ministers who have breached the Ministerial Code of Conduct?
Order. Members on my right. The Minister for Home Affairs. Order. I call the Prime Minister. Order. Members on my right. The Minister for Social Services. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. It must have been an interesting tactics committee meeting. Can you imagine it? Can you imagine? Oh, I shouldn't ask that question. Maybe you should ask that question. No. Go ahead.
They all agreed.
Is there anyone in the Tactics Committee who didn't have an issue? That was the question. My government has been transparent. We have a code of conduct. When there have been any issues, there've been. Oh, come on.
I ask the Prime Minister to pause, and I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, the point of order is relevance. The Prime Minister has been asked two tight questions, and he cannot give a straight answer.
I call Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? No. I call the Prime Minister to return to the question.
I'm happy to say more.
Order. The member for McEwen. Call the Prime Minister.
If you stop, then I'll answer the question. That's the way it works. You interject, I'll sit down.
Order.
That's the way it works. That's the way it works. Because for those opposite, what we're already seeing on that side is people being set up. Is people being set up.
The member for Groom will cease interjecting.
My advice to those opposite is when someone hands you a question, you don't have to answer it. You want me to sit down?
I call order. Members on my left. I call.
You don't sit down.
I call the Prime Minister to return to the question. The member for Moreton.
I wonder if he yells that loudly in their tactics meeting. I wonder if he does that. Because the fact is that the opposition are seeking to make something out of a short-lived oversight because they have nothing else to say. Nothing else to say. Nothing about the cost of living, nothing about the Jobs and Skills Summit, nothing about the energy crisis that we've inherited, nothing about the fact people can't get access to childcare, nothing about the crisis in aged care. What they ask about is a minister who, it's not surprising that the minister here, the member for Eden Monaro, the person who has turned Eden Monaro into a safe Labor seat, is a target for those opposite. Remember when it was called the bellwether seat? Not anymore, because this is a minister of integrity. This is a minister of honesty. This is a minister who's up front, and I stand by this minister. And this minister, what she did, and she has declared that occurred, is that shares were given to her husband, to her husband.
The Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister's time has concluded.
They're very excited.
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. I call the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How will the Jobs and Skills Summit provide benefit to Australians over the long term? Thank you.
Call the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. A question. I thank the member for Tangney, a fine member who got a double-digit swing to enter this chamber, and who is doing a fantastic job as part of our expanded West Australian team. The fact is that the Jobs and Skills Summit was a huge success because it brought together business and unions, it brought together states and the Commonwealth, and it was inclusive. And one of the good things about the summit wasn't just that you had leaders of industry, leaders of the trade union movement, leading people throughout society advancing their views. It was the contributions of many people who I hadn't seen before and hadn't met before. People like Isaiah Dorr. He's the CEO of ID Know Yourself. He's an Indigenous man who grew up in foster care, and he lived in 17 different homes in his first 18 years. 17 different homes in just 18 years. But here he was, speaking in front of the Cabinet of Australia, premiers, chief ministers, captains of industry, about his experience and the importance of getting into the workforce. Stephanie Agnew from Get Skilled Access, who spoke about her experience as a young woman of losing her vision in her 20s. She spoke about her very personal experience of being essentially working at a real estate agency and what occurred with people essentially engaging in activity which I think most Australians would find reprehensible, as she was losing her sight, moving things around the office so that she couldn't find the things that she took to work, like her lunch and other activities. She spoke about her experience, though, and her capacity now that she's rising up to the executive ranks of her new business that she is involved with. Dr Claire Norton from the CSIRO, who spoke about scientific innovation and the need to commercialise the breakthroughs that occurs in this country. It was a very constructive, positive event over those 2 days, where people came in good spirit with goodwill, talking about how we meet the challenges together as a nation, how we move forward in a united way rather than in a divided way. And that's why I think the implications of the summit will go on for a long time to come.
Order. I give the call to the honourable member for Kennedy.
PM, is our country in pain? Free markets save the planet. Our housing prices up 500%, cars 800, electricity and health insurance 400, yet our average weekly earnings up only 215%. Is the cold and worthless duopoly recording record profits, charging Mrs Housewife avocado markup of 120, tomatoes 200, sugar 300, potatoes 1,000. Are cold and worthless CEO salaries $10 million a year? PM, whilst your workload is an inspiration to us all, what is your salary? PM, action when? Action when?
The member's time has well and truly finished. I call the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Kennedy for his question and for his patience, because I know he was ready to get the call yesterday during question time. I can inform the member for Kennedy that the government has a range of policies which are in line with his long-term objective, I know he's held very sincerely, about improving the capacity of the Australian economy to stand up and be more resilient. It was one of the lessons that we had during the pandemic, is that we need to, put simply, make more things here. We need our future made in Australia, and that's why the government's Buy Australian plan is very important, using government procurement to make sure that at every possible opportunity we maximise the creation of Australian jobs, the support for Australian businesses and industry right here, whether it be in the agricultural sector, whether it be in manufacturing, whether it be in the purchase of goods and services that we support Australian industry. The other thing that we have, of course, is our National Reconstruction Fund, a National Reconstruction Fund of $15 billion that will be about how do existing industries adapt and provide them with some support in terms of capital that might make new investment and the transformation of those industries far easier going forward. But it's about more than that as well. It's about creation of new industries. The fact is that we have everything, for example, that can go into a battery, not just a battery for electric vehicles that will be required, but batteries to ensure that renewables can go around a community, not just be isolated, batteries that can assist manufacturing as well. And that is why we have such enormous opportunities. And I know in the member for Kennedy's electorate, I was at the Minerals Council dinner last night. Some of the rare earths, as well as the traditional industries like copper, that I know that the member for Kennedy is very passionate about, have just enormously positive prospects going forward. And just as we were powered by minerals in the 20th century and the 21st century, we now are in a situation whereby the natural advantages that we have in this country, if we get it right, if we're prepared to intervene at the right time to facilitate private sector investment in the agricultural sector for value-adding, in manufacturing for value-adding, can ensure that we have a future where Australian jobs are maximised, where Australian living standards are lifted and where the Australian economy continues to grow.
Give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How will the outcomes from the Jobs and Skills Summit improve gender equity, deliver for Australian women and grow our economy?
Give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Higgins for her question. And it's wonderful to see Higgins back in the Labor fold. Congratulations. Supporting women to fully participate in the workforce is core business for an Albanese Labor government. For far too long, women's policy has been relegated to the sidelines of public policy, an afterthought, but no longer, Mr Speaker. Under the previous government, Australia fell to its worst ever position in global gender equality rankings, and that is the truth. But it's a problem we can solve, and we must solve. Our great potential as a nation will be just out of reach until we do. It was great to see that women were front and centre at the Jobs Summit last week. More than 50% of women participants at the summit were women, 50%, and there were so many speakers and facilitators. It was absolutely inspiring. And the issue of improving women's workforce participation dominated much of the discussion, particularly childcare. When women are deciding whether to return to work after having a child and how many hours they can work, access to high-quality, affordable childcare is vital. The Albanese Labor government has listened and will act. We will deliver on our $5 billion commitment to make childcare cheaper. Supporting women to fully participate in the workforce is not only the right thing to do for women, but it's also critical for our nation and, importantly, critical for our economy, because it will increase our economic prosperity and make us more resilient as a nation. There are also a number of concrete outcomes at the summit in relation to women. APS reporting on ambitious targets. Business with 100 employees or more will have to publicly report. Workforce gender equality agencies will work to close the gender pay gap and capture an accurate snapshot of every pay gap that exists. But I am most pleased, Mr Speaker, to say that we will strengthen the Respect at Work Council by ensuring workers and businesses have a permanent seat at the table, along with government and civil society. Australia shall be one of the best countries for women to live, and under an Albanese Labor government it will be.
Order. I call the member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. And I refer to the Minister's answer in the House yesterday that she discovered a breach of the Prime Minister's Code of Conduct after reviewing the Code of Conduct and making additional inquiries. When did the Minister first make contact with the Prime Minister or his office concerning this matter?
Give the call to the Minister. Order. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, and I thank you for your question, because transparency does matter. It matters in this House, it matters every day, not just when you have a code of conduct or not, and that's probably something that other people should reflect on.
Order. Members on my left.
Happy to answer, if you let me. I divested the shares to my husband prior to receiving a written code of conduct. Once I reviewed the written code of conduct, I went and immediately spoke to the Prime Minister's office. I then put in place a series of events to sell those shares, and once that was done, I reported back to the Prime Minister's office that I'd completed that transaction. Thank you.
Order. I give the call to the member for Robertson.
My question is to the Minister for Education. How is the government supporting universities to deliver more Australian and international students to tackle skills shortages?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend Member Roxton for his question. There are skill shortages everywhere in our schools, hospitals, aged care centres, childcare centres, companies big and small. And a lot of those skills are forged in our universities. That's why, in addition to the extra TAFE places that we've already announced, we've also announced the funding of an extra 20,000 university places. Universities have now just 2 weeks to put in their bids for these extra places. All 20,000 are for courses where we have a skills shortage. Think about teachers, nurses, engineers, IT, and all 20,000 are for Australians that we don't see enough of in our universities at the moment. Australians from poorer backgrounds, Australians from the regions, Australians with a disability, Indigenous Australians, Australians who are the first in their family to ever step foot in a university. I told the House a few weeks ago, when I was asked a question by the member for Clark, that I don't want us to be a country where your opportunity in life depends on who your parents are, your postcode or the colour of your skin. And I meant it. And that's what this announcement is about. I was also asked about international students. International education is an incredible national asset. It's the biggest export that we don't dig or drill out of the ground. And it got kneecapped by COVID. A $40 billion industry basically cut in half. And it's slowly coming back, but there's more work to do. There are about 370,000 international students in Australia right now. And when they finish up their studies, when they graduate, only about 16% stay on and work here. Mr Speaker, it makes sense that if you're doing a degree here in an area where we've got a chronic skills shortage, that we should encourage those students when they finish up to help us to fill those gaps in our economy. We train them up. We should use those skills. Other countries have cottoned onto this and made changes to their own schemes. And on Friday, my friend, the Minister for Home Affairs, and I announced some important changes here. International students who get a degree in an area where we've got a verified skills shortage will be able to work here for an extra 2 years. Businesses backed it. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has backed it. The Australian Industry Group has backed it, and universities have also backed it. It's a common-sense change that will help businesses to fill some of those chronic skills gaps and also help to get an important national asset back on its feet.
I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Prime Minister. What are the consequences of a minister in the Prime Minister's government breaching the Prime Minister's ministerial code of conduct?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much. From the guy responsible for Leppington Triangle. Actually, that's the problem they've got here, is when it comes to integrity. Let's compare the issues here. Let's compare them. Because the member for Eden Monaro, the returned member for Eden Monaro, the hero of the Eden Monaro by-election, who was re-elected with the support of over 60% of the people of Eden Monaro, has sold the shares that were available. She was a holder of shares. She inadvertently gave them to
Leader of the Opposition.
her husband. If we want to get into families, we'll go down
Order.
that track.
I just ask
but
the Prime Minister to pause for a moment, and I call the Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister has been asked very clear and concise questions. He has wriggled his way through question time today.
What's the point of order?
Refused to answer the questions. He cannot answer a straight question. The question is very clear, and the Prime Minister again is refusing to provide a straight
Resume your
answer.
seat. Thank you for the point of order. I call the Prime Minister and refer to the question regarding the consequences. Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. What has occurred here is that the minister was made aware of the situation, she acted immediately to address the circumstances, and that stands in stark contrast to the behaviour of those opposite. She has been transparent the whole way through, and I completely stand by the Minister for Regional Development and Local Government. She is doing a fantastic job of representing the people of Eden Monaro, and what's more, she's doing a fantastic job of turning up and doing her job, as she did last Thursday and Friday, engaging with people in the community, particularly engaging with people in local government. The Minister has been upfront about her situation at all times. There has been no conflict of interest, whatsoever. No blind trust, set up to pay legal fees. No bodgy activity such as that which characterised those opposite, and that is why there hasn't been any conflict of interest, there hasn't been any cover-up, the situation was rectified at the earliest possible opportunity, which is an entirely appropriate way for a government of integrity to act.
Give the call to the order. Give the call to the member for Lalor.
My question is to the Treasurer. What does today's Independent Reserve Bank interest rate decision mean for Australians?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Thank you to the member for Lalor. Congratulations to her tomorrow on the 9th anniversary of her election to this place as part of the mighty class of 2013. Mr Speaker, the Independent Reserve Bank has just announced its decision to increase interest rates by another 50 basis points, and that brings the cash rate to 2.35%. Now, this will be very difficult news for a lot of Australians with a mortgage. Once again, it isn't a surprise to anyone. The bank had flagged more increases, the markets had anticipated it, and homeowners were expecting it as well. But the fact that we knew it was coming doesn't make it any easier for people. This is tough. This will tighten the screws on family budgets. This will put more pressure on a lot of Australians who are already stretched enough. Now, as the House would be aware, a half a percentage point increase in the cash rate means that average homeowners owning $330,000 will have to find about $95 a month more for repayments. For Australians with a typical $500,000 mortgage, it's about an extra $145 a month, in addition to the extra $475 they've had to find since rates started rising before the election in May. So interest rate rises do mean that Australians will have to make more hard decisions about how to make ends meet. And it also means more difficult decisions for governments, because higher interest rates mean a higher cost of servicing the $1 trillion of debt that has been left to us. Now, as I've said previously in this place and elsewhere, it's not for the government to interfere with the independent decisions of the Reserve Bank. It is our job to do what we responsibly can to help Australians deal with these pressures in the near term and to build a much more resilient economy into the future that is able to withstand some of these global and domestic shocks. And our Jobs Summit, our economic plan, our budget, they are all deliberate and direct responses to these economic circumstances that were left to us. High and rising inflation, flat and falling real wages and productivity paralysis. That's why we're doing so much to ease the cost of living, whether it comes to childcare or wages or medicine costs. It's why we're working so hard to deal with the issues in our supply chains, which the Prime Minister mentioned in response to the question from the member for Kennedy. All along, Mr Speaker, we have been upfront about the nature of this inflation challenge. We've been realistic about the decisions taken by the Independent Reserve Bank, and we will continue to work around the clock to make this economy more resilient so that Australians, especially right now with a mortgage doing it especially tough, know that the government is doing what they can to deal with those parts of the inflationary pressures where we can have a meaningful influence.
Give the Order. The member for Page. I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, Mr Speaker. Today, more than 3 million Australians with a mortgage face a fifth consecutive interest rate increase. Can the Prime Minister tell those Australians how much more they will pay on a typical mortgage as a result of all of those increases? Mr Speaker.
Order. Members on my right, the member for Moreton will cease interjecting. The Minister for Climate Change. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting, and I call the Prime Minister.
They're nothing if not agile, Mr Speaker. Nothing if not agile. I refer to the Treasurer's answer, where he just said if you've got a $330,000 mortgage, you'll pay an extra $95. If it's $500,000,
has asked his question.
It's $145. See, in Angus Taylor land, it's not the average, but in the real world, it's the average.
The Prime Minister,
in the real world,
the Prime Minister
it's
will take a break. He will refer to members by their titles.
In the member for Hume's world, it mightn't be the average, but it is actually the average mortgage, which is what he asked.
I give the Minister for Home Affairs. I will give the call to the member for Parramatta.
My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to improve access to affordable early childhood education and care and support greater women's economic participation?
Give the call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Minister for Youth.
Thank you, Speaker. And I thank the member for Parramatta for his question. I know that the member has a long ongoing commitment to early childhood education and also to women's economic equality and to women's workforce participation. The role of women and the opportunities from unlocking the untapped talent of Australian women to participate fully in the workforce, whether that's by them taking on more hours, whether it's for them starting new opportunities, or whether it's for them to be able to progress their careers and to participate fully in the workforce, was a key theme across all of the sessions at the Jobs and Skills Summit that the Labor government held recently. Now, anyone with children in early childhood education and care knows just how expensive it is. And parents, mostly mothers who are primary caregivers, are forced to weigh up. They're forced to weigh up the costs of early childhood education against their potential earnings. And many end up being locked out of the workforce and out of the labour market because the cost is so prohibitive. Now, the Albanese Labor government understands that, and that's why we have taken affordable, quality access to early childhood education and care as a vital part of a child's early years, as a vital part of creating that foundation for learning and play, but also as a critical part of our economy, giving choice to families, helping more women to participate more fully in the workforce at their choice. That's why we have a plan for cheaper childcare. That's why we took it to the election. That's why we'll deliver on our $5 billion commitment in the October budget to make early childhood education and care for more Australian parents and allow more women to enter the workforce, to take on more hours and more days if they so wish, and to not have that interruption to their career progression that we know leads, for many women, leads to a greater disparity between the pay of men and women, but also contributes to the poverty cycle for women later in life when they're forced to take that break in their career. As part of that commitment to addressing the cost of living and making early childhood education and care more accessible and affordable across the country, we'll be tasking the ACCC to investigate early childhood education and care pricing. We know that to make our reforms possible, we've got a bit of work to do. We have to undertake further work to recruit, to train and to retain a high-quality early education and care workforce. But this is something that the Anthony Albanese Labor government is taking seriously and something that each and every one of us on this side of the House is determined to progress.
Give the call to the member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, you've expressed concern at the state of primary care and rightly so, considering bulk billing continues to fall due to the grossly inadequate Medicare rebate. Of course, the previous government denied this and cooked the books by counting the number of bulk billed services rather than the number of patients. So, Minister, will you fix this? Will you lift the rebate to bring relief to the millions of Australians who can't afford to see their GP?
Give the call to the Minister for Health.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Clark for his question, because he knows that it's never been harder and never more expensive to see a doctor than it is right now in Australia. And it's no mystery why, Mr Speaker. It's a direct result of 9 long years of cuts and neglect to Medicare, cuts that began when the now Leader of the Opposition was the Minister for Health. We remember, Mr Speaker, that we managed to block his original radical plan to impose a GP tax on every single Australian going to the doctor, but he was determined, Mr Speaker, to by hook or by crook to hack into Medicare funding. And so instead he imposed a freeze on Medicare rebates that lasted for 6 long years, a pay freeze on the nation's GPs while their costs were going up and up. And, Mr Speaker, as the member points out, this has created unprecedented pressure on bulk billing rates. Now, the former government was allergic to telling the truth about bulk billing, but, Mr Speaker, the truth is that fully 1 in 3 Australians now are paying a gap to see their doctor. That number is increasing, and the gap fee has never been higher than it is right now. Amazingly, Mr Speaker, for the first time in Medicare's history, the average gap fee to see a doctor right now is higher than the Medicare rebate itself, for the first time in the history of Medicare. And, Mr Speaker, that is why strengthening Medicare was the centrepiece of Labor's policy in health at the last election. We committed $750 million to strengthening Medicare, a fund with $250 million per annum ongoing. We've brought together doctors, nurses, patient groups and others in a task force that I chair leading up to Christmas to advise the government on the best way to invest those funds. Now, Mr Speaker, there will be different views within that task force, but as we saw last week, when you bring people together in a respectful, constructive dialogue—
I call the member for Clark on a point of order.
A point of order, Speaker, on relevance. The question goes to whether or not the government will increase the Medicare rebate for visiting a GP.
I call the minister, who is being relevant, but asked him to return to that part of the question before
as I just said, Mr Speaker, there will be different views from doctors, nurses and patient groups within that strengthening Medicare task force. But when you bring those groups together and engage in a respectful, constructive dialogue, you create the best outcomes for the Australian people. And I know that we will do that in that area as well. And that task force and that fund also sits on top of our commitment to roll out 50 urgent care clinics, bulk billed, including 3 in the member's state of Tasmania next year, $220 million in grants to Australia's general practices that deserve more than just our thanks for the extraordinary work that they've undertaken over recent years, and $146 million to strengthen general practice in rural and regional Australia. Mr Speaker, this government has no higher priority in health than strengthening general practice.
Give a call to the member for Boothby.
My question is to the Minister for Housing. How will the government's housing agenda support social and affordable housing to help reduce the cost of living?
Give the call to the Minister for Small Business, Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Boothby for the question and also note her very long interest in housing and housing affordability. And indeed, we know from today's decision of the Reserve Bank that it will make it more difficult for more Australians to find a safe and affordable place to call home. We also know that many families around Australia after this decision today will be making very tough decisions about their mortgage repayments, but also around their family budgets, about the cost of other essentials that are also going up. But of course, we inherited rising inflation and rising interest rates and $1 trillion of debt from the other side. And that's why we went to the election with a very substantial plan to deal with housing and housing affordability. Indeed, in the lead-up to the Jobs and Skills Summit, every roundtable that I held, and I know from talking to others on our side of the place, that the cost of housing was raised as a really critical issue to getting staff. It was getting really critical for those employers to get staff that was affordable housing in their regions particularly, Mr Speaker. Indeed, that's why we took a decision to unlock up to $575 million from the National Housing Infrastructure Facility. This facility has been underutilised, and indeed we want to work with the other tiers of government, with social housing providers, but also to try and unlock private capital, such as superannuation investment, into more sociable and affordable housing across the country. Indeed, we also have a broader plan, Mr Speaker, that includes the Housing Australia Future Fund, where we want to build 30,000 more social and affordable houses right across the country. We also have programs that we're going to be introducing to help more Australians get in to purchase a home, a private home, the Help to Buy scheme, the government equity scheme, and of course the Regional First Home Buyer Support Scheme to help more people living in regional Australia to get into their first home. And then we want to introduce the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council, because we know that going forward we're going to need to be able to work together on this and have some answers in terms of affordability and supply. And a National Housing and Homelessness Plan, where we work with the states, with local government, with social housing providers and, importantly, with the construction industry and the building sector to actually have a long-term plan to ensure that we're not in this position again, Mr Speaker. We want a plan to make sure that housing is affordable over the long term. And the Jobs and Skills Summit highlighted this government's collaborative approach. It's by working together that we will be able to address these housing challenges. And indeed, I've already met with my state counterparts. We had the first housing ministers' meeting in almost 5 years in May, and we're having another meeting in just the end of this week to talk about the national plan and to get things happening, because we want to get as many houses on the ground as quickly as possible.
Order. There's far too much noise. The member for O'Connor. There's far too much noise from the member for Barker, the member for O'Connor and the member for Longman. Give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Given Australians are doing it tough amid rising costs, can you guarantee that the government won't announce any new or increased taxes for families before the end of the year?
Great question. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
What the government is doing is taking pressure off families, and that's why just in this fortnight, what we'll be doing is introducing legislation tomorrow to make pharmaceuticals cheaper, to reduce the cost of pharmaceuticals to $30 from $42.50. We'll be doing that tomorrow. Now, I'd invite the member for Menzies to indicate his support for that move. Because
Order. The member for Hume. Prime Minister can take a break, and I will listen to the member for Menzies on a point of order, and I'd ask you to state the point of order.
Vince, I'd invite the Prime Minister to answer the question. It's a simple yes or no question.
Yeah, I can just on the point of it, I can appreciate you would like a yes or no answer, but that is not how question time works. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
I was asked what we were doing about living standards. That was the question. So when you're on the backbench, a bit of advice as well, when you're on the backbench, just like when you're on the front bench, you can say no. You can say no when they hand you the bit of paper.
Order.
And whatever you do, don't ask a question about Leppington Triangle from this bloke. So, we'll introduce legislation. I was asked what we were doing, and I'm telling you what we're doing.
The member for Groom will cease interjecting.
I'm telling you what we're doing. What we're doing is we will reduce the cost of pharmaceuticals. And next week we'll have other legislation to reduce the cost of childcare. For 96% of families will benefit from that. What we're about is assisting people who are doing it tough. Assisting people who are doing it tough. And when it comes to the cost of living, I noticed that the Leader of the Opposition was asked this morning about whether he supported an extension of the petrol excise halving beyond September. And you know what his answer was? He said, "I'll tell you before the next election." That's what he said. Ends in September, but he'll tell you before the next election. The fact is that those opposite had contempt for people who are doing it tough. We are engaged in cost of living relief, and that is what you will see in our budget.
Give the call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. What role did regional Australia play in the lead-up to and during the Jobs and Skills Summit?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member Lyons, a great regional Australian, for the question. I was very proud of the representation we had at the Jobs and Skills Summit from those from regional Australia. Myself, the member for Hunter was there, the Minister for Regional Development and Local Government was there, member for Lyons, and I do thank the Leader of the National Party who was also there, who knows how important it is when you're given an invitation to show up. The National Farmers Federation President, Isaac Regional Council, Cooperative Research Centre for Developing Northern Australia and Cape York Partnerships, alongside many Australians who live and work in regional Australia. The Jobs and Skills Summit was a really important first step of the government's plan to actually address the skills crisis in regional Australia. And what is clear is that there is a wide range of issues behind skills shortages in the regions, whether it's from housing, affordability and availability, livability in our regions, the lack of training facilities and pathways, construction costs and access to materials, lower wages in some of our regions, competition for skilled workers across industries and the challenges that are in our freight and logistics sector across our regions. These issues can have a significant impact on cost of living pressures, not only in regional Australia, but adding to transport costs in the rest of the country, and our government is working to address these. Many of the regions will see large investments from the ongoing pipeline of infrastructure investment, but also from renewable energy sector, and also regional stakeholders want to embrace this opportunity, but they also want a plan for the workforce and for the pressure on local services. In the lead-up to the summit, there are a number of roundtables that my colleagues had, and I want to thank the many participants for that. In terms of the 36 outcomes that came out of the summit, there are important outcomes for regional Australia, and they include strengthening our migration system, actually getting more permanent residents actually moving into our region, contributing their skills into our local economies. Announcements in relation to TAFE, making sure TAFE places are available, fee-free TAFE places are available to students in regional Australia, but strengthening TAFE so that it can actually provide services out into the regions. Making sure housing, particularly in those economies that are reliant on resources and tourism that are desperately short of affordable housing stock, the announcements that the Minister for Housing made about actually making sure we start to get the private sector, in particular the superannuation sector, engaged in building houses in our regions. Improving jobs pathways for women. They were all important issues raised in the summit. Again, as I'd like to say, I want to thank the many regional Australians who participated in roundtables but who turned up to the summit, and particularly the Leader of the National Party, who knows that the battle for us often is having a seat at the table, and he knows when you get an invitation, you actually turn up.
Give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Treasurer. How are Labor's Stage 3 tax cuts actually good for the economy?
I give the call to the Treasurer.
Well, thanks very much to the member for his question and Speaker for the call. The Stage 3 tax cuts, which are legislated by the former parliament to come in 2 years' time.
Member for Barker is warned.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the honourable member knows, the tax cuts that were legislated by a former parliament come in around 2 years' time. The government's position on those tax changes hasn't changed. Our priority is to focus on some of the nearer-term issues in our economy, some of the issues which were central, for example, to the Jobs and Skills Summit.
which was held here in Canberra last week. The most pressing thing that we can do in the economy right now is to responsibly deal with people's cost of living pressures in a way that delivers an economic dividend. It's to deal with some of the labour and skills shortages which are holding our economy back, and it's to invest in the future of our economy, whether it be energy or skills or some of the other important ways that we ensure that we can have a future made in Australia. Now, I know that there is a lot of debate and discussion about those tax cuts. I listen respectfully, obviously, to all points of view that are put to us about the future of those tax cuts, but our focus is on some of the nearer-term pressures. Now, those opposite asked the Prime Minister about taxes in the budget. I say this to those opposite. If we had a tax on stupid questions asked by the member for Hume, we could pay off the deficit in one hit.
Order. Order. I give the call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government providing overdue leadership on climate policy? How will this support our economy with job creation and cost of living relief?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, and I enjoyed coming to his climate change forum before the last election, and I'll enjoy going to many more with him in the future, I'm very sure. Well, Mr Speaker, the world's climate emergency is Australia's jobs opportunity, but only if we get the policy settings correct, only if we get the settings right. And I'm very pleased, Mr Speaker, that earlier today Senator Pocock confirmed publicly that he will be supporting our climate bill through the Senate, which gives it a pretty good chance of passing the other place, Mr Speaker, by my count, which is a good thing, because this will underline the end of 10 years of denial and delay and dysfunction. It will send a message to the world's investors that Australia is open for business when it comes to investment in renewable energy, in transmission and storage, which will create thousands of jobs right across our country. Now, Mr Speaker, the other thing I'm pleased about is that clean energy jobs played such a big role in last week's successful Jobs and Skills Summit. And it's right that this is the case, because clean energy jobs and clean energy investment is one of the keys to our economic future. And this is important, Mr Speaker, because not only do we need to manage the transition underway, but also we need to ensure we have the skills and the ability to make the most of adding value to our natural resources, our lithium, our rare earths, our critical minerals, which will be in so much demand around the world. And under this government, we just don't want to dig it out, as important as it is. We want to add value and make more things in this country. And that means having the skills to do so. It means investing in those skills, and that's why there are such important outcomes from the Jobs and Skills Summit. And the member asked me what else we're getting on with. We're getting on also with great job creation programs in relation, for example, to offshore wind, which is so important. And I was very pleased a few weeks ago to begin the process of declaring Gippsland as an offshore wind zone off the coast of Gippsland, and indicated that the Hunter will be next, and also the Illawarra, also the Indian Ocean off Perth and Bunbury and Portland. These are all jobs in the region. So we know that renewable energy jobs will increase by at least 266%, Mr Speaker, and 75% of those will be in the regions. And in the regions, we will ensure we have that investment in the jobs of the future under this government, because we know there's been a decade wasted and now we don't have a second to waste.
Give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture. Minister, how many veterinarians promised by the Australian government on the 29th of June to help Indonesia control foot and mouth disease are currently deployed in Indonesia?
Give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thanks very much for the question. And can I say to the Minister, this is a partnership with the Indonesian government. It is in our interests that the Indonesian government succeeds when it comes to foot and mouth disease. Now, I know that you will join with me in saying, we are very grateful for the enormous efforts that everybody is playing in keeping foot and mouth disease out of Australia. The travelling public coming back from Bali in particular, making sure that they are keeping this country actually safe. The efforts that we are making in partnership with the Indonesian government include, as I said yesterday, the provision of 1 million vaccines which arrived in country on the 21st of August, the procurement of 3 million additional doses, and we know that over 2 million vaccines have already happened in Indonesia. We're providing 550,000 to support biosecurity for Indonesian feedlots, personnel, including veterinarians, and refrigeration logistics to actually help get out the vaccines in Indonesia. Technical and epidemiological advice, foot mats at Denpasar Airport. Instead of trying to score political points and trying to actually do that— Oh, you just did that to me, did you? I thought there was an objection to men doing that. What was that? What was that?
Order. The minister will just Order. The minister will just park her horses for a moment, and the Leader of the Nationals on a point of order.
Point of order on relevance, Mr Speaker. The question was very tight. It was around the number of veterinarians. The number of veterinarians that are deployed in Indonesia at the moment. That was a very tight question. She's not being specific to the question.
The Minister for Climate Change is not helping. I call the minister on the point of order. The question was specific about veterinarians. She's halfway through her answer. I'd ask her to return to that part of the question.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And as I said, it is a partnership with the Indonesian government to make sure that we actually keep foot and mouth disease out of this country, something that I think the Shadow Minister would actually be interested in. Rather than actually criticising the Indonesian government, trying to score political points, about how many numbers are where and what do you want to do. How about you work in partnership with us instead of doing what you did do when you held the agricultural portfolio, which was actually to be briefed about the threats of foot and mouth disease and then put a tweet out about it and do absolutely nothing.
I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Mr Speaker, my question goes to the Prime Minister. A multi-generational family-owned IGA in the town of Mapleton in Queensland is facing 400% increases in their power bills, which threatens their business and indeed will have a devastating impact on the local community. When will they receive the $275 cut in their power bill, on which Labor had made promises on over 90 occasions?
I give the call. Order. Members on my right. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Question. I'm asked about the cost of energy, and I'm asked about the cost of energy including in Queensland. And what we know is that in March a decision was made that there would be an increase in wholesale energy prices. And what occurred was that there was no transparency there. It came into effect on the 1st of July. But it's not surprising. It's not surprising, because one of the problems that Australia has got is that we have a national energy grid that was built for the last century, not for this century. Last century, not this century. And what we know, and we stand by the modelling that was done by Reputex, is that, and let me explain it, if you have a cheaper form of energy, which renewables are, than fossil fuel energy at the moment, then you will get lower power prices. That's the way the system works. Now, business understand that, which is why the Business Council of Australia and the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Australian Industry Group and the Clean Energy Council and other business groups
to pause. The member for Fairfax is seeking the call. Call the member for Fairfax.
Mr Speaker, on relevance, the family-owned IGA, the family are the Andersons. They're struggling. My question to the Prime Minister—
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. Resume your seat. For the benefit of all members, points of relevance are not a reason to bring new material into the question. You must state the point of order of relevance and resume your seat. I'm giving a general warning to all members that standing order will not be abused. It's becoming too loose at the moment, and I'm asking all members to respect that standing order. And I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's some loose units over there. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Prime Minister will return to the question.
Mr. Speaker, when you have a cheaper form of energy, energy prices will go down. It's not hard to understand. But not only did they have 22 energy policies and not land a single one when they were in office, they now have come up with a new one. It's not renewables, it's nuclear power. So the Shadow Minister is looking at the nuclear option. No one likes a reactor like a reactionary, Mr. Speaker. No one likes a reactor like a reactionary. And then they came in here, remember, during the last term when they were in government, they came in here and carried around a lump of coal. Remember that? They handed it around, the member for New England and the member for Cook. And I'll give them this bit of advice now they're going down the nukes option. I'll give them that bit of advice. Don't bring in a bit of uranium and pass it around, because that won't work well. So if I do nothing else for you today, for the sake of this chamber, don't do it.
Order. There is far too much noise. There's far too much noise in the chamber. When we have silence, we will continue. Give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. A key theme coming out of the Jobs and Skills Summit was the need to increase employment opportunities and outcomes for people with disability. What steps is the government taking to achieve this?
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Pearce for her question and for her ongoing support for those living with a disability in her electorate and beyond. Of course, the Albanese Labor government is committed to supporting the fullest participation of all people with a disability in society, and increasing employment for people with a disability is a key priority. The unemployment rate for people with disability increased steadily over the last decade, widening the unemployment gap between people with disability and people without disability. It is now more than double. Every person in Australia is entitled to the dignity of work and the economic, social and psychological benefits that work brings. That's why I was incredibly pleased at the Jobs and Skills Summit last Friday. There was a shared commitment to boosting participation and breaking down structural, institutional and attitudinal bias and barriers that many Australians living with a disability face every day. And really, it was disappointing, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition is interrupting here. Order. But what was really disappointing that the leader of the Liberal Opposition, Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, missed out on was the lived experience panel of people with a lived experience of barriers to the workplace, and those individuals were able to talk about. I really find the opposition, the Leader of the Opposition, disrespecting the lived experience that those people with a disability face. They had the guts to stand up and talk about their own experience of barriers to the workplace. And I tell you, if we are going to truly unlock the full potential for our country and address our labour shortages, we need to support the right conditions to encourage inclusive workplaces, to encourage employers to open up their workplace for those workers who have been overlooked before. And that's why I'm so pleased that at our Jobs and Skills Summit we were able to make tangible progress on ensuring people living with disability were able to get access to the workplace. And I don't understand why those opposite are continuing to ridicule progress made on increasing employment opportunities for people living with a disability. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Through the MOU, the government—
Order.
Through an MOU,
will resume her seat. Order. The minister will resume her seat for a moment. The minister doesn't have the call. The member for Petrie, in light of the standing order I just referred to in my earlier ruling, I'll call the member for Petrie.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. It's just on reflection on members. The minister just reflected on us in a disorderly way in relation to people with a disability. We made no such comment at all.
There's no point of order. I call the minister.
Thank you. We will enter into an MOU with the Business Council of Australia to design a disability employment initiative. We will have 1,000 APS digital traineeships to ensure those living with disadvantage get access to this opportunity. We will enter into a partnership with the Australia's technology sector.
I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to a recent statement from CFMEU boss Christy Kane.
The manager will
"We did it. It's now the Australian Labor Party."
Will resume his seat. I've been crystal clear about the use of props before. This is a final warning to all members. If props are used during question time, you'll be sat down immediately. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business to read the question without props.
My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to a recent statement from CFMEU boss Christy Kane. Quotes, "We did it. It's now the Australian Labor Party's turn to deliver." Quotes, "We have to actively keep our collective foot on the throats of every politician." Close quotes. Prime Minister, are these threats against politicians appropriate, and is this what the CFMEU gets for its donations?
Order. The Minister for Early Education will cease interjecting, and I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Question goes to a particular union, the CFMEU, and I'm pleased to get a question about that because when I was confronted with the issue of John Setka, what I did was expel him from the Australian Labor Party. What I did when there are issues—
Order. The member for Lawler, the members on my left have asked a question. The manager was heard in silence. I'm requesting the House that the Prime Minister be heard in silence.
Mr Speaker, when I've seen inappropriate behaviour within the party that I'm now proud to lead, I take action. I expelled John Setka from the Labor Party.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition has been constantly interjecting during question time. I ask her to cease her interjections. I call the Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, on relevance, the Prime Minister talks about virtue, and he's done this with John Setka. They've taken millions of dollars to the Labor Party from the seat.
Resume your seat. Order. The House will come to order. I call the Manager on a point of order. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, you earlier made a ruling about people raising points of order. I'm referring to the earlier ruling about people using points of order to raise new issues that were not in the question and to add to the question, which is exactly what the Leader of the Opposition is now doing.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. And I've requested you to resume your seat, and I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Where I've seen inappropriate behaviour, I've acted. Now, the Leader of the Opposition has said that because there was a CFMEU member at the Jobs and Skills Summit is why he didn't attend. That's the reason given by those opposite. Perhaps that also explains why he wasn't at the Minerals Council dinner last night, because there was also a CFMEU member there. But the thing that really we have in common is that when you have an opportunity to contribute, when you have an opportunity to engage, this Leader of the Opposition doesn't turn up. He doesn't turn up because he has nothing positive to offer, unlike the Leader of the Nationals and unlike the range of businesses who turned up there last night. BHP, Rio Tinto, Santos, Glencore, Dyno Global. David Littleproud was there again. The Leader of the National Party was there last night.
He was at my table.
Last night.
He was at my table.
And he was there enjoying the company of the Treasurer. Enjoying the company of the Treasurer.
Order.
But I did read a comment from someone, and they said this: "It is clear to me that an insular minority within the party currently holds sway with a narrow worldview, out of step with our more secular, inclusive and diverse community and the issues that are most important." Who said that? Nigel Satterley. Nigel Satterley from Western Australia. And what's the Liberal Party doing? Expelling him from the Liberal Party. Expelling him. Treasonous words. Treasonous words in the modern Liberal Party. They went back to 2 seats in WA. They lost 4 seats in the House of Reps in WA.
To return to the
and
question.
Here they are ranting and raving about a union. Their obsession knows no ends. The fact is that where we see inappropriate behaviour, we call it out. We call it out. Where Nigel Satterley, who's been a lifelong member of the Liberal Party, speaks up in favour of democracy, they
Prime
expel
Minister's
him.
time has expired. Order. The member for McNamara. The Leader of the Opposition will withdraw that statement. Thank you. I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs. How is the Albanese government repairing our visa processing system to build a bigger, better trained and more productive workforce in Australia?
Give the call to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
His keen interest in these issues and indeed his participation in the Jobs and Skills Summit last week. A very effective contribution, I might say. Now, Speaker, since the borders reopened, many have discovered that visa processing is an essential, indeed a fundamental function of our national government. Now, this is something that on this side of the House we have long understood, which is why in opposition we stood against and defeated the former government's attempt to privatise our visa processing system, a privatisation that would have cost 2,000 jobs.
Order.
And when we arrived in government, there were 1 million visas waiting to be processed. This isn't good enough and demonstrated a system in crisis. This government, the Albanese government, recognises this and is getting on with the job of ending this crisis. And we have been taking a series of steps to fix it, to build a bigger, better trained and more productive workforce, recognising the vital role that skilled migration plays in this, in conjunction with the work done by the Minister for Skills and Training, recognising that this isn't a lazy policy option, as it has too often been over the last decade. We also recognise the facts. We recognise the reality with which we are confronted. That isn't true for everyone in this place. Yesterday, the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs said to SBS that the previous government didn't make cuts to the system, and she said that the reduction in funding in Home Affairs was related to operations in regional processing. However, if the Shadow Minister had read the portfolio budget statement for her own department, she would know that funding in this program year for visa processing was cut by over $36 million. $36 million. But perhaps, I ask myself, perhaps she can't be solely blamed for this. Perhaps it was the other Minister for Home Affairs at the time, the member for— He's not even here! He's not even here, Mr Speaker! Perhaps he's checking the budget papers. Perhaps he's checking the budget papers. After 9 years of neglect, we are getting on with repairing the damage. We will be engaging 500 more workers, 500 hard-working public servants in the Home Affairs Department to get visas moving. This is on top of 215 additional staff who are working on visa processing. We are getting visas moving to get the economy moving, because we understand that immigration is about nation building. It's not a function that can be neglected or a tap that can be turned on and off. Fixing this mess is one of the most urgent tasks of this government, and we are getting on with the job, as we have been since day one, and getting the visas moving.
Order. Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Just go to government. Just ask members to leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I've received a letter from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's utter failure to address rising cost of living pressures facing Australians. I call upon all those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their place. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This Prime Minister is so consumed by and obsessed with the politics of yesterday that he has no interest in dealing with the issues, the real issues that face Australians today. This new government has failed dismally to address the rising cost of living pressures facing Australians. Today, homeowners have been hit with yet another interest rate rise, adding further pressure to already tightening household budgets. And Australians will rightly be asking, if their Prime Minister couldn't even name the interest rate 5 months ago, how on earth could he be trusted to keep rates down? Now, we know the Prime Minister struggles with numbers. We got that through question time. But he's been caught not knowing the cash rate. He's been caught not knowing the unemployment rate. He's been caught not knowing Australia's borders were open, and he's been caught not knowing his own NDIS policy. We have a Prime Minister who struggles with the facts. So let me remind him of some facts. A homeowner with an average mortgage of $750,000 is now paying around $900 more on their monthly repayments than they were in May. Might not mean much to the Prime Minister. Yesterday he was joking around about living in public housing at the Lodge, but it means a great deal to millions of Australians paying their mortgage. And this arrogant Prime Minister, who thinks shooing away these problems will make them disappear, has done absolutely nothing to fix them. $900 a month more for your mortgage under this Prime Minister. What's he doing about it? Nothing. The Prime Minister refuses to talk about it because he has no plan to fix it. At Christmas this year, when Australians are wanting to spend money on gifts for loved ones, get together with their family, go on holidays, the pain of this rate rise will really start to sink in. And when the Prime Minister sits in his public housing at the Lodge, let him reflect on every single family who is hurting as a result of his government making a bad situation worse. Australians going to the supermarket are finding they have to pay more and more for less and less. The Prime Minister told Australians more than 90 times before the election that Labor would cut power prices for families and small businesses by $275. In 100 days of this Labor government, the Prime Minister has not repeated that commitment once. Families are going broke, businesses are going to the wall, and Australians are hurting. And what do they get from this Prime Minister? Excuses, excuses, excuses. In April, when the Prime Minister couldn't name the unemployment rate and couldn't name the cash rate, he said, "Earlier today I made a mistake. I'm human. But when I make a mistake, I'll fess up to it and I'll set about correcting it. I won't blame someone else. I'll accept responsibility. That's what leaders do." The Prime Minister has been caught giving families false hope about a $275 cut to their power bills. Has he fessed up to that mistake? Has he apologised to Australians for doing it tough? No.
he hasn't.
All we get is historical revisionism from this Prime Minister. Another broken promise and no responsibility. He still thinks he's leader of the opposition. He's stuck in the past with no plan for the future, obsessed by and consumed with yesterday. No interest, no plan and no ability to deal with today. Most governments, Deputy Speaker, like to hit the ground running, but this Prime Minister has hit the ground reviewing. When Australians need concrete action from their government, which they needed yesterday, before the election the Prime Minister said, I'll say this very clearly, Australians will be better off under a Labor government. It's just another broken promise. Inflation under the Albanese government is running at 6.1%, the highest rate of inflation in almost 32 years, the highest rate of inflation since Labor's recession we had to have. Now, the Prime Minister this morning attended the launch of a report which found that 40% of Australians felt more distressed over their finances compared to last year. Suicide Prevention Australia Chief Neves Murray said the rise in financial stress coincided with surging demand for suicide prevention services. She said the issue of cost of living and personal debt is ranked the biggest risk to suicide rates over the next 12 months. And she continued that this is higher than previous years, and it's the first time an economic issue has overtaken social issues like drugs, loneliness and family breakdown. So we need more than empty words from the Prime Minister. What is the government actually doing to help with this crisis today? Every day of delay from this government is putting more and more Australians at risk. Now, over the last few weeks, I've been out and about around this country with colleagues, listening to small businesses, workers, local communities, about how they're doing and what they need. With the member for Casey, we met with a window manufacturer who was grappling with rising power prices and needed more support for apprenticeships. With the member for Flinders, we met with 15 fabulous female small business owners who all cited the workforce shortages as their #1 issue. With a member for Menzies, we met with a group of disability carers who are crying out for basic support systems just to be bolstered. In the Macedon Ranges in regional Victoria, woefully represented by the member for McEwen, telco coverage is so poor they can't even get phone reception. In some areas, they can't use the FPOS machine at the farmers' markets where they sell their wonderful local produce. Where is the advocacy? Where is the support? It is outrageous. In Queensland, with a member for Bowman, we visited a business park and a local nursery. Again, you could not miss the crunch of living cost crisis facing them. Last week, I was in southern Sydney with a member for Hughes, where we met a local manufacturing business struggling with the cost of inputs rising, as well as meeting a small business absolutely crippled by the skills shortage. I also visited Lismore with the amazing member for Page, where the floodwaters have receded, but so too has any interest from the Prime Minister. He still hasn't gone there since being elected in May. They need ongoing support, and this federal government is failing them. In regional Tasmania, the member for Bass and I met with the Georgetown Chamber of Commerce, where we heard firsthand how the regions are facing unique issues that just won't be solved by a cookie-cutter, Canberra-centric approach. That won't do it. And in my own electorate, in Griffith, in the amazing Riverina, we recently had the Bush Summit, where the Prime Minister came in for a fly-in, fly-out photo op. 1 hour, 15 minutes on the ground. And then he left. Shame he didn't stay. He would have heard harrowing stories of rising power prices smashing our local food producers. And what do we hear from the Albanese government in response to these challenges? Nothing. What is the response that they have mustered up? Well, this week there was a lot of backslapping and self-congratulation on a mandated, indexed rise to the pension. They lauded it as the biggest rise in decades. Out they went, talking it up. What they didn't say was that the reason why it was so big was because it's linked to skyrocketing inflation. It was an automatic increase. It would have occurred if Kermit the Frog was Prime Minister. Maybe he is. Last week they held a union summit run by the unions for the unions, which failed to deliver a single thing to address the cost of living pressures on families and businesses. Instead of addressing the cost of living, they want to reintroduce industry-wide bargaining industry-wide disputes and strikes, which will ultimately lead to higher unemployment, lower profitability and a negative impact overall on the Australian economy. So while the government and the minister at the table are busy backslapping each other for their union talkfest, businesses across the country are no closer than getting the policies they're crying out for. The Prime Minister made a personal decision to invite CFMEU boss Kristy Kane to the summit, a summit which discussed the role of women in the workplace. This Mr Kane has previously promoted criminal activity in the CFMEU, telling his members laws need to be broken, you're going to get locked up. He's been charged with assault for belting someone. He's been found in contempt by the Victorian Supreme Court. And he even described John Setka as one of the most fair dinkum people in this country. Whilst Australians struggle with the cost of living crisis, this Prime Minister is focused on giving this misogynist thug a platform, and Australians deserve better. Now, that's a captain's call. It sits on the Prime Minister's head, and it's a captain's call that he needs to explain. This Kristy Kane, he previously launched a strident public defence of John Setka, after John Setka launched a vulgar attack on domestic violence advocacy hero Rosie Batty. If the actions of John Setka were bad enough to kick him out of the Labor Party, why on earth were the people who defended him invited to contribute to discussions about the safety of women in the workplace last week? This is the thug who said if you're not at the table, you're part of the menu. I'm not part of any menu. The women in this place are not part of any menu. That was a misogynistic slur. And it's a slur that not one single member of the opposition has had the courage to condemn. 100 days of Labor and no action to fix these real cost of living pressures.
Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, over the last month we've seen the character of the new opposition on display. They are out of touch and they are stewing in irrelevance, not because they have to be, but because they choose to be. They were invited to participate in an important national conversation on jobs and skills, but they didn't turn up. They don't turn up because they've got nothing to say. They are a government that gave up governing, and they are an opposition that's got nothing to say about policy. They want to have a conversation about cost of living. Let's have a conversation about cost of living, because there are two sides to cost of living. This mob over here said that there was absolutely nothing that they could do to control minimum wages. From opposition, we committed to putting our shoulder to the wheel to get minimum wages moving again. And within the first week, we wrote to the Fair Work Commission and said that the Labor government expects to see minimum wages moving again, and that is exactly what happened. A significant shift in minimum wages, keeping them pace with cost of living increases, helping them deal with cost of living pressures on family budgets. In stark contrast from the 9 years of this hopeless mob over here who had wage suppression as a deliberate design feature of their policy. So contrast the two. 1 week, wages moving. 9 years, wages go backwards. This is how hopeless this mob over here is. The coalition ignored casual workers. Casual workers' rates going up and up and up. And didn't we see the result of that during the pandemic? Thrown out of work and nothing to fall back on. Who could forget the words of the then Industrial Relations Minister, remember his name, Christian Porter, who said that's okay, they can fall back on their savings. I mean, how out of touch can you be? Minimum wage, casual workers, nothing to fall back on. It took this side of the House, it took the Labor Party to push this government to do the absolute basics, and when push came to shove, we did it again by extending pandemic leave for these vulnerable workers, as well as that ensuring we are doing something about insecure work in this country. We've introduced legislation which will drive— so the coalition want the Coalition want to talk about power prices. We'll be very happy to talk about power prices, because after 22 energy policies that they couldn't land one, perhaps we're on the way to 23, could not land a single policy. Is there any wonder that electricity prices were going up on their watch? And to add insult to injury, you saw the member for Hughes over there hiding a whopping 18% energy increase because they didn't want the voters of Australia to understand what the woeful results of their hopeless policies and 9 years of decadence were leading to. So they want to know what's going on with energy prices. I'll tell you what's going on with energy policy. I'll tell you what's going on with energy policy. In our first week, we gave certainty to investors who, when we talk to investors and say, what's going on with energy generation, how come you're not investing in it, the first thing they say to us is, we don't know what the policy is. We don't know what the policy is because for 9 years we've had nothing from this mob over here. How are you going to make a 30-year investment when their policies don't last 30 minutes? So we are working on an energy policy which gives industry the certainty to invest, and we will ensure that we get cheaper energy and more secure energy, and we'll have a cleaner energy supply, something that this mob over here failed at 22 times over 9 long years. The Coalition are so out of touch, they don't understand what it's like to be a young family dealing with the rising costs of childcare. They want up and up and up on their watch. What are we doing? We are introducing a policy to ensure that the majority of Australian families get a significant cut in their childcare. Over 90% of Australian families with children in childcare having over 90% of their costs covered. That's what a cost of living policy does for you, while this mob over here won't turn up and they haven't got a clue. We'll introduce legislation for cheaper childcare for 1.25 million Australian children. The Coalition talk about the rising costs of health care. What they won't tell you is that they froze Medicare rebates for 9 years. Well, if you are wondering why you can't find a doctor in your regional town that'll bulk bill you, it's because this mob over here froze Medicare rebates for over 9 years. Doctors can't afford to operate and to provide a bulk billing service in regional Australia, and the answer is right over there. We'll reverse the changes and the policies of this mob, 6 years of neglect and indolence. Our budget will cut the cost of medicines and ensure that Australians can afford to see a doctor once again. Now, the Skills Summit, the Skills and Jobs Summit that this mob over here boycotted because they found somebody in the invitation list that they didn't like the sound of, actually came up with some solutions. If you want to know why you can't get an electrician or a carpenter or a plumber to your house for love nor money, the answer is over there. They cut the guts out of the TAFE system. They cut the guts out of vocational education and training. Apprenticeship completion rates going through the floor. And if there is any wonder why the price of tradies is going through the roof, it sits over there. Well, we took the horse by the reins, and we will ensure that we reverse 9 long years of neglect by reinvesting in TAFE. An agreement reached with the states and territories and business last week at the forum that you neglected to turn up to, you boycotted, reached a landmark decision, 180,000 fee-free TAFE students to ensure that we can get apprenticeships and traineeships going again. We are fast-tracking fee-free TAFE places and ensuring that businesses can hire again. The Coalition's mismanagement of the economy has made it harder and harder for the government to deal with the challenges, but we do not shrink from them. But we will be honest with the Australian people. $1 trillion worth of Liberal Party debt has to be paid off. That is your legacy. rising cost of living, $1 trillion worth of debt. You talked, never has there been a party which talks so much about economic management but did so little of it.
Seeking a point of order, member for Monash. It better be a good one.
It's a reference to you, Speaker, when he says you.
Okay.
And that has, I've let it go once, I let it go twice, let it go 3 times.
I know the feeling of letting things go and people making repeated mistakes, so I will remind the minister to direct his comments through me, the chair, not reflect on me. Thank you.
I thank the member opposite for his guide and yourself, Deputy Speaker, for their guidance. It would be a gross misjustice if I were to blame you or anyone on this side of the House for the mismanagement and indolence and economic mismanagement of this mob over 9 long years. Never has there been a party which has talked so much about economic management but done so little of it. Never has there been a party which talked so much about the importance of business but understood so little about the needs of business. So whether it is addressing the cost of childcare, whether it is fixing the skills gap, whether it is ensuring that we have one energy policy for the term of this government, not 22 that don't make it through the caucus room, whether it is ensuring that we are dealing with TAFE, whether it is ensuring that we are putting in place the policies which have wages, real wages, rising again. We are focused on cost of living issues, and this mob over here, never have you seen a more miserable, out-of-touch opposition which is stewing in irrelevance, not because they have to be, but because they choose to be.
Thank you. Member for Herbert.
Deputy Speaker, the minister spent his whole time talking about us in opposition, not about what the government's doing. You spent the whole time criticising a former government rather than talking about what you're going.
Excuse me, just be quiet. I'm taking a point of order from the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We had the member from Monash raise an incredibly important point of order about referencing you, referring to yourself in the chair. Unfortunately, the member speaking may not have heard that point of order, so I raise it again, just so that we can appropriately refer to either the government or your good self. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm assuming all members now present in the House have got this standing order firmly tattooed into your memory. So let's give it a go at not using the word you unless you aren't directly speaking to me.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the cost of living has spiralled out of control throughout the country. And what has this Labor government been doing? Labor has stated that they've made medications cheaper. Well, that's not hard. You've just continued the former government's policy. Copy, paste, green tick, continue to go. Meanwhile, we've got the new government claiming that the regular indexation of pensions as delivering a win. It's great that pensioners are getting more money, but guess what? It happens automatically every 2 years. It really is going up with the wild levels of inflation that we're having. So what Labor is saying is you have to wait years before Australians get any cost of living relief. Australians cannot wait a year. They need action now. $275 off your electricity bills. That's what was promised. That's what was promised by this Labor government. This is gone, walked away from, abandoned, lied to the people of Australia. More secure, well-paid jobs is what we've been hearing. Well, you have inherited unemployment at its lowest rate in 50 years. The Prime Minister needs to come clean to the Australian people and stop kicking the can down the road with his summits, his photo ops, getting shacked down and shutting down debate with his smoke and mirror politics of doing better, but sitting on his hands while everyday Australians suffer. Australians are sick of the Labor government and the Treasurer standing in front of the camera and offering update on how bad things are. guess what Australians know? They know when their pay hits their account and it's gone before they can go to the petrol station to fill up their car or the shops to buy groceries. They know every time the postie drops off their electricity, insurance or rate bills. What is Labor's plan? What is the solution going forward? Australians want outcomes and solutions, not more of the Treasurer's excuses. Australians are looking for relief now, not next month, not next year, not in 2 years. A lot of families can't wait that long. Instead of hitting the ground running, Labor's offered Australians 100 days of excuses. The cost of living pressures are hitting hard around Australia, and the electorate of Herbert isn't immune. The people of Townsville are doing it tough. High power prices, high fuel bills and high grocery bills. In July, a study found a basket of groceries in Townsville had increased by 4.2% in just a 6-week period, which is why food charities are having to work so much harder to keep the demand up. Just before coming down to this fortnight sitting, I dropped into ADRA's food pantry, which provide low-cost groceries for those who need it the most. They do an amazing job, but they have queues lined out down the road from 6 a.m. in the morning. There's lines out the door. There's people picking up canned food, grabbing bread, young mums grabbing nappies. The supermarkets are too expensive. There are the challenges that people are facing in Townsville. There is an average of 12 to 15 new registrations of families signing up to shop at the pantry. They've delivered more than 5,000 boxes of food to people who can't afford to shop anywhere else. The constant increase in numbers demonstrates that we need to do more to ease the cost of living. We need a solution to ensure that the lines don't get even busier and longer at places like ADRA's food pantry. We need the government to act. The people of Townsville and our nation need action now.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Robertson.
Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is committed to building a better future for Australians and for people of Robertson in my home on the Central Coast. The Australian public voted at the recent federal election for a government that would take the issue of cost of living seriously. Because for too long, under the former Liberal government, Australians continued to see cost of living increases and a government that was ever absent. I'm proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government that has a suite of policies that will address cost of living and is now working to legislate those policies to help ease cost of living pressures for Aussie families. For example, in my electorate of Robertson, the cost of childcare is extremely high for many couples. It is extremely high for many families. This was constantly brought up as we door-knocked, as we phone-banked, as we hosted street stalls around Robertson. The Albanese government will ensure childcare is more affordable by lifting the maximum childcare subsidy rate, and we will extend the increased subsidy to outside school hours care, including many other changes that will ease the cost of childcare and therefore ease the cost of living. These measures are targeted and will mean 96% of families will be better off, which equates to 1.26 million families across Australia. I know that the people of Robertson will benefit from our policy and make childcare cheaper, and I look forward to this 47th Parliament passing this legislation and helping millions of families struggling with childcare to get much-needed assistance. During my election campaign, Labor made a commitment that should an Albanese Labor government be elected, Narara, a suburb in Robertson, would receive one of 500 community batteries that will be rolled out across Australia. Community batteries will revolutionise energy storage at grassroots level and mean that thousands of Australians will have the ability to feed solar-generated electricity from their rooftops into a community battery that can be utilised at night time. This policy will ensure that Australia meets its emissions reduction targets, but importantly reduce electricity costs for thousands of Australians and the people in my electorate of Robertson. The Albanese Labor government also wants to ensure that more Australians can harness the benefits of solar power, because we know that clean energy is cheap energy. We know that the sun does not send a bill and the wind does not send an invoice, and that is why the government will roll out 85 solar banks around Australia to ensure more can take advantage of clean, more can take advantage of renewable energy, while at the same time reducing their energy costs and ease the cost of living. Which brings me to our next cost of living measure, a measure that is close to my heart as an emergency doctor who has seen firsthand the devastating impact that medication costs can have on patients and residents on the Central Coast and indeed right across Australia. People having to ration medications for their high blood pressure, for their hypercholesterolemia, meaning that these chronic conditions that otherwise would be medicated for become cerebrovascular accidents or strokes, become acute myocardial infarctions or heart attacks. And I'm proud to say that an Albanese Labor government, the members on this side of the House, will legislate that more medications will be more affordable for more Australians. The government will cut the cost of medications by reducing the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme co-payment from the current maximum of $42.50 per script to a maximum of $30 per script. Labor will always ensure Australians can access medications they need when they need them. Labor has built Medicare, and we will always protect and strive to strengthen our world-class healthcare system. The fact is that the Liberal and National economic mismanagement has left us with $1 trillion of debt and not a single cent of vision to show for it. Our economic plan is deliberate and a measured response to the economic circumstances that we inherited. It is our task to do what we can to help Australians deal with these pressures in the short term and build a more resilient economy. We will guide and steer our economy during this difficult period and build a future the Australian people and the people of Robertson deserve.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll endeavour to do my best to refrain from using the word you inappropriately. What an important MPI for us to be talking on. Albanese government's utter failure to address rising costs of living pressures facing Australians. We had the minister talking about what happened in the first week of this government, talking it up. The minister missed, of course, one important thing that did happen in that first week, which was the government's complete backflip, complete walking away from their commitment to reduce your energy costs by $275. Now, this was a key component of the campaign. It was a key component of the campaign. It sat right beside their 43% emissions reduction policy. This was what provided balance. This is what provided balance to that argument, and it was what was presented, a bit of a red herring to try and show that there was some balance, there was some reasonable behaviour going to be exhibited. But what we saw in that first week, immediately, bang, walking away from that commitment to reduce your energy bills by $275. Now, and since then, we saw today the Prime Minister 3 to 4 questions on this issue, refusing to answer it. And it has been all the way through. Every time we've raised this, do you maintain your commitment to reduce energy bills by $275? The government has said nothing on it, refused to answer this, has walked away from it completely. This is what happened in the first week of this government. This is what happened. We saw exactly the intent of the government. That they're not going to focus on cost of living pressures. They've got far different things to focus on. I think I also heard, and I'll raise it, the previous speaker talked about $1 trillion of debt that they inherited. There's some victims of this. Let's be very, very clear. Every dollar of which you agreed to, and you suggested that we spend more. Okay? Every dollar of which you agreed to. You are now in government. You are no longer in opposition. You are in government. You are responsible. And these cost of living pressures, what has caused them is not some historical incident in the past. These are things happening now, and you are the government. This is on your watch. What you do now matters. Giving us the same speeches from opposition that you gave before, pointing out to us on this,
Excuse me.
it's your responsibility.
Member for Lawler on a point of order.
Deputy Speaker, the point of order is the one we've been talking about all afternoon. The member for Groom is referencing the Deputy Speaker again and again in his speech.
It did creep in towards the end, so you might just pay a little closer attention. This is an important standing order for this afternoon, it would appear.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I tried so hard, and I will double my endeavours.
You gave it a good shot.
I
You
will
need to
double
do
my
better.
endeavours. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this failure is born of a view that the government is some sort of victim of these historical incidents. But these things are happening right now. We saw today.
A moment. Sorry. I give the call to the member for Lalor on a point of order, I presume.
Deputy Speaker, I just want to remind the member for Groom of your preference to be called Deputy Speaker and to leave the madam out of it.
It's not a strict point of order there, member for Lalor. It is perfectly true that my preference is to be called Deputy Speaker. Give it a try.
My sincere apologies. Was not meant in any way other than to be as
Thank you.
appropriate as possible. Forgive me. But I'm glad to be taken off point because this is really the government's whole role, their whole game, to point back across and not take any responsibility for what's happening now. We saw today's interest rate rise. If we're talking about cost of living pressures, the first interest rate rise back in May, that's only just being passed on to people now. So we've got 4 more of these coming. They're about to hit. They're about to hit one after other like a train. And across Australia, this cost of living pressure will continue to rise. And this is happening entirely on Labor's watch. And I'm sure that we'll be asked to wait until the budget to see anything that happens here. We'll be asked to wait until the budget, and we'll have to have patience, because there is absolutely no intent from Labor to act at all on cost of living pressures until then. We know every Labor treasurer wants to be seen as an economic conservative, and we're trying to present that in this budget. But Australia will be waiting with the patience of a chopping block on this one, because we know what's coming. This is going to be a tax and spend budget. We can see it. Labor have made their intent very, very clear.
Good speech.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Deputy Speaker, and look, if we take the issue of cost of living pressures seriously, and this side of the House does, we really need to understand how we got to this situation if we want to solve the problem. And whilst those opposite might want us to forget that they adopted a deliberate strategy of wage suppression as part of their approach to government, keeping workers' pay low for 9 long years, I can tell you who has not forgotten that strategy. It is the millions of workers who suffered as a result of that cruel approach. So during the election campaign, we were mocked on this side of the House for suggesting that those lowest pay workers in our community should not go backwards and should in fact have wages that keep pace with the growing cost of living, which would amount to about $1 extra paid to them per hour. So instead of supporting that real easing of cost of living pressures, we had those opposite treat it as somehow scandalous that we could ever suggest that the lowest paid workers in this country should not be the most worse off workers in this country. But we shouldn't really be that surprised, because throughout the last term of government we saw how those opposite ignored the plight of workers. And it's hard to know where to begin on this, and it's hard to know whether their economic strategy and their approach to workers was really born out of incompetence or contempt. But we saw how casual workers, during the very worst part of the pandemic, were left behind. Those opposite told them they needed to pay their own way through, and we've heard previous speakers discuss how absurd that suggestion was. But it wasn't just casual workers that were left behind, and I think about the people that make up my community of Chisholm in Melbourne. We have many international students, we have many academics, we have many workers on visas, all who were cruelly excluded from the JobKeeper subsidies. And we are now having to grapple with a crisis of how we rebuild the university sector, how we make sure we have enough workers to support the small and medium businesses that are a part of the local economy as a result of the decisions those opposite made. And again, while they might want to forget what they did to our communities, the people in Chisholm, and I'm sure indeed the people across the nation, will not forget. What they will remember, though, is the things that the Albanese Labor government are now doing to set things right, and that we actually take this issue seriously. We're not treating it as a game, as those opposite may like to treat it, because we're talking about real people's lives here, real people's livelihoods. And I think of just a few instances of where lately I've had people in my community come up to me with real excitement about what the future might hold under an Albanese Labor government, including cheaper childcare. And cheaper childcare is good not just because it decreases the pressure on families to meet their cost of living demands, but it also means that we are able to have more workforce participation as we see more women, who are mainly the primary caregivers, enter the economy. But I suppose just having a quick glance at the benches opposite, maybe those opposite don't really care much for women's participation in the workforce, given that there are none from the other side in the chamber at this moment. So unlike those opposite, we know that women's workforce participation, that cheaper childcare, that better wages for workers in the aged care and other care sectors is vital to addressing those real cost of living pressures we face in our communities. And we do not treat this as a triviality. We do not treat this as a game. We treat this as a very serious issue that requires structural reform that was neglected for almost a decade, which is a real shame. When we talk about cost of living pressures, these pressures are not new for so many families. I remember in the campaign speaking to people who could not afford to go and see a specialist because the price had climbed up for out-of-pocket expenses by almost 60%. In my community of Chisholm, the out-of-pocket expense to see a GP in the last 9 years has gone up by 38%. We have inherited a situation where people were desperate and were making the choice between paying their bills or going to see a doctor. That is no way to run a country, not a country like Australia. So I'm delighted that we're actually addressing these issues in a structural way.
Thank you. Time. I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to voice the concerns of my constituents. The people of Dawson are extremely nervous and fearful of the rising costs of living. Today, the Reserve Bank has again lifted interest rates, making this the 5th increase in 5 months. Australians with a $500,000 mortgage are paying on average an extra $600 per month, compared to interest rates in April of this year. This is an increase of $150 that families need to find each and every week. Deputy Speaker, back in March of 2022, the coalition government provided relief for Australian families by bringing in the 22-cent fuel excise reduction. I am calling on the Albanese Labor government to continue this fuel excise reduction. In my electorate of Dawson, we have limited public transport options, and long-distance travel is part of everyday life. Fuel is a huge weekly expense for regional Australians. Groceries have also increased significantly, with noticeable increase at the checkout. Families are being forced to make a choice of either putting fuel in their car or food on the table. I don't think that that's fair. And, Deputy Speaker, what about the insurance premiums in my part of the world? They are outrageous, leaving thousands of residents with no choice but to live uninsured or at risk. North Queenslanders are still waiting for the Labor Albanese government to implement the $10 billion reinsurance pool. While North Queenslanders dread the looming cyclone season, the insurance companies continue to profit from this indecisive, no-plan government. Energy prices are ever increasing, and Australian families and businesses are struggling with soaring power prices. Yet nothing is being done to increase our base load capacity or supply. In fact, this current government, who are bowing to the Greens, are taking away reliable and affordable options. Deputy Speaker, we're all in fear of what the next 12 months will bring with these cost of living pressures. I am constantly asked by my constituents, what is the government's plan? So, I stand here today to urge the Albanese Labor government to get a plan instead of reintroducing the industry-wide bargaining, industry-wide disputes and strikes, which will ultimately lead to higher unemployment, less profitability within businesses and a negative impact to the overall Australian economy. So I asked the Prime Minister, could he stand by his word and please give the Australians the $275 power reduction to their power bill that he promised? 97 times this promise was made since December 2021. Before the election, Mr Albanese said, I'll say this very clearly, they, meaning the Australians, will be better off under a Labor government. Again, this is just another Labor broken promise. Now the Treasurer says there's no credible economic forecaster in Australia right now who thinks that wages growth is going to keep up with inflation. Inflation under the Albanese government is running at 6.1%. This is the highest rate of inflation in almost 32 years. This is the highest rate of inflation since Labor's recession that we had to have, apparently. The independent parliamentary budget confirmed that Labor's government policies will result in higher debts and deficits. They did not even submit all their policies to the Parliamentary Budget Office for costing, despite their saying that the policies were fully costed. The Assistant Treasurer is out there predicting hyperinflation and more strikes, and that is not what Australians need right now. The Prime Minister tells us he has a plan. The Prime Minister has promised us a plan. So please tell me, the people of Dawson, what is the plan?
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to join my colleagues, the member for Whitlam, the member for Robinson, the member for Chisholm, on this important MPI, and I welcome the contributions from the members for Farrer, Herbert, Groom and Dawson. It's amazing to be here on the government benches and watch the conversion of those opposite, who've suddenly discovered cost of living pressures. Epiphany. There has been an epiphany. There's also been, on display today, a demonstration of collective amnesia. It's like the last 10 years have just been washed away. Washed away in 107 days. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government went to an election critically concerned about cost of living pressures and $1 trillion debt with too little to show for it. We went to an election critically concerned about 9 years of wage stagnation, with wages going backwards in this country. We went to an election critically concerned about the inaction of a 9-long, tired-year-old government that had failed at every turn to do the things that this country needed them to do. And in fact, it wasn't just inaction. There was a sense of deliberation in the things they did. The actual strategy to compress wages, to keep wages low, admitted by them to be part of their economic strategy. The decisions they made, the choices they made. Now, when I first came here in 2013, one of the things that I learnt in that first year was that government's about priorities. Budgets are about priorities. And every decision a government makes, every action they take, speaks to their priorities. And what we saw from those opposite when they were in government was very clear what their priorities were. Self-interest. They weren't so concerned about cost of living when they oversaw penalty rate cuts. There was no concern then about the cost of living for people in my electorate who wore that very hard, wore it very hard. There was no concern for casual workers when they were not granted the same as other workers in the economy during the pandemic. No concern for the thousands in my electorate. No concern for families that I represent where, during the pandemic, there were times when casual working parents had no work, and I was hearing from school principals about Year 12 students who were neglecting their studies because they were being offered 40, 50 and 60 hours a week at McDonald's, and those young people felt compelled to support their families. When I heard about kids going to school without lunches, day in, day out during the pandemic, there was no squealing from that side about the cost of living pressures on those they neglected. Not just across 9 years, but in our acute memories of the pandemic. So the conversion today is extraordinary. But enough about them. Enough about those opposite. Because this government is getting on with the job. This government has introduced, has ensured, has seen a rise to our lowest paid workers. We've seen that happen in a week in government. Extraordinary achievement. Not to do with cost of living pressures, but we've also seen members of this government reinstate Australia on the world stage, which in the longer term will impact cost of living, because it will mean that we have better relationships internationally, better trade deals, a better reputation. We'll be in a better position. This government is getting on with the job. We saw last week the Jobs and Skills Summit, an opportunity for Australians to come together, because after 9 years of division and broken promises, after 9 years of neglect, we have an opportunity to move this country forward, to make Australia a better place for families like the families I represent and for families right around the country. Because as a government, we will have our priorities very clear. Our priorities are about opportunities for all. Our priorities are about taking the hand we've been dealt after 9 long years of neglect and doing the things that Australians tell us will make a difference, about bringing Australians together to work together towards a better future. That's what this government's about. We'll deal with cost of living pressures. We'll do it with Australians.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's a tough day for the people in my electorate of Sturt and the people of Australia, of course, with the Reserve Bank announcing their decision to again increase interest rates by 50 basis points. Power prices are going up, fuel prices are about to go up, real wages are going down, and mortgages continue to increase. Today's announcement of a 50 basis point increase is the fourth in a row of 50 basis points, and of course there was another increase before that. We're now at 2.35% of the cash rate. And unfortunately, the pain of this doesn't seem to be coming to an end any time soon, because the most recent inflation rate has been pointed out in this debate, increased again to 6.1%. The 5.2% increase to the minimum wage, unfortunately, is still going to see lowest paid workers under this Labor government go backwards, because, of course, inflation is higher than that increase, and wage inflation generally is still under half the inflation rate, and the predictions are, from no less than the Reserve Bank Governor and others, that the 6.1% is by no means the peak of inflation. So things are very tough for the people of this country, and today's decision by the Reserve Bank goes to show that, unfortunately, they have to keep using monetary policy levers available to them to try and get inflation under control. Of course, monetary policy is not the only way to address inflation that governments have at their disposal. We have an independent Reserve Bank, which everyone in this chamber hopefully supports, and those decisions are independent, and they are made from a monetary policy point of view, the cost of money in our economy, based on all the information available to them to achieve their target inflation rate. One of the things they have to contend with is what the Commonwealth budget is doing, what the situation is with the budget deficit, and whether or not the fiscal policy settings of the federal government are contributing to inflation or helping the Reserve Bank with their task of bringing it under control. Well, we have a budget being delivered in this place in around about 6 weeks' time, and that will really be the only tangible example whether or not this government and this Treasurer has a plan to assist in that task of getting inflation under control, because all the other things that have been mused about in this debate are completely irrelevant when it comes to the cost of living and the families of Australia, compared with the situation of inflation, not just at such record highs, 6.1% at the moment, but of course predicted to continue to increase. Now, we all understand and accept that there are global forces that are part of the pressures on cost of living. They're also helping with the terms of trade. Of course, many of our commodities are in a boom cycle at the moment, which is helping to support our economy through these tough times. But ultimately, no matter what forces are coming to bear, we within this economy and as a Commonwealth Government and as a Commonwealth Parliament have to have a plan to address it. And as I say, the Reserve Bank will keep increasing interest rates, possibly more than they need to, if they're not getting support from a fiscal point of view from this government. And that will be the enormous challenge that befalls the budget coming up in late October. Labor have got a lot of plans for more spending. I'm sorry to tell you that if you're only spending more money and increasing the deficit, then that is only going to increase interest rates, and that is going to put the Reserve Bank in an impossible position as the only people fighting inflation in our economy. And in fact, if you increase the deficit, let alone not reduce it, then all you're going to result in is having an unnecessary, enormous burden, a form of a tax increase by increasing people's mortgages. And that is going to disproportionately, in particular, hurt some of the people that are struggling in our economy the most at the moment. Real wages are going backwards, and they will continue to go backwards no matter what decisions are made by Fair Work Commissions unless we get inflation under control. And no one can predict what is going to happen with inflation if we continue to operate in an environment where we're not taking it seriously, particularly in the upcoming federal budget. So I urge the Labor Party to do something against their muscle memory and against their form when it comes to Commonwealth budgets, and use that as an opportunity to properly help the Reserve Bank to reduce pressure on inflation in our economy, share the burden, share the load, cut expenditure to help them with that, and stop putting this pressure on the poor mortgage payers of this country.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to talk about the cost of living in regional and remote communities of the Northern Territory and the failure of the previous government to act and assist these families and communities. The towns and communities in my electorate are reeling under the extraordinary rise in costs of everyday living. Regional and remote Australia is always an expensive place to live. We don't have the economies of scale of large cities, and we have huge distances to contend with. But when this is exacerbated by 9 years of neglect by the previous government, battlers in my electorate suffer. Access to fresh produce is becoming unaffordable to the average person, as food in remote communities is 56% more expensive than in regional supermarkets due to long supply chains and poor quality roads, as outlined by the Aboriginal Service Alliance Northern Territory. Every lettuce for sale at the Kintore store near the border of WA or at Apachula store near South Australia has travelled hundreds of kilometres on unsealed and unsafe roads. Trucking companies have to charge more to cover repairs and fix breakages. Even the Santa Teresa Road, only 80 kilometres from Alice Springs, has a terrible access road, and despite the urgings of the former member for Lingiari, the previous government refused to seal. I'm proud to be able to say and tell residents that the Albanese government will deliver in terms of this road. If you continue travelling about 700 kilometres west of Santa Teresa to Docker River on the border between the Northern Territory and Western Australia, the negative impact of the cost of living crisis is laid bare. And here you can expect to pay $9.60 for 2 litres of milk, 3 times more than you would pay in Alice Springs. when you have a government in power for 9 long years, and I've sat here and I've listened to the MPI, which is a matter of public importance. I've listened to every member on the opposition benches who suddenly have amnesia because they ignored for 9 years, and they had a deliberate strategy of wage suppression as part of their economic strategy and kept workers' pay as low as possible. And of course, if you do that, you end up with situations where people in these communities need to make the unimaginable sacrifices. Do I pay for my medicine, or do I pay for my child to eat? This is an everyday reality for families in Lingiari that the coalition government created through their neglect of the poorest Australians. Blaming poor people for being poor, which is what the previous government CDP program did, doesn't help them pay for the lettuce, the milk or the retail for that matter. What matters is real jobs on communities, real skill development and award wages at a minimum for hard-working people, and that is what the Albanese Labor government will be doing with its review of the failed CDP program. My constituents in Christmas and the Cocos-Keeling Islands are really suffering at the hands of Australia's cost of living crisis, as they are already contending with air freight costs adding $12 per kilogram to their fresh food prices. There is a massive systemic problem with sea freight systems servicing the Indian Ocean territories. The backlog for freight is in the order of 15 to 20 tonnes, and the prices are spiralling as a result. How do we expect people to live in these territories when fresh produce is becoming unattainable to anyone? But this isn't an issue that's just come up today. This has been an issue that the previous government knew about but took no action to address the root causes of these issues. It is a difficult problem, but I am proud to be part of a government that it was recognised that this is an issue and that we will take action.
I thank the member for Lingiari and note the discussion has now concluded. Just the member for Tangi might just take a seat for a moment, and I will come to you very soon, I promise, but a couple of matters that we need to deal with just beforehand. So I have received a message from the Senate informing the House of the appointment of senators as participating members to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the committee's inquiry into the 2022 election. As the list of appointments is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House. Details will, however, be recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I give the call to the Minister.
I move that business intervening before Order of the Day number 5, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
Thank you, and I will put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question is— I will call the clerk first. Thank you, clerk.
Government business. Order of the Day number 5, Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on the proposed address in reply.
Thank you. So the question is that the address be agreed to. And before I call the honourable member for Tangi, I wish to remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. And on that note, I give the call to the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodian of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunnawal peoples and the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, which Tangi is a part of, and pay my respect to the elders past, present and emerging. The seat of Tangi is named after Dame Dorothy Tangi. She was the first female senator in Australia Parliament and a proud Labour member. I'm honoured to stand here today as the first Labour MP elected to represent Tangi in 39 years. I would also like to acknowledge my predecessor, Ben Moulton, and thank him for his service. My story started in 1961. I was born and grew up in Parit Singh, Johor, Malaysia. I'm the oldest among 8 children. My family could not afford electricity or running water. We have to chop rubber wood to cook. The floor of our house was rammed earth. The roof was leaky, and our toilet was just a hole in the ground. My parents were uneducated rubber tapper. When it rained, they could not work, so there was no income to feed the family. My parents and the generation before them never went to school. I was lucky enough to be able to go to school. I felt immense pressure to do well. I studied very hard, knowing that life would be better for my family if I did well in my study. Unfortunately, after finishing high school, I wanted to study further but could not afford university's fees. As a child, I always dreamed of being a police officer. In 1980, I joined the Malaysia Police Force, as I always wanted to serve the community and help people. I enjoyed this career, but the salary was too low, not enough to support my family. So after 2 years in the police force, I went searching for new employment, and I found the best job in my life, dolphin trainer. Dolphins are so loving and beautiful. They are cheeky and very intelligent. They can sense our feelings. I was with my dolphin friends for 4 years before Safari Park closed. I was very sad to say goodbye to them, but I was also happy that they were back in their home where they belong, wild and free. It was during this time when I was a dolphin trainer that I married my love, Chiu Yong. She is up there. She is my wife for 40 years and also my best friend and mentor. Without her, I would not be the person you see here today. After the Safari Park shut down, I started a supply and distribution business that was quite successful, with operations across the country. It allowed me to provide a secure life for my growing family. My spirituality is very important to me. In my early 30s, I decided to live as a temporary Buddhist monk for 25 days in northern Thailand. I shaved my head and took a vow of silence. I meditated and ate very simply. During this time, I experienced absolute peace, peace that radiates from within. It is an important experience that I still reflect on and find peace in solitude and contentment in helping others. All parents want the best for their children. For me, education is everything, and I want my children to be better off than me. In 2002, my wife and I made the decision to immigrate to Australia to give our children the best education and opportunity to secure a comfortable life. My children each received a great education at the public schools in Tangney and graduated from the local universities. They are now all married and have great career. I love my children with all my heart, and I'm always so proud of them. After our arrival in Perth in 2002, we ran a coffee shop in CBD. It was great to be working as a family. We had to learn a lot of words that I have never heard of before, like flat white, Lamington. 2006 was a big year for me and my family. I reignited my lifelong dream and joined WA Police Force at the age of 45. 2006 also the year that my oldest daughter, Yin Wei, was diagnosed with cancer. Looking back, I don't know how my family and I go through that period. Every day, I travel back and forth between my intense police training in Joondalup and to Fremantle so that I could spend every waking moment by my daughter's bedside in hospital. I have to appear hopeful and joyful for my daughter and my family, even though I was crying inside. My daughter won her battle with cancer. Thanks to our amazing system, all of this underpinned by the great Labour Party initiative we know as Medicare. I'm eternally grateful to the doctors and nurses. For many years, my daughter spent her birthday visiting the oncology wards to express her thanks in deep gratitude. I spent more than 15 years in WA Police Force. I was posted across Western Australia, servicing the community from Eucla, 1,400 kilometres east of Perth, Karratha, 1,500 kilometres north, and back to Perth. Police officers have a most difficult job, constantly taking stressful, undesirable duties that no one else wants to do. Thank you. But must be undertaken. My brother and sister in blue bear a difficult burden. This difficult burden has a name called duty. We start our day before our children or partner are awake. Once we arrive at the police station, we put on our blue uniform and gear up and hit the road. We never know what situation will arise or what will be called to attend. It may be a serious family domestic violence, maybe a fatal traffic crash, maybe an armed robbery, pub brawl, sudden death, murder, and many more. All these are the common tasks for police officers. Police officers often been abused, kicked, punched, beaten, and also spat on. They go from job to job, often thanklessly, dealing with so many difficult situations. They may be tired, they may be affected by what they have encountered, but whenever they receive call, they turn up and do their job professionally without complaining. Then at the end of the day, they return to the office to finish a big pile of paperwork before heading home to their families, keeping a brave face of normality from what they have experienced. And the next day, they start the process all over again. This is a burden of duty. I want to take this opportunity to recognize the uniqueness of policing and the people who put their hands up to serve. I also extend my thanks and gratitude to all the frontline workers, like our nurses, doctors, carers, teachers, and beyond. And I thank all of them deeply from the bottom of my heart, and I want to advocate for all of you. I received the Police Officer of the Year award in 2020. I felt that I was where I needed to be, serving the community. Whilst my whole life journey is important, one man makes all possible. His name is Gough Whitlam. He was the Prime Minister of Australia when the Labour government abolished the last vestiges of the White Australia policy in 1973. He is a hero to me as well as to many. He introduced multiculturalism into Australia. Because of him, we can call Australia home. Because of him, I and many of the new MP here in the 47th Parliament can be the faces and representatives of our multicultural communities. I was born as a third generation Malaysian Chinese, but I stand here today as a proud Western Australian elected by the people of Tangney as their representative in Australia federal government. Western Australia is where I live. I note and cherish the achievements of our State Premier, Mr. Mark McGowan, and the WA Labour team. Mark is a gentleman and a statesman over and above his position as a Premier. Thanks to his leadership, WA is now the wealthiest state in Australia. In my eyes, Mark is a legend. Mr. Speaker, Australia's closest neighbour are those in Asia, encompassing the ASEAN region. China, India, Japan, Korea, and many more. And it is important to note that our economy, especially WA, boost over the last few years was from the Asia region. There is a verses in the Bible from the book of Proverbs, chapter 27, verses 10, in the King James Version, that reads in Mandarin, 眼亲不如近邻. The translation of this is, better is a neighbor that is nearby than a brother far away. This is the same principle of neighborhood watch in our police terminology. My younger son, DJ, he served in the Australian Navy, which made me very proud of him. Well done, DJ. He's the one that gave me the pink lunchbox.
It suited him.
So DJ and I, we believe in peace, and we believe that peace can bring harmony and prosperity. You can see both of us, we are not fighters. We always smile and happy. But if our country required our services, we will put our life on the line for our country and its people. Like all of you here today, Australia is our home. I'm very passionate about promoting peace. When I was young, my grandma and grandpa, they told us about their life experiences during World War II. The cruelty and atrocity the Japanese soldier imposed on the civilians when they invaded Malaya. This event left a horrible, terrible burden on them. My grandma, she passed away at the age of 76, and she was still in fear of the Japanese soldier, even on her deathbed. In my electorate of Tangney, we have residents from more than 160 nations. With more than half of them, English is their second language. Many of the migrants who live in Tangney are from war-torn countries. They have immigrated from Eastern Europe, Middle East, Central Africa, Afghanistan, and many more. When I was door knocking, many of them told me they came to Australia because they want to escape from war. They share with me their stories and their struggles. All they ever wanted was to be with their family and to have peace. War comes with deep costs. War causes huge humanitarian, environmental, and financial crisis. War brings suffering, pain, and sorrow to many. There are 1.1 million Commonwealth war graves in 23,000 locations around the world. So many mothers, so many widows, so many sons, daughters, and family have cried and mourned senselessly, suffering from unnecessary conflicts, generation after generation. The cost of war is too much to bear. We must learn from history. We must learn from those mistakes. I have been to so many community events and celebrations, Jewish and the Palestinian, Tamil and the Sinhalese, Burmese and the Karen. People from countries with conflict now live together harmoniously in Australia. I'm a firm believer that we must propagate peace. not only in our communities, but also in our neighboring countries and beyond. Peace, love, unity, respect. These 4 words are simple but meaningful words to live by. And I choose to live by these words. I believe all of us here today want to see Australia as the beacon of peace in this troubled world. Beating war drums is a foolish exercise. I do not believe that war is the way to resolve human problems. Mr. Speaker, words are not enough to express my gratitude, but right now they are all I have. With the indulgence of this House, I would like to pay my thanks in the first 2 languages I have learned, the Malay and the Chinese. Kepada semua saudara-saudara yang berada di Malaysia, Australia dan di seluruh pelosok dunia, terima kasih atas semua perhatian dan berkat yang telah Anda sekian berikan kepada saya. Terima kasih atas semua dukungan dan bantuan Anda semasa pilihan di Australia. Terima kasih semua. 各位旅居在五湖四海的华人同胞、兄弟姐妹们，大家好！谢谢你们给予我所有的关心和祝福，感恩你们在全国大选期间给予我的一切支持和协助，谢谢大家。In translation, to all my friends in Malaysia, Australia and abroad, thanks for all your care and love. Special thanks to all who have reached out to support and help me in the Australia general election. Thank you. To all my supporters, my friends who have traveled across the country to be with me here today, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Honourable Kate Dowse, MLC, and Raj Savindra for their encouragement to start this journey and for their continuous support. I would like to thank the SDA and in particular Ben Harris for his unwavering support throughout my campaign and beyond. I also would like to thank Tim Picton, Ellie Whitaker, and all the staff at Party Office. And thanks to all the WA, State MLA, MLC, thanks for all your support. And special thanks to the member of ISAC, Mark Dreyfus, for doing many days of door knocking with me. I would like to thank my campaign team for the incredible efforts. Special thanks to Team Grace Smith, my campaign director. I also want to thank to all my brother and sister in the blue uniform. Thank you for assisting me in door knocking, letterboxing, and many more who have helped to put up hundreds of lawn signs after your hectic shift work. Thank you. And to all my army of volunteers, donor, and fundraising team, you know who you are. I don't want to single out any person because I'm so in debt to all of your help that have given to me. I'm forever grateful to each and every one of you. I would not be here today without the support, understanding, and encouragement of my wife, Chu Yong, who is here today. My children, Yin, she's here as well, number 2. Arthur, Kenwee, Kai Yong, DJ and Lim, she's there. And my cute, cheeky granddaughter, Alina Ling Ye, she's not here. To the good people of Tangney, it is an honor and privilege to serve you, and I am determined to do my best with integrity, remembering the word of Abraham Lincoln, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. I make a pledge on this day. I will never take you for granted. I will work every day to make Tangney a better place, and I will be accessible, responsive, and will deliver on my promises. I will serve all of you with love, compassion, and honesty. While my late parents, they may not be here present physically in the audience today, I want to pay tribute to my hardworking mom and dad. I dedicate this first speech to them both. Apa ama kamsia. Thank you, mom and dad. Lastly, my wish to everyone listening to my speech today, I would like to speak in Pali language. Sabe sata sukita hontu anumo dantu. Meaning is, may all beings be well, happy, and peaceful. And thank you for listening. Thank you.
Yes. Wasn't aware.
Medical practice up?
Yeah, I'm doing. I thank the member for Tangi. If members could leave the House as quietly as possible. Before I call the honourable member for Holt, I remind the House order. I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. I call the member for Holt.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples and the Bunurong people, the traditional custodians of the Canberra and Holt areas respectively. I pay respects to elders past and present and extend them to my Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander colleagues in this chamber and the other place. This government's commitment to implementing the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full demonstrates our emphasis on correcting our wrongs and rectifying injustice. The Prime Minister's determination to enshrine a voice to Parliament in our Constitution is a glowing example. This is because the Australian Labor Party believes in an Australia that is fair and just to everyone. An Australia that treats everyone equally, no matter how we look, where we are born, what language we speak at home, what our gender is, or how much we earn. HALT. The electorate I am proud to represent is diverse in its geography and demography, and in the people who have represented our community before me. I want to particularly acknowledge the contribution of the preceding member, Anthony Byrne. My electorate stretches from the scenic fishing village of Tooradin to the suburbs of Cranbourne, Clyde, Lynbrook, Hampton Park and Narrewarren South, which have supported new and aspirational Australians for decades. Deputy Speaker, I do not believe it is a coincidence that HALT and the Hindu festival of Holi only differ by one letter. Both symbolise people celebrating diversity and a shared belief in the oneness of all. However, while we celebrate Holi once a year, the diversity that characterises this colourful festival is observed in HALT every day. 6 in every 10 residents in my electorate are children of parents born overseas. 40% speak one among 161 languages other than English at home. Although it may take a little longer than this term to master each one, it is clear that when we walk down any street in HALT, we are bound to bump into people who speak a different language at home or trace their family's origin to a place unlike ours. Yet, what makes HALT and indeed Australia unique is that we Australians may differ in our past but are united in pursuing a shared future. HALT is among the youngest federal electorates in Victoria, as families choose the suburbs in my electorate to raise their children in a community that is safe, supportive and welcoming. Our community is a home for people who strive toward ensuring their children have a better life than they did, like my parents, Bernie and Humesh. Deputy Speaker, my life is built on the Australian values of migrating for a better future, giving everyone a fair go, and most importantly, supporting each other as one big family. After being high school sweethearts since the age of 13, Bernie Rodrigo and Humesh Fernando celebrated their most memorable day at St Mary's Church in the Colombo suburbs of Davila 38 years ago. Thank you. They were blessed with 3 children. My elder sister Candice, who I'm sure is smiling down at me from heaven. Cassandra Juanita, undoubtedly the most mischievous out of the 3. And my younger brother Hamish, who is proud of this day as I am. My fond recollections of Davila include my incredible, generous maternal grandparents Clifford and Emerald, whose warmth, love, humour and food assured contentment and happiness. To this day, I am still in awe of my parents' determination to achieve a better life for their children and the courage to act on it. The decision to uproot the lives of your family and move to a land across the ocean where people are different to you is daunting. It was a hard one for my parents and a harder one for Hamish and I. Nana and Papa were our best friends, our favourite teachers and most enthusiastic playmates. Leaving the people who fulfilled any of these roles is difficult. Leaving those who fulfilled all of them is unthinkable. The memory of landing in Melbourne on a cold July evening in 1999 is permanently etched in my mind. Little did I know the difference in weather would, in fact, be the mildest shocks I would encounter in my new homeland. Knowing that we could always call this wonderful country home only encourages us to do better for it each with each passing day. Australia has given my family and I a home, a community and a purpose. There is no honour more profound than serving my fellow Australians. Deputy Speaker, when doubts were raised about the future of our country in the 1930s, Sir John Monash responded by saying, "The best hope for Australia is a ballot box and a good education." Australian democracy has weathered ups and downs due to our indisputable support of education for all. Universal education is a pillar upon which our society rests. It is the force that provides all Australians the opportunity to achieve their potential and contribute to our shared success as a nation. While education is everyone's right, I know too well that it is not something to be taken for granted. After a semester at St Gerard's Primary School in Dandenong North, my parents planned to continue my education at Lindale Secondary College in the same suburb. At the time, it was hard to make ends meet for the Fernandos, and keeping up with the cost of living, my education was difficult. Upon request from my parents, the assistant principal of Lindale at the time, Mr. Ian Mitchell, wrote to the Department of Education and successfully advocated for a fee waiver. I remain grateful for Mr. Mitchell's effort, and I cannot overstate the importance of my teachers in making me who I am today. A huge shout-out to Mandy Tessell, Richard Jappy, Krista Rainsford and Joseph Hall for all their years of support to the students of Lindale Secondary College. Even though studying can be exhausting at times, I always remember my mother saying, "Material goods can be stolen, but knowledge cannot." That is something I have held on all my life, and it is my message to every young Australian. Today, I am in this chamber to be the voice for Australians who are having it tough, like I once did. I'm here to fight for those who cannot take for granted the things we do. I will never forget that my parents did not have to choose between keeping their daughter well-fed and educated, because in our country, we believe everyone, no matter their wealth, immigration status or family background, must be supported to reach their full potential. I put my hand up to be a member of the House of Representatives to ensure we, as parliamentarians, will always look out for those less fortunate than ourselves. So one day, they will look out for those less fortunate than them. This is the Australian way. These are the values we cherish as Australians. Today is National TAFE Day, and there is no occasion more suitable to draw the attention to the importance of the Albanese Labor government's work in building our vocational education and training sector. My admission to William Angliss Institute for Certificate 4 in Patisserie and a Diploma in Hospitality Management continues to be among the most memorable moments of my life. Finishing this qualification gave me a career, a purpose, and a treasured hobby which I spend most weekends pursuing to this day. For decades, our thriving TAFE sector has given us the opportunity to gain experience and upskill ourselves. Addressing the sector's funding shortages will support Australia in meeting present and future demands in this rapidly changing world. My first memory of Woolworths is when the Fernandos stayed in the Western Sydney suburb of Quakers Hill with my mother's best friend, Auntie Sujatha. She spoiled Hamish and I by paying a Woolies bill of $500 on the condition that we promised to study hard. Auntie Sujatha, I will never forget the joy you brought to us that day. Little did I think that the supermarket chain would have such a special connection with my life. For 15 years, since I was 15, I stacked shelves, baked pastries and bagged groceries at various Woolies stores across southeast suburbs of Melbourne. Those years as a Woolies employee also fostered my passion, ensuring essential workers are treated with care and dignity. My involvement in the union movement paralleled my involvement in retail. I became a member of the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association on my first day at Woolworths. At the time, My knowledge of the vast world beyond friends, family and community was limited to the occasional glances at the news and receiving the copy of The Shop Assistant every quarter. In mid-2007, The Shop Assistant focused on the consequences of the Howard government's disastrous industrial relations plan, work choices, on my job security. They emphasises the importance of understanding the impact my vote could have on families like mine. It is this period, I believe, that put me on the course that resulted in my election to the House of Representatives. Realising the impact of government policies on my ability to earn a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, I understood that being a union member alone was insufficient. I knew it was time to advocate for millions of Australians like me who spend many hours on the shop floors of supermarkets, fast food chains and warehouses. As years progressed, the time devoted to strengthening our labour movement increased. After serving as a delegate and a health and safety representative, it was time to dedicate myself to the union movement around the clock as a union organiser. Many on this side of the chamber will know that being a union organiser is an experience like no other. Over 5 years that followed, every day was different, every interaction was unique. Between the long and irregular hours during which my office regularly shifted between my car and the tea rooms of the stores I visited, knowing I made a small yet meaningful difference to my former colleagues was rewarding. This meant ensuring Sharon, a 70-year-old carer with poor eyesight, was afforded a roster that accommodated her caring responsibilities and health requirements, or supporting Lucy, a young lady with special needs, in her successful appeal to overturn a wrongful termination during the peak of COVID-19 pandemic. My time as an organiser had such an incredible impact on my life that I still catch myself referring to the people I represent as my members. Our workplace laws affect every Australian. I joined the Australian Labor Party because it is the party of the working people. Yeah. When jobs are at risk and wages decline, the nation looks to those in labour to fix a system failing to protect them from exploitation. Labor governments have been responsible for cleaning the mess left behind by those on the other side of this chamber. I am honoured to support a government that will continue this proud tradition of delivering a better future for every Australian worker. Deputy Speaker, my family's success as a family is not our own. We were fortunate to migrate to a country where community organisations are strong and supportive. My awareness of this fact dates back to my very first Christmas. In Australia, we encountered financial difficulties in our early years, and this meant my brother and I would have celebrated our first Christmas in Australia without any gifts. However, the Salvation Army stepped in where Santa Claus could not. Hamish and I were blessed to celebrate Boxing Day with a beautiful doll for me and a teddy bear for him. Holt abounds with examples where community has filled the gaps to ensure that no one falls through the cracks. Among the earliest of them is the founding of the Cranbourne Golf Club, which ensured that Melbourne's Jewish community could enjoy a game of golf free from discrimination faced at other venues. And of course, the past 2.5 years have presented us with the challenges that occur only once in a lifetime. I am proud of the diligent organisations in our community for helping address each one. This includes the role of welfare organisations like Community Information and Support Cranbourne, AIMS Australia, Southeast Community Links, in always keeping their door open for anyone in need. The work of religious organisations like St Agatha's Parish, Dharma Deepa Meditation Centre, BAPS, Nana Aksartat and Omar Farooq Mosque during the COVID-19 pandemic. The support of various Australian, Sri Lankan and Tamil organisations towards Sri Lanka during these times of need, and the assistance of the Afghan Australian Philanthropic Association Bakhta Community Organisation and the Afghan women's organisations to those struggling with the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan. My utmost respect is reserved for that indispensable pillar of our society that has protected and upheld the safety and dignity of every working Australian, the union movement. I want to particularly mention the union I have belonged to for all my adult life, the Shop, Distributive and Allied Employees Association. For over a century, the SDA has been a pioneer in delivering for vulnerable Australians, especially women, who constitute a majority of the union's membership. My deepest gratitude is to the SDA family in Victoria for all their support. Specifically, I want to thank the Victorian State Secretary, Michael Donovan. Michael, your decades of service to SDA members have been essential to protecting and advancing the pay and conditions of my former colleagues. On a personal note, you've always been there to ensure my sense of purpose is unwavering, and I am forever grateful for that. I also want to thank two champions of SDA Victoria who's here today. Assistant Secretary Mara Moretta for his wise counsel and dedication. State President Julie Davis for continuously supporting my participation in the union movement since my first day at Woolworths Dandenong Plaza. I extend my gratitude to Rada Nair, Manny Zouros and Alexander Velinovsky for not only being my best friends, but thank you for always supporting me and encouraging me to believe in myself. To Dean D'Angelo for checking up on me every day and being with me from my first door knock to my swearing in. To Michael Galea, Kimi Singh, Emma Matu and every staff member at SDA, and of course my federal colleagues, Senator Raphael Ciccone and Dr. Molino for teaching me the ropes and making sure I no longer get lost on my way to Aussies. Today, I also want to remember my dearest friend Daryl, who I miss very deeply. Daryl, I know you are watching from above, and I hope I have made you proud. I have learned so much from my involvement in the union movement, and I do not think I can express my gratitude enough for the people who have supported me along this journey. I want to thank all local ALP members and campaign volunteers for standing beside me through rain, hail and sunshine, including Hannah Spanswick, the Barton family, the Jolie family, Dinesh, Jean-Marc, Josephine, Farim, Jeff, Margaret, Deborah, Annette, Ray, Wayne, Michael Cooney, Claire, Vernon, Auntie Ranjini, Vicky, Jaideepan, Ambi, Dilip, the Rahimi family, the Jan family, Ali, Hassan, Hussein, and my aunties and uncles, Auntie Prashanti, Brinley, Rochelle, Steve, Ansley, Nilanthi, Kaushi, Nayane, Deirdre, Kumar. A special shout-out to Mike McNess, Mem Suleiman, John Berger from the Transport Workers Union, to Victorian Labor Assistant Secretary Cam Petrie, to my incredible campaign team, Dale Wilson, Hassan Erdogan, Emily Sagolj, Akshay Jose, Josh McFarlane and Trey Karunaratne. If not for the passion each of you brought to the campaign, Labor would not have the privilege to represent our community in this chamber. I was fortunate to receive the guidance of several state and federal colleagues without whom my campaign to be the member for Holt would not have been successful. In particular, my federal colleagues, Deputy Prime Minister Richard Miles, Tony Burke, Claire O'Neill, Andrew Giles and Julian Hill. My state colleagues, Pauline Richards, Gary Mars, Jordan Krugnali, Enver Erdwan and Lee Talamas. Last but not least, I would like to commend my excellent staff, Amo Chakravarthi, Hafiz Jan, Matthew Muselli and Jackie Dawson, for being the strong and dedicated pillars I have relied on since being pre-selected. There is never a dull moment when I'm with you all. I give my love to my family in Sri Lanka, Germany, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, the United States and Switzerland for all your love. Many of us would know the best thing about having family all over the world is that you never have to worry about paying for a hotel. Finally, I thank my wonderful family, my father Humesh, my mother Bernadine, my brother Hamish and my sister-in-law Christine, and my best friend Angel Delarokey for all your love and support. You have encouraged me to do things outside of my comfort zone, and I am here today because of that. I support this government because I am a proud Australian who is committed to protecting our values of fairness, equality and a fair go for all. I want to conclude by quoting my favourite verse from the Bible, chapter 7, verse 7 in the Gospel of Matthew. Ask and it shall be given to you. Seek and you shall find. Knock and it shall be opened to you. My message to everyone is simple. 2 decades ago, I was a little girl trying to figure out life in a new country and did not even dream of being here. I honestly pinch myself thinking that this is my life now. Australia's greatest strength is its ability to support every Australian in achieving the life we want. If we are determined and prepared to work hard for it, it is our responsibility as Australians to provide each other in the support to making it happen. I am grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon me. I will use this time in this place to inspire people of Holt to put their hands up to be the representatives of our community in every possible way. I thank the House.
I'll see you at drinks later tonight. Okay.
Order. If members could leave the chamber as quietly as possible, please. I call the minister.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I call the member for Menzies in continuation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I seek leave to continue my remarks. When I last spoke, I thanked the Minister for the goodwill and spirit that this bill encompasses. And the part that I wanted to focus on was that the support is no longer contingent on warlike service. Yesterday I was proud to stand in this chamber and say that we honour the 102,000 names on our war memorial, but there are many names on other memorials that died in training and in service, and we honour them too. I looked up at the brother of Barry Sher and said, whenever I can, I'll say his name, and that was his plea to me. So I'd like to pick out 2 peacetime incidents that happened that we should never forget. The first happened in Melbourne, at the RIP. Melbourne is a large bay, and at the end of the bay is this peaceful but potentially dangerous stretch of waterway. And on 17th of February 1960, 74 commandos engaged in an exercise to move from one side in Queenscliff to do a raid at the other near Portsea. They never made it. Although they took off in good weather, the weather turned, and 74 commandos fought in vain to save the lives of 3 who were lost. And the names are Warrant Officer Class 2 George Drakopoulos, Private Roger Wood and Private Eddie Meyer. I see them at the annual memorial and all of their friends, and you see from the friends who were there on that day that even though we're a long time away from 1960, you never get over that. And so this bill properly looks after every veteran who put on a uniform and took a risk. And on other times and other occasions, I think we should honour peacetime names. And at some other time, I would like to read out the 18 soldiers and crew that died in the 1996 Black Hawk training exercise, but I will save that for another time. I thank the House.
I thank the member for Menzies. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the second reading of the Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package. Can I start by paying tribute to all members of this House who have served our nation. Of course, the member for Menzies just to my right here, and thank him very much for his contribution. Congratulate him on his maiden speech yesterday. Thank him for his service to our country and the service he will be continuing to provide to our country in this parliament. And we are very lucky to have many veterans that have been elected to this House and into the Senate, and I think it is excellent to have that perspective when we're deliberating on all matters, but in particular when we're deliberating on matters regarding support to those that have served our nation, who are our veterans. I, of course, support the bill, and many speakers have gone through some of the elements that the bill covers. I'm very lucky and proud to have the Jamie Larkham Centre located in my electorate of Sturt. Jamie Larkham tragically died in Afghanistan, and the centre there is part of a tribute to his service to our nation, and it is doing vital work in supporting veterans throughout metropolitan Adelaide and, frankly, greater South Australia. I know there are many similar centres like that around the country, and I'm also a proud member of my local RSLs, and a lot of them have excellent support programs and wellbeing programs. And whilst they do fantastic work, we can always do better as a government to provide more support to the work that they do and to the service and support that our veterans need. And that's what this bill does. Of course, it emanates from the previous government, from the last budget, and now we have the opportunity to pass it through this House. The previous speaker, other speakers have talked about some of the elements. Removing the requirement to warlike service, I think in particular, is an excellent outcome. And that definition has waxed and waned over the years. My grandmother was a nurse in the Second World War. She served here in Australia at the Heidelberg Hospital in Melbourne. So she didn't leave the country, but of course she cared for many prisoners of war that returned to this country, and that, as everyone can imagine, was an extremely traumatic experience. And she spent the rest of her life talking about the Aussies that came home that she cared for. Many, of course, didn't come home, but service to this nation absolutely goes in many forms, and I know that these changes, the previous speakers talked about the sorts of people that will now be eligible for that support, and I think that's vitally important. Families of our veterans, I think it's fair to say we have improved greatly our understanding of the need to provide support to them because of what they do to support our veterans, like we seek to do as a government. But I do know from working with veterans in my own constituency, and all members would be similar to this, that certainly families of our veterans, and particularly those that are providing care and support to veterans that are dealing with a whole range of issues because of the great service they gave to our nation, we could do better to support. And the children of veterans actually is an emerging category of circumstances raised with me by veterans coming to me and talking about you know, their anguish about at times the burden they know that is on their young children because of the way in which they are seeking to be supported, and awareness that their children might have, and bizarrely and disgustingly, which surprised me, in fact, some bullying that the children of our veterans can receive in community, which is abhorrent and to be condemned, but equally goes to remind us how important it is that we've got a structure in place for the entirety of the family unit around our veterans that we quite rightly need to provide absolutely top tier of care and support to. So this is a bipartisan effort, and I know the House is obviously supporting this unanimously, but I wanted to take the opportunity again to make a contribution on another measure that's going through this chamber this sitting week to further support our veterans. And look, we all know that there's still a lot more to be done, and I know there'll be other things that come through this chamber to provide enhanced support to our veterans, and I'm very confident that that will continue to be very much a bipartisan process, and one that we look forward to working with those opposite on to support them in any way that they identify, and hopefully they take constructive suggestion from us at times into the future to make sure we're providing the highest standard of support for those that have served our nation. With that, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that this bill review now read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In summing up debate on this bill, I'd like to thank the opposition and all others in this House for their support of it, and in particular I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, the member for New England, for his engagement on this bill and other legislative measures we've been bringing forward to support our veterans. I also wish to thank the other members of this House for their contributions to the debate today. And particularly, in fact all members went through highlighting the benefits, the great benefits for veterans' families that this bill will provide. And I'd like to thank in particular my Assistant Minister, the member for Kingsford Smith, and the member for Maitland for their contributions in that behalf. And members across the parliament also made the observation, I think quite rightly, that ensuring that government and parliament support our veterans should be a non-partisan matter. I'd like to commend the member for Wright for his very brief support for this measure, and the entire House thanks him for the brevity of his comments, and appropriate they were. And I think one of the other key themes that was reflected by speakers on this bill was the importance of getting on with the job of providing these important benefits to our veterans and their families. A number of members referred to this government's commitment to veterans and families hubs, which we took to the election, and we are very happy to be moving forward with that commitment as we described it in the election. And that is an important thing that we are doing, and I think the reflections that they made about some alternative locations for those hubs in the future also reflects the lack of detailed commitment from the previous government to delivering on that, and that is something that I understand that they're unhappy about, but I commend them for their advocacy for their communities, of course. The member for Fisher also referred to the Great Australian Defence Force Parliamentary Program and how that affords those of us in this House that have not served in our Defence Force an opportunity to engage with our Defence Forces across ranks and in various theatres and modes of operation. And I was fortunate enough to bunk with the member for Fisher on our trip to Afghanistan, and it certainly was, among the many trips that I've done or participated in with the ADFPP, as I know he has and many other members in this House have as well, a hugely eye-opening opportunity for me, and a great opportunity to engage one-on-one and with groups of our Defence Forces across different ranks and in different theatres and in different operations. And I really do encourage members to take up such an opportunity should that present itself to them through that program. It's very important. A number of members also referred to the great defence personnel and veteran population that they have in their electorates, owing to the bases, sometimes numerous, that they have in their electorates and the great relationship that they have with their veteran population as a consequence, and I think that is a very good thing, and I encourage members to engage with their bases as well. I do share with the member for Mackellar her concern about withdrawal of support from her local RSL club for one of the local veteran support services in her electorate, and that is a concerning development, because we do want to see our veteran support services supported and funded where possible. And I commend the member for Bass for her observations about the need to ensure that these local veterans and families hubs are based on local knowledge and meet the local needs. And that's why these hubs, as they roll out and have rolled out across the country, do vary in their operating models, because they are about meeting the needs of local veterans and families where they are and the supports that they require, and working with local community organisations to deliver those supports as well. And I understand the issues that she has raised about the lack of availability of psychiatrists, particularly for diagnosis, and I understand that that is an issue we do need to look into further to ensure that veterans are getting the services that they need. I very much commend the member for Menzies for his contribution, not just as a serving member but also as the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, an organisation within this parliament that, of course, I look forward to having frequent and ongoing engagement with, and I commend him as a former director of the Law Council of Australia for referring to the Law Council of Australia's principles of the rule of law, and that it is important that our laws are readily known and available. And I think it is a pretty erudite observation by him that I don't think that can be said of our current suite of veterans' entitlements legislation, where at the moment just one of them comprises just 170 pages of definitions before we actually get to the content of those entitlement provisions. And I think I do pay tribute for him for honouring his comrades in his speech earlier before. And with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to make the observation that making sure that our defence personnel, veterans and their families are well supported and looked after during service and after as they transition from the Australian Defence Force is an important task and responsibility of government, something that has been observed by all of the speakers today. Families play a pivotal role in supporting our current serving Australian Defence Force personnel and veterans. The nature of military life is unique, and families are also deeply affected by military service. As one individual said while giving evidence of her own personal experience to the Royal Commission on Defence and Veteran Suicide, a soldier may receive the paycheck. Only in the Australian Defence Force the whole family is employed by the government. It's our family lifestyle, our legacy. For most veterans' families, military service is largely a positive experience. However, some may need support to manage challenging life circumstances, such as mental or physical health episodes or sudden significant events, such as a loss of employment. That's why it's disappointing that we didn't see this legislation pass in its previous incarnation during the last parliament. This legislation now, though, goes further than what was previously proposed. It will enhance the existing program by expanding services available to the families of veterans receiving compensation through DVA or who have died in service when that family is experiencing crisis, and allows families greater choice in how they use those services. It will better equip working-age families to adjust to new or challenging life circumstances when they occur, and also in the future. This legislation will better improve support for families who are bereaved and those who are in crisis, no matter the nature of that crisis. We want to ensure supports are wrapped around families when they need it and quickly. While it is not a crisis service, it will allow families who have experienced crisis to access intensive support to adjust to new or challenging life circumstances, complementing the other Department of Veterans Affairs or government services. This initiative will provide at-risk veteran families with access to a range of services that will meet their health and wellbeing needs up to a cap of $12,500 over 2 years. Families will be able to access services to the value of $7,500 in the first year and $5,000 in the second. In addition, families with children can access additional support services to a value of $10,000 a year for each child under school age and $5,000 a year for each primary school-aged child until the child reaches high school. Also under this initiative, widowed partners can access support services to the value of $27,835 each year for 2 years for services such as cleaning, gardening and other help around the home, and to provide counselling for them and their children and skills-based support such as mental health first aid and other practical support for the family's wellbeing. And I acknowledge the member for Menzies' example about the importance of home support at times of crisis. He gave a good example of that, and I think that demonstrates the benefit that this program will provide. Though families will also have access to the additional support for children under high school age. The bill will also include new review rights for decisions made under this program, something that was not in the previously proposed legislation. The Albanese Labor government is committed to delivering practical support measures that will improve the welfare and wellbeing of veterans and families now and into the future, building on services currently available in our community. This is one of those practical measures. The Federal Labor government is committed to delivering a better future for personnel, veterans and families. I thank all honourable members for their commitment to supporting our service personnel, veterans and families. And can I say, if you are a serving member, a veteran or family who requires support, you can contact Open Arms on 1800 011 046 or via openarms.gov.au. And can I encourage all members of the House, and indeed members of that other place, that when they see the volunteers from Legacy who will be out and about around this building tomorrow morning, please donate generously, support the work of Legacy in supporting our defence and veterans families during this Legacy Week, and I commend the bill to the House.
And I thank the Minister. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and putting that question to the House now. So all those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
Thank you. I've received a message from Her Excellency the Administrator recommending, in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. And I'm just checking. Thank you. Apologies. There is leave granted for a third reading to be moved immediately.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
And I will put the question to the House that this bill be now read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. And I call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
Thank you. We'll call the clerk again.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you very much. And just before the debate is resumed, I will give you the call very soon, I promise, but just before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Jobs and Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill of 2022. And on that note, I'm giving the call to the member for Farrer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue my remarks on the Jobs and Services Australia Bill 2022. We handed the Albanese government a skills and training system not just trending up, but powering ahead on the back of record investments guaranteed by a strong economy. Our policies invested over $13 billion in skills over the past 2 years alone. But we didn't just clean up Labor's mess. We made the most significant reforms to Aussie skills in over a decade. Guided by an expert review that we commissioned, the Joyce Review, we got on with bringing our skills system into the 21st century. We overhauled and put in place industry-led clusters to speed up qualification development so our skills system could keep up with the evolving needs of our modern economy. We established the National Skills Commission to provide evidence-based leadership on the skills we need for our workforce today and for tomorrow. The National Skills Commission has not only been instrumental in driving data-driven decisions in skilled migration, but has exposed seriously concerning differences in the amount apprentices and trainees are getting charged to study across states and territories. The NSC has been unanimously endorsed by industry. The Independent Tertiary Education Council of Australia said the National Skills Commissioner, supported ably by a professional team, has done some excellent work with respect to skills planning and forecasting, and that it regards Jobs and Skills Australia as the National Skills Commission Plus. In fact, the Business Council of Australia has warned that, quote, JSA needs to build on this foundation and ensure that the NSC's good work is not eroded, end quote. We reformed and increased training incentives through our new apprenticeship incentive system, including introducing direct payments to apprentices to see them through their studies and into a job. Our policy settings got apprenticeship numbers up to record levels. For the first time in our history, we hit over 220,000 Australians taking up a trade apprenticeship. We did all of that while saving a generation of Australian workers from the biggest hit to Australia's workforce since the Great Depression. What does that look like? Well, when I was recently in Lismore, I saw firsthand the importance of trades as that town rebuilds. Many of those tradies had apprentices that were supported through the pandemic. In fact, whether it's roundtables that I've held up in Queensland, over in Perth or Western Sydney, everywhere I have gone, people have said we got the skills and apprentices supports right throughout the pandemic. So, reports that Labor is looking for savings in the skills budget are particularly worrying. That is the exact opposite of what the Australian economy needs right now. We've heard a lot of talk about skills from Labor over the past week, but just as any tradie will tell you, talk is cheap. It's getting the job done that matters. And when it comes to this mob, their form does not fill you with confidence. So whilst we accept that the bill will pass, we will be keeping a watching brief on Jobs and Skills Australia, because we know just how vital skills are for the strength of our economy, and we desperately want the Labor government to get this right for once. I thank the House.
I thank the Shadow Minister, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise with great pleasure to speak to the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022 and the Jobs and Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022. I really wanted to speak to this important bill. It actually establishes the future for Australia. It is seminal. It is a linchpin in the infrastructure for the future of a highly skilled, highly productive workforce and thereby economy. I'd like to congratulate the Minister for Skills and Training, my good friend, the member for Gorton. He is indeed a friend to workers, to small business and large corporations alike. He's an asset to this new government, and he gets the benefits of tripartism upon which the new Jobs and Skills Australia will operate. The issue of tripartism, I think, is one lost, completely lost on the previous government. They have no idea what it means, its benefits. They are blind to the way the world has benefited from tripartism. At the ACTU, when I was president for over 9 years, I was lucky enough to represent Australia at the International Labour Organisation, or the ILO. It's an international body that has operated on this basis to create international standards for the world of work. They create amazingly complex legal instruments that manage to set out basic principles for rights at work. Australia, of course, is a signatory to many of the standards and conventions created through true dialogue, true debate that operates between unions, employers and governments. These are the bodies that make up tripartite outcomes. Now, my experience was amazing, and I'm forever grateful for having the experience of representing the trade union movement in Australia at the ILO. In the time that I was there, some amazing conventions were forged. One that stands out for me is the Forced Labour or Anti-Slavery Convention. Australia is, of course, a signatory to this convention, one that I'm amazed to say the previous government signed to. There are conventions for child labour, conventions for the prevention of violence and harassment at work, and this one is a particular one that I am very proud of because I was there working very closely with my friends at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Australian Government, where we led the debate to include the employer's role in helping deal with domestic violence. Our role in that was a great example of tripartism. Australia led the way in a tripartite manner. Of course, we now have paid family and domestic violence leave for all workers across this country. We created core standards like the right to freely organise that states that workers should be able to join unions without fear. And more recently, the ILO has developed the rights of health workers in a pandemic. There are hundreds of conventions, protocols and guidelines. The process was an amazing thing to be part of. Unions and workers' representatives from right around the world would meet with governments from right around the world and, of course, employers. Large employers and corporations, smaller employer groups and employer representatives. Every interest was recognised. Core outcomes, where we all really came together to find common ground where we knew we could work to make sure that workers were protected and that businesses prospered. Often than not, we were not far apart. Often than not, it was easy to come to an outcome, like at the recent Jobs and Skills Summit, where all interests were recognised and where great outcomes were achieved. Sometimes it wasn't so easy. Sometimes we worked late into the night and even early mornings to get consensus, but we always got there. In my time at the ILO, I learned about the way many European and other countries held tripartite negotiations in their own economies. I was lucky enough to meet and chat with the former Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel. Angela Merkel, of course, is considered in Germany to be a conservative, and I remember thinking to myself at the time, well, I would really love to meet a progressive if she is a conservative. She was the leader of a country that values tripartism. We spoke about workers' councils in workplaces, which are commonplace all over the German economy, where employees and unions meet regularly with their employers. They sought issues out at the workplace. I spoke with her at the time she was establishing a minimum wage panel based on Australia's tripartite model. She was very impressed with our model. I spoke with her about the importance of how her government, she told me that her government actually funds unions and employer bodies to negotiate in good faith. Imagine that. They are funded to go about doing their job without fear or favour. Germany is a high-wage, highly productive economy. And I spoke to her about how she managed to maintain a robust manufacturing sector that is highly competitive, highly efficient, but is highly paid. Workers get decent wages. And her answer was simple. She said she invests in a skilled workforce and in innovation through universities and industry research. She makes sure there is accessible quality education, both vocational and university-based, keeping one step ahead of the game. She said it's important to listen to and value a highly skilled workforce. All of these things together keep the economy, particularly their manufacturing sector, moving ahead. She also said to me that she used to hold Australia in high regard, setting the standard for giving workers a voice alongside employers and the states. She said it doesn't seem to be like that anymore. She actually asked me why Australia had gone backwards with respect to tripartism and workers' rights. Well, the answer was simple. The previous government, the LNP, did not value unions, did not value members. They were more interested in doing the bidding of big corporations and big business. We are all wondering why we have stagnant wage growth, why we have low productivity, why workers' share of national income in this country is at decades-low level, why productivity is sluggish. Well, an important part of improving productivity is having an engaged, well-paid, secure and respected workforce. Including workers' voices at every level of the economy, including at the highest level, is an important part of achieving that. It is absolutely just as important as hearing from employers, hearing from training providers in the area of skills provision, and hearing from state and territory governments. Deputy Speaker, Labor is getting on with the job of making this country better for everyone, leaving no one behind. We won't lock anyone out. The previous government ignored workers, actively had policies to keep wages low, to shut workers out. On the back of the Jobs and Skills Summit, we are putting in place the necessary changes that will move this country ahead, taking everyone with us. We have plans on every front, including this bill establishing the Jobs and Skills Australia. It's an incredibly important part of the future. An independent agency that will provide advice to the government on Australia's current, emerging and future labour markets. It will provide advice on the necessary workforce skills and training. The body will work closely with state and territory governments, with industry employers, with unions and providers to ensure a shared understanding of the key issues facing Australia's labour market. It will examine the VET system, recommending changes that will make sure the system is fit for purpose and that it delivers for our workers, giving them the skills that are in demand and ensure good, decent jobs. Jobs for our industries who are desperate for skilled workers. The previous government cut around $3 billion from the VET sector. It was not focused on the areas where shortages exist. It's clear that urgent action is needed to address the skill shortages and to match participation in training with the types of skills in demand right now, and of course those that will be demanded in the future. Jobs and Skills Australia will focus on the whole labour market. It will be driven by actual data, proper analysis, with real-time workforce forecasting. It will examine the needs of emerging industries so we aren't left scrambling to keep up with industrial advancements. It will ensure that our regions are part of any plan. It will consult with the public and keep them up to date with its important work. And this is just the beginning of our commitments in the jobs and skills area. It will stand alongside the Australian Skills Guarantee, which will train thousands of workers by ensuring 1 in 10 workers on major federally funded government projects is an apprentice, is a trainee or cadet. We will deliver 465,000 fee-free TAFE places, including 45,000 new places for students studying in industries that were affected by COVID-19, industries of national importance and industries facing skills shortages. It will especially target school leavers, workers wanting to retrain or upskill, unpaid carers, who are predominantly women, to get back into the workforce. It will ensure that at least 70% of Commonwealth VET funding is for public TAFE. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank TAFE teachers who have stuck at it through really hard times, and particularly the Melbourne Polytechnic, which offers great service to my electorate. The TAFE Technology Fund will exist to improve IT facilities, workshops, laboratories and telehealth simulators right across the country. And our Future Made in Australia Skills Plan also has TAFE commitments that are made as part of the government's $1.2 billion Future Made in Australia Skills Plan to focus on closing the gap on key areas of skill shortages. We will have new energy apprenticeships that will encourage Australians to train in the new energy jobs of the future and provide additional support they need to complete their training. There will be a new energy skills program that will develop fit-for-purpose training pathways for new energy industry jobs in partnership with the states and territories, industries and unions. As part of this program, we will establish mentors where experienced workers in new energy industries will help train and support new apprentices. In conjunction with this program, we'll support the government's agenda to prioritise growth and investment in the renewable energy sector as part of the Powering Australia plan. And we will develop, certainly on the back of the Jobs and Skills Summit, a full employment white paper. This will be informed by, as I said, the Jobs Summit outcomes. It will investigate and report back on issues such as how we can best prepare Australians for jobs of the future and how we can improve the quality of work, how we train workers up over a lifetime, how to tackle issues of underemployment, casualisation, job insecurity, long-term unemployment, stagnant wages. It will help with people with a disability engage in the workforce. It will listen and deliver for First Nations communities. And importantly, it is the beginning of us establishing how we can make sure any Australian who needs a job can get a job. Deputy Speaker, I'm excited by this legislation. It is just the beginning. It is setting up the infrastructure that will ensure a fantastic future for our country, one set by all parties in a true sense of tripartism that means everybody owns it, everybody shared in its development, and everyone will want it to succeed. That is how you do inclusive government. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question is that these bills in front of us be agreed to. And I give the call to member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And listening to the member for Cooper, you would think that everybody on this side demonises unions and the role they play in the workplace. Not so. I was a member of a union, the Australian Journalists Association, and later on the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance for 21 years. I didn't need to be a member of the union for the last 11 years because I was the editor of the Daily Advertiser and Riverina Media Group at Wagga Wagga, but I chose to maintain my membership. I appreciate, I understand, I recognise and I acknowledge the role that trade unions play in Australia. And I think many members, if not all members on this side, do too. But it's militant unionism, it's unnecessary strike action, and some of the things that unions do is at times the sorts of things that really makes it hard, particularly for business, small business, and it's what we object to. Everything is okay, but in balance, and I would certainly acknowledge that, and I certainly acknowledge the role that unions no doubt played at the Jobs and Skills Summit in Canberra last Thursday and Friday. It was good that unions were represented. Sometimes I think the CFMEU goes way too far, and I think that they could very well pull their heads in butt and stop the donations as well to the Labor Party. But this Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022 is important, as the member for Cooper just acknowledged. And I know that in regional Australia at the moment, and I know it was mentioned at the summit, I appreciate the fact that the Nationals leader, the member for Maranoa, was present, partook in that particular summit. Was pleased that he did so, because you've got to be around the table to hear what's going on, and I appreciate the fact that he contributed to that, acknowledge why perhaps some others didn't, and understand their reasons for doing so. But indeed, I hope it wasn't just a talk fest. I hope, as the member for Cooper no doubt does, that we get some meaningful action on not just the jobs and skills, but indeed the vacancies that exist, particularly in regional Australia at the moment. And it's critical that we fill those roles, especially as we approach what will be another bumper harvest. For many farmers in the Riverina and Central West and elsewhere in regional Australia, potentially their third bumper harvest in a row. And I know that many companies, large and small, are doing everything that they can to prepare for such a harvest. Indeed, GrainCorp is building bigger and better infrastructure around the countryside. Many others besides are doing likewise in preparation for what is going to be a considerable tonnage of grain. But we do need to find the workers to help harvest those crops. We do need, and it's not just grain, it's fruit, of course, stock realising record prices at sale yards, and abattoirs, of course, are always very busy around the countryside. And the role that regional Australia plays in feeding and clothing our nation and many others besides is considerable. But we can't keep doing that if we don't have the workers. Now, tonight, here in Parliament House, we're going to see the annual Agri-Futures function, dinner, celebration, particularly of what women do as far as playing their role in regional Australia, an increasing role, I have to say, particularly filling many of the roles once only occupied by men. And I acknowledge all of those wonderful state and territory finalists who are going to go for that national award. I well recognise the 2019 Agri-Futures Rural Women's Award national winner, Jo Palmer from The Rock, for the role that she's played and continues to play with her Pointer Remote Roles, a company she established to link up people with vacancies, and it's playing a vital role in regional Australia, and no doubt it will continue to do so. I talk often to Kim Houghton from the Regional Australia Institute, a body I will acknowledge which started in the Gillard years, and a body which plays an important part in advocating for and on behalf of regional Australia. And just the other day I received my weekly text from Mr Houghton, who indicates that according to the most recent Regional Australia Institute data, regional job vacancies are now at a record high 86,900 on advertised jobs in July 2022. Now that's a 24.7% increase on the same time last year. And this is significant. Regional Australia Institute's Regional Movers Index measures the latest data on the movement of population of regional areas from capital cities. Now, once upon a time, Deputy Speaker, it was always regional people, often our best and brightest, going to the capital cities to look for work, to look for opportunities. Now it's the other way around. Millennials continue to make up the biggest proportion of people moving to regional areas from capital cities. That's a good thing. Of course, we've got to find the housing for them. We've got to find the rental properties for them, and I acknowledge the Shadow Minister at the table and the role that he played in helping to do just that in the last government. But net migration to regions remains 30.2% higher than 2 years prior to COVID-19. And if COVID-19 taught us a couple of things, and I know Prime Minister Albanese often says that it taught us that we have to make more here in Australia. I acknowledge that, and certainly, whilst I appreciate the member for Cooper indicated a desire to manufacture more in Australia, we're already doing a lot in that regard, and a lot of it often doesn't get recognised. A lot of it often just goes straight through to the keeper because it's not always. Great news stories don't always make the front page, and actually making stuff in Australia doesn't always make the pages of the papers, more's the pity. But the other thing that COVID certainly taught us is that we can do anything, anywhere, as far as meetings are concerned, and having an input to boardrooms without having to actually physically be in a capital city, without actually having to physically be in a central business district, a high-rise of Melbourne or Sydney or Brisbane or another metropolitan centre in Australia. You can do it from wherever you are in regional Australia, whether you're in Manangatang or Mangapla. You can Zoom in. None of us even knew what Zoom was prior to probably COVID, but we now all, politicians certainly know this because we're now safe from nobody. Everybody wants a telepresence meeting. And of course, as good MPs as we are, we make that possible. We make ourselves accessible. But you can Zoom in from anywhere in regional Australia, and thanks to the telecommunications funding that the Liberals and Nationals put in place around regional Australia to make sure that you can have access to those boardrooms, to make sure that you can have your say and make your voice heard. Now, the government has said it will honour the Australian Agricultural Visa Agreement established between the former coalition government and Vietnam. And this ag visa and these sorts of arrangements are so important in filling that vacancy gap I mentioned earlier. This will no doubt come as a relief, the government's approval of this, as a relief to growers and producers throughout my electorate who've been affected by the workforce shortage. It's not the jobs and the skills necessarily, it's the vacancies. And the skills are important, of course, but we need skilled and unskilled workers. And of course, where anywhere you hear different figures, but somewhere in the order of about 90,000 backpackers short of where we would normally be. The difficulty with that is that many of the backpackers left Australia when COVID first hit our shores, and of course much of the decision and desire to come to Australia is based on backpackers going back and telling their friends what a great time they had in Australia. Get over there, it's fantastic. You can work on a farm, work in a factory, work wherever, earn your money, and often most of them, or many of them, leave it on a holiday just prior to actually leaving our shores. So it's fantastic. They do the work. They then spend all their money here. They have a great time, go back home and tell their friends. And they come from the Americas, they come from Europe, they come from all over. But the trouble is, when they left, of course, we had 2 years of planes being grounded largely through lack of international flights. That was sensible, that was practical, that was necessary. But we did it, and we've stopped that dialogue between our backpackers, and subsequently, even though Australia is still a great place, even though we've still got many vacancies, the backpackers aren't readily coming back. We hope they will. Earlier this year I visited a factory called Apollo Fabrications in Young. Now, Young is known as the cherry-picking capital of Australia, and well, that might be. I think they grow the best cherries in all of Australia. Others might disagree, but anyway, it's a local tradition, and I'm biased, so let's just say that. Operations Director and Sales Director Caleb and Nathan Jackson told me that the company has been involved in the manufacture of some of the most iconic buildings in Sydney. The updates to them, the refurbishments to them, and the new infrastructure there. I mentioned particularly Mascot Airport and the Sydney Cricket Ground. Now, when I visited this factory at Young, of around 50 employees, 14 were apprentices. Great young people who are really doing wonderful things for this particular company. Apollo is committed to investing in regional areas and employing from regional areas. And I mention this because that's just one company. It's just one story. It's just one little snapshot of what we are doing as far as manufacturing here, right here in Australia. And if the current government can do more of that, well and good, and I will support that. I will, because it will promote Australian manufacturing. The budget delivered in March by the former coalition government sought to continue to support job seekers and young people, and it certainly achieved those goals. Now, at the time, we already had 3,765 apprentices in the Riverina, and new measures in that budget were designed to lead to more opportunities for apprentices and trainees with expanded wage subsidies, and it worked, and it will continue to work. The national unemployment rate decreased to 3.4% in July, on the back of the policies that we put in place, on the back of the work that we did, and on the back of the many job vacancies that are available because of the economic policies that we implemented. And this is so important. We had an unrivalled record in creating job opportunities for people, giving them the skills and the job opportunities. Now, if Labor can empower the country to do even more, then that's got to be desirable too, because we want our young people, particularly in work. We want to give our seniors the opportunity to keep their payments and also to do more work if they feel that they want to, they need to, and that they have that choice. And I encourage that. I can well remember the former Shadow Treasurer, now Treasurer, saying that we will be looked upon of whether we succeed or not in the pandemic by the unemployment rate, by the jobless rate in Australia. Well, by that measure, we succeeded. The work that we did in the pandemic to ensure that people remained in work, that people had that opportunity to take a job if there was one to take, and of course to get the health outcomes, led us to being rated number 2 in the world according to the Hopkins Research Index. And that is something to be proud of. Now, I know Labor will go around and besmirch and demonise what we did as far as the government, but rest assured, when it came to jobs, when it came to skills, when it came to filling vacancies, we absolutely succeeded on those parameters. And of course, the efforts that we went to make sure that we kept Australians safe and healthy during the first global pandemic in 100 years will be the measure by which we will be judged in the future. What we did to keep Australians safe, what we did to avoid losing tens of thousands of people, because that was the prediction, is something that I think that the Morrison government should be very proud of. JobKeeper alone saved 700,000 jobs, and I feel it is a great pity that the former member for Kooyong is still not in this chamber. A record high of 220,000 trade apprentices. Over 3 years, some 1.1 million jobs were created since the pandemic first arrived on our shores. This Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022 and the Jobs and Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022 is something that, when passed, if passed, I hope it succeeds. I do, because we want those opportunities, particularly for our young people. We want those opportunities for Australians. We want to make more goods here. We want Australia to be the best it can be, and if this legislation helps that, then that's all well and good. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022 and the Jobs and Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022. During the campaign for the seat of Boothby, few economic issues were raised with me more often than skills shortages. I heard from small business owners and managers who simply couldn't find the trained staff they need to keep their cafe, shop or family landscaping business operating, let alone expand. I heard from conveyancers and psychologists, healthcare services, childcare services. An aged care provider told me they put on 15 staff one month, but they lost 22 the same month, and they were paying above award wages. An allied health provider told me her staff were receiving unsolicited job offers from other providers every week. And yet I also heard, and have long been acutely aware, from people who couldn't find gainful employment. Many of these people were doing everything right, to use the jargon. They had tried to upskill themselves to meet the relevant skills gaps in our economy, but they faced barriers. The cost of training was too high. Training and work wasn't available anywhere near where they lived. There were not enough after-hours training programs, meaning many, particularly those with caring responsibilities or those who were already working in the daytime and wanted to upskill, they simply couldn't attend. This challenge, the match of jobs and skills and the disconnect between the two, is what drove this government to bring together voices from across our economy and society, from businesses, unions, civil society, academia and community groups, to discuss how we can improve this area, and is the principle that underpins this legislation. Briefly, the legislation is the first step in implementing the government's election commitment to establish a new statutory body, Jobs and Skills Australia. This bill represents the first of a two-stage legislative process to implement this commitment. The second stage is to be completed in a timely fashion after consultations with governments, unions, industry and employer groups. Jobs and Skills Australia will be tasked with providing expert independent advice to the government on the current, future and emerging skills and workforce training issues. This advice will help inform government policies and programs that we will need to improve the nation's training systems and ensure skilled workers can be appropriately matched with industry needs. Evidence-based decision-making. The bill will prescribe an initial set of functions for Jobs and Skills Australia, including providing advice to the Minister for Skills and Training and the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations and their agencies in relation to providing advice on Australia's current and emerging labour market, including advice on workforce needs and priorities, providing advice on Australia's current and emerging future skills and training needs and priorities, including apprenticeships, the adequacy of the Australian system in providing VET, including training outcomes. And Jobs and Skills Australia will also be tasked with producing accurate and up-to-date data and analysis, such as workforce forecasting, assessing workforce skills requirements and undertaking cross-industry workforce analysis. Crucially, Jobs and Skills Australia will also be tasked with informing the public about issues of employment and skills, to ensure greater transparency and collaboration from all sectors. Deputy Speaker, as I've said, this bill is the starting gun on improving our jobs and skills framework, and much like the future Jobs and Skills Australia, myself and many of my Labor colleagues have been in the process of hearing directly from those in our communities who are impacted by jobs and skills shortages. 2 weeks ago today, I convened a group of around 45 business leaders, local government officials, civic society representatives and union leaders for the Boothby Jobs and Skills Summit. There we heard of the skills shortage that go to the aims of this legislation. Indeed, as many of this House know, 17% of businesses reported in February 2022 not having enough employees. And this is particularly acute in the higher skilled occupations at a staggering 67%. This was something noted by many of the advanced manufacturing groups who attended the Boothby Summit, and particularly those from the Tonsley precinct. It is also the case in areas of paramount importance to our economy and our society, the care sectors of the economy. Deputy Speaker, anyone with any interaction with our caring providers, whether it's aged care or disability care or trying to juggle getting access to early childhood education and care, knows we have a jobs and skills crisis. Care centres are understaffed and overstretched. Job vacancies run into double digits for many centres, and it was a theme that underpinned just about every discussion at the Boothby Summit, because the skills shortages in that area have a dramatic impact on the well-being of Boothby families, but also on the economic productivity of our community. Because we know that a lack of access to affordable care hampers many people, particularly women, in their efforts to get back to work. It is also why it is so important, and I'm deeply heartened by the approach of the Minister of Home Affairs and Minister for Immigration's recent announcements that we clear the visa backlog and increase the skilled migration cap. For all that we know that we have a low unemployment rate at the moment, we also know it's because the borders were closed and the people haven't come back. We as Australians are suffering for that shortage. I was fortunate enough to be invited to attend the National Jobs and Skills Summit last week here in Canberra, and I was struck by the sense of positive purpose, of constructive engagement between people from all sectors of our economy and society, both business reps and worker reps. But I was also particularly taken with one panel which focused on the lived experience of those people in our society who face significant social, cultural or economic barriers to entering the workforce. Whether they be people aged 50 and over whose experience is too often overlooked by assumptions about the currency of their skills and their adaptability, or Australians with disability who want the same opportunities afforded other Australians to contribute to our economy and society and to personally benefit from a career. or those from cool backgrounds who suffer when people can't look past a last name or an accent or cultural attire to see the hard-working dedication of millions of migrants to our country, in a country that's built on migrants. And not to mention women, often underemployed in part-time or casual work due to the caring duties. These women are looking for more opportunity. These overlooked workforces are the untapped resource in our economy, and they are already here wanting to work. And I'm very keen to see that Jobs and Skills Australia, the statutory body that will come about as a result of this and further legislation, can find ways to bring these people along as we work to solve our jobs and skills crisis together. Deputy Speaker, this bill is just the start of the government's action to address the skills crisis we've been left. The Australian Skills Guarantee, which will train thousands of workers by ensuring 1 in 10 workers on major federally funded government projects is an apprentice, trainee or cadet. The fee-free TAFE places, which will deliver 180,000 fee-free TAFE places next year. That's only a few months away. We've seen a commitment by all state and territory governments and the Commonwealth to guiding principles to underpin a 5-year national skills agreement from 2024. And I have to say, Australia is thrilled to see people working together, states and Commonwealth. And these same governments have made an agreement with the BCA, ACCI and the ACTU and developed for this summit the Statement of Common Interests and Skills on Training, a level of cooperation that seemed impossible not so long ago. The government has also committed to a TAFE technology fund to improve IT facilities, workshops, laboratories and telehealth simulators across the country, and new energy apprenticeships to encourage Australians to train in the new energy jobs of the future by providing $100 million to support 10,000 new energy apprenticeships, jobs of the future. And of course, we will produce the Jobs Summit and Full Employment White Paper. This will be informed by the National Job and Skills Summit and will tackle challenges associated with improving the quality of work, underemployment, casualisation and job insecurity, as well as stagnant wages. I'm so looking forward to the consultation on the White Paper because I know that businesses and workers in Boothby and across Australia are champing at the bit with commitment, with ideas. They want to be involved. There's a feeling of relief and excitement. Australia is back in business again. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government and the Prime Minister and Treasurer in particular have shown their ability to bring people together from across our economy and across society, and I commend these bills as the first steps in addressing our jobs and skills shortage and allowing Australia and all of its people to achieve their full economic potential.
Thank you. And so the question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I give the call to Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill, which changes the name of the National Skills Commission to Jobs and Skills Australia. What a day it is, and I was here when it happened. A story for the grandkids. But look, anyway, we won't be standing in the way of this cosmetic change that the government is putting through the House right now. But equally, I do want to take the opportunity to make it very clear that we on this side of the House won't be letting window dressing like this be something that the government uses to mask having a genuine approach to the significant challenges that businesses in Australia are facing. Obviously, skills are central to that. This bill, as has been admitted by other speakers, is changing the name of the Skills Commission to Jobs and Skills Australia. And apparently there's another bill which isn't ready to come before this House, which puts some kind of detail around how this new Jobs and Skills Australia Commission will operate. I don't know how it's going to be any different to the National Skills Commission, and there have been lots of these entities throughout the ages, and if this is the rebranding that they need to do so that they could get through a day of the campaign and say they had a skills policy by announcing the formation of this new entity, then so be it. But I will be looking very closely at the other legislation that comes forward, and more importantly, what actually happens when it comes to an agenda of working with the businesses of this country that understand what their skills needs are and the support that they need from government to solve some very serious challenges that they've got in their workforce. I note that the government had a Jobs and Skills Summit last week. Before they formed this body, I would have thought this body, if it had any value, would have been good to be in place before they had that summit, if that summit in fact had any genuine purpose. But that didn't happen, so we'll wait and see what this agency does, given it wasn't welcome to have any part whatsoever in what apparently was a totemic meeting held in this building last week to solve jobs and skills for the future of our nation. We watch with great interest. But look, in my home state of South Australia, we've got some unique skills challenges that I wish, in the best of faith, that someone could, in this new government, could have some interest in and play a role in addressing. Defence sector is a very significant one in particular. We are obviously very grateful for the decisions of the previous government, which is going to transform the industry capacity of South Australia through one of the most significant naval shipbuilding programs in this nation's, probably the Southern Hemisphere's history. That's going to create a lot of jobs, very highly skilled jobs, people with very significant and unique skill sets. And I'll tell you who knows how many people they need and what skills they need to have. It's the businesses that are in the supply chains and the businesses that are going to be building those vessels and contracting all the requirements for those programs. And I very much hope that anything that's established structure-wise has at the heart of that working with the businesses that are creating the jobs and know what the skills are that they need. We've had some bad experiences in South Australia when it comes to Labor governments doing the absolute opposite, particularly in 2015-2016 in South Australia, where the industry-based RTOs were absolutely decimated by a decision of the Weatherill government, which removed funding from those registered training organisations that were operated by people like the AHA to train the cooks and the chefs and the sort of skilled workers they needed in the pubs and restaurants and cafes of South Australia, or the MTA, training people with the motor mechanic skills to work in those businesses. They had those RTOs, the civil contractors, many more. They were absolutely decimated because that Labor government said, we don't want industry, who you'd think would know a lot about the skills and training requirements that they had. We don't want industry providing that vet training. We're going to centralise it and have a control and command approach to it through government decision-making and government funding that cut them out. And that was an absolute disaster. And of course it destroyed what had been industry taking the lead on their skills requirements and saying, we're very happy to actually take responsibility for forming training organisations, understanding and committing to the number of people that we need to train at an industry-wide level. We will provide the employment pathways to them. We'll obviously work with our member organisations to make sure that we're not training people that they don't need. And we'll also forecast and look into the future, because we can talk to our members about how their businesses are growing, how their businesses are changing, what new needs they might have into the future, predict all of that and train for our sector. So we can have a national body with a new name, and I was a strong supporter of the National Skills Commission, and I do not understand the rationale or any criticism of that entity and why it needs to be changed, although I understand the realpolitik, Deputy Speaker, of the new government having to have a skills policy and saying they were going to create a new body was a way of saying they had one during the campaign. I note that they also indicated that the staff of the National Skills Commission would just be transferred into this new agency and it wouldn't have any new cost. Pardon me. So really, how they will be performing any different function to the National Skills Commission when it's the same people doing the same jobs that they're doing within the National Skills Commission, if their party platform from the election is to be believed, and it has no new cost, will surprise me. But nonetheless, I urge the government to prioritise those partnerships with businesses and those partnerships with industry sectors, some of whom weren't welcome last week. Restaurant and caterers were not invited to the Jobs and Skills Summit. So if you think there are no jobs and skills challenges in restaurant and catering, you have got no idea whatsoever about one of the very significant sectors that has huge challenges and needs to be listened to and needs to be heard. They weren't welcome last week. That is very peculiar to me, and it shows to me that last week was not about any genuine discussion about skills and jobs. It was about political theatre, and you may have achieved that objective, but I can tell you that if you don't take these challenges seriously and come up with serious solutions to them, then, Deputy Speaker, this government will be in a lot of strife very quickly. And although that might have political value for those on this side of the House, we actually do care about the welfare of the businesses of this country and the people that are employed in those businesses, and we don't want the government to fail them. But unfortunately, that attitude, doing things like not inviting restaurant and caterers, is absolutely failing one of the most important sectors in our economy. One that really struggled, probably the most, with the tourism sector, of course, more broadly through the pandemic. So they're not welcome, and their perspective apparently is completely irrelevant to a National Jobs and Skills Summit. Well, let's hope that this new entity, which we're rebranding in this bill from the National Skills Commission to Jobs and Skills Australia, can convince the government, whenever they're actually formed with this other piece of legislation that isn't even ready yet to come into this chamber. Let's hope that they can change the attitude of the government on things like that, because certainly on this side of the House we want to see industry and business listened to, and we do want to see genuine solutions to those challenges. And in my home state of South Australia, we've obviously got some major opportunities if we get this right. And for the interest and welfare of my electorate and my home state, I want us to get the skills training requirements necessary right. And so I wish this process well, even though I'm very sceptical about it. But in good faith, we are not standing in the way of the rebranding of this bill. This will be a great episode of Yes Minister one day. Nonetheless, we are not here to prevent your rebranding. Good luck with the logo and the website, .gov.au, all those things. You can do all of that. But please, at some point, Deputy Speaker, I hope this government takes seriously the genuine challenges that we've got in skills. On that basis, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. So the question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In that contribution, the member for Sturt provided this unsolicited advice to the government. As I understood what he said if this government doesn't take this issue of skills shortages seriously and come up with solutions, the government will be in real trouble. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the member for Sturt for sharing his real-life lived experience with the chamber and the government, because, of course, that's what happened to the previous government. Because we can't pretend in this chamber that the skills shortages have just arisen in the last 100 days from nowhere. So I appreciate the member for Sturt sharing that real-life lived experience of what happens to a government that doesn't take skills shortages and workforce planning seriously. And I can assure the member for Sturt that many of his questions about the Jobs and Skills Australia that is established under this bill would be answered if he read the provisions of the bill. And if he still doesn't understand the purpose of this legislation and the institution that is being established, I am sure the Minister's office would be more than happy to give him a briefing on it. Because what we know is that, as a nation, we are absolutely experiencing skills shortages across a range of industries that are important to our economic growth, industries that are important to the functioning of communities, and industries that are central to the health and well-being of Australians. As I said, it just defies logic to suggest that these skills shortages have arisen in the last 100 days. And whilst there were issues during the pandemic lockdown that have contributed to the skills and worker shortages in these countries, including the decision to abandon migrant workers and tell them that they can leave the country. It is also not the case that it is the last 3 years alone which has led to the rise of skill shortages and skilled workers in Australia. The truth is there's been a decade of a lack of workforce planning in critical industries across this country, not the least of which are health industries. What was revealed, not caused by, but exacerbated by and revealed by the pandemic, was the absolute absence of proper workforce planning for nurses and GPs and other health practitioners who are crucial to the health and well-being of communities like my community in Dunkley. Nurses who carried this community through the pandemic, who worked in hospitals in back-to-back shifts until many of them could hardly even stand up, who are still exhausted and still dealing with COVID waves and COVID patients and the backlog of patients who haven't had other health issues treated. Nurses will tell you that there's been a lack of planning for their profession. There's been a lack of looking at initiatives like how to get more nurse practitioners into the system so that they can look after people with chronic illnesses, like people who are living with cancer, to take some of the burden off the GPs and to provide good health for people who need it. In my community, like many other communities, we are also looking at skill shortages in areas which, quite frankly, defy belief. In the last term of this parliament, under the previous government that members of the opposition have crowed about its success, apparently, in helping skill up Australians and providing workers, I had 2 different businesses. I had tens or hundreds of businesses contact me about skill shortages, but I had 2 different businesses in Carrum Downs contact me in desperate straits about not being able to find workers. There's a stair manufacturer in Carrum Downs who went from having more than 200 job applications for vacancies in about 2018 to only having 5 per month over a 2-month span, with 50% of applicants not turning up for interviews. They needed people to do welding to make staircases, and they couldn't find enough welders to get work completed, facing the possibility of needing to close after 25 years of being a family business in my community that employs locals. There was another engineering business in Carrum Downs who sent me an email saying, "We run an engineering business and we're having an awful time trying to get tradespeople or even apprentices to interview. What is happening to our education system? We are struggling to get anybody through the door, let alone working for us." They noted that I'd sent them a sticker about supporting Australian-made because I ran a campaign last term about supporting Australian-made and buying Australian. But they made this point: if there's no workers available, how are we to have this happen and what are we to do? And they ended their email by saying the youth of Australia need options in education for apprenticeships, and with many trades needing staff, something needs to change. And what I can now say to these 2 businesses and many others in my community, and many of the exhausted nurses who just say we need more nurses in the system, and many of the businesses that run retail and hospitality, is that you now have a government that genuinely understands that we need to plan for the workforces that we need now and into the future, and we need to invest in the opportunities for our people to get those skills so that Australians can be skilled up for the jobs that exist now and into the future, and we don't have to solely rely on temporary migration like what happened under the previous government. In February of this year,
before the federal election, 17% of businesses reported they didn't have enough employees, and the recruitment difficulty rate for higher skilled occupations was sitting at 67%. And whilst we have high job vacancies and a low official employment rate in this country, those of us who are in touch with our communities know that there are a large cohort of people who actually aren't working and who want to work, but have either been unemployed for so long that they've left the labour market, or who find it so difficult because they don't have the skills that are needed to get the jobs that are available that they've left the labour market, or who are facing other barriers. And what these people need is a government that's willing to give them the assistance they need to get back into the labour market, to get the skills that they need. And that's why this government is committed to TAFE and to public TAFE. And today, on National TAFE Day, it is appropriate to emphasise yet again the important role that TAFE plays in education and skilling up Australians of all ages and from all backgrounds. But enough has not been done to support the TAFE system. In fact, it's been allowed to be significantly eroded, and the workforce of the TAFE system, the trainers and the teachers and the educators, have not been supported enough to be able to provide that great training and education. So out of the Jobs and Skills Summit held last week and the National Cabinet meeting that was held immediately before it, we started a new era of Commonwealth and state cooperation on skills and training, where TAFE is at the heart, because there is a commitment to $1 billion co-funded for the National Skills Agreement to deliver 180,000 fee-free TAFE places in 2023, and that is a great start. I come from the state of Victoria, where we have a state government that has also been providing fee-free TAFE places, and every time I visit Chisholm Institute in my electorate, which is a magnificent TAFE, I talk to students who tell me how their opportunities have been transformed because they've been able to enrol in a fee-free TAFE place, and they wouldn't have been able to study without it. Young people studying to be enrolled nurses, older people who are already working in the aged care system as carers studying to become enrolled nurses to increase their career opportunities. People studying to be social workers, drug and alcohol rehabilitation workers, carpenters, welders, plumbers, car mechanics who have this opportunity because of fee-free TAFE. And what Jobs and Skills Australia will do is make sure that these fee-free TAFE places provided by the federal and state governments are targeted towards skills shortage areas. Because you have to have a government that is willing to not just make announcements but do the hard work in the background about the planning of how these announcements are best directed and best delivered. And that's why this legislation is part of a package and a commencement of a government that has a strategy to deal with the skills shortage in Australia and is not just an ad hoc, one-off piece of legislation. No, we have commitments to ensure that at least 70% of Commonwealth VET funding is for public TAFE, to establish a TAFE technology fund, to have a Future Made in Australia skills plan, to have new energy apprenticeships. And it's so important to encourage Australians to train in the new energy jobs of the future. It's so important to provide additional support so they can complete their training. And this government will provide $100 million to support 10,000 new energy apprenticeships. Our new energy skills program to develop fit-for-purpose training pathways for new energy industry jobs, and to do so in the spirit that the Albanese Labor government wants to govern, in partnership with the states and territories, industries and unions. No, we have a commitment to and a plan to deliver a reduction in emissions of at least 43% by 2030, and to do so by giving Australia the opportunity to become the renewable energy superpower that we know that we can and should be. And that commitment again feeds into a strategy to make sure Australians are skilled and able to take on the jobs of the future, the smart, well-paid, secure jobs that will come from the development of the renewable energy industry. And they're the sort of jobs that people in my community desperately want for themselves and for their children. And it's why there is a sense of optimism and hope that the future will be better, that we will be able to provide a better future for our children, because we have a government that is committed to a strategy to make that happen. So I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is the first opportunity I've had to speak on a bill in this House, so I'm learning new skills as well, so I'm fitting into the theme of the evening. Thank you. This bill seeks to establish Jobs and Skills Australia to drive vocational education and training education. As part of its legislation, the government is seeking to repeal the existing National Skills Commission and reconstitute its functions within this new Jobs and Skills Australia to be an agency within the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. The bill establishes Jobs and Skills Australia as a statutory body within the department to provide advice and collect, analyse, share and publish data and other information on Australia's current emerging market and its current emerging and future skills and training needs and priorities. However, currently the NSC monitors, researches and analyses employment dynamics across different demographic groups, industries, occupations and regions. It considers how changes in the labour market will impact jobs and how these changes will impact the economy's education and skills needs. As a constructive opposition, we will assess proposals on their merits, but as I think one of the earlier speakers said, we will not be giving the government a blank cheque on this front. Whilst we accept that Jobs and Skills Australia will be established, we are sceptical of the new arrangements, given there is no clarity on how the organisation will be structured, nor its full remit and responsibilities. The bill establishes the agency, but not much more. This, as the member for Sturt said, seems to be more of a rebranding exercise than anything else at this point. Many locals within my community of the Redlands have talked to me about the challenges of the current skills shortage on their business. And unfortunately, we're reaching the point, we've well and truly reached the point, I'd say, where a lot of these businesses are giving up on trying to find new skilled workers to fulfil the duties that they have in their operations. And I think that's got very dire consequences for the future of Australia's economic growth. When you reach a point where where businesses are deciding not to grow because they can't find the workers, they've given up. So whilst delivering better information, coordination and leadership of Australia's workforce and skills is definitely a noble aspiration, such a function is already being provided by the National Skills Commission, which was established, of course, by the former government back in 2020. It's unfortunate that we have not been able to, or the government has not been able to outline the full remit and scope of this agency within this bill. It's unclear how this agency will be much different to the current agency, the National Skills Commission. In my electorate, I'll touch on the skills shortage a bit in greater detail around my experience and what my constituents are telling me in relation to this issue that this agency is seeking to address. In my electorate, there are many great organisations that are tackling the task of skilling our workers. We've got the TAFE at Alexandra Hills,
They do a fantastic job and very highly in demand for young people across my region, young people and older people, mind you. They were the recipients of a $1.2 million upgrade to their electro-engineering facilities through the former government's Revitalising TAFE Campuses Across Australia program. And that course is very popular at the Alex Hills TAFE, and the teachers there do a fantastic job. Another one to mention is the Australian Industry Trade College at Redlands. They're on the move. They've got a brand new campus in a new facility that's being constructed, and they've only been around since 2016 with a Year 10 cohort. But since then they've expanded. I'm advised they now educate approximately 200 young people in the Redlands from Year 10 to Year 12. They're expanding, they're growing. As I mentioned, they're going to new premises, and they're doing a fantastic job. And I'll also do a little shout-out, if I can, to thank you. I've received the member for Leichhardt's permission on that. Other local private RTOs: Redlands College, Care of Queensland, Australia, EDB Training Services at Capalaba, PCD Training Services, Horizons Foundation, Capalaba State College, Sheldon College do a great job as well in this tertiary training, on-site training solutions, and coaching commander training. It's unclear to me what a rebranded bureaucrats in Canberra will do for local operators within my electorate. It's unclear to me what Job Skills Australia is intending to do through the bill that we're debating tonight, what this will do to support frontline efforts with these local organisations. So we still don't know really where we are with the functions of this new agency, and I'm concerned, given the dominance of the union movement in the recent Jobs and Skills Summit, around the role that the government intends for unions in the final formation of the JSA. I've seen in my home state of Queensland the impact that statutory authorities, statutory bodies have had under a Labor government, which has stacked them with people from the union movement, and the impact that that's had on business around the decisions and the operations of those entities. The government has told us the JSA will be cost neutral because the existing funding for the NSC will cover the work of the JSA. And the feedback I've been getting in relation to the NSC is that it's performing its functions very well. And it's unclear how the JSA will be different to the NSC when it will receive the same amount of funding as well. That's another thing that the government has revealed in relation to this. And I'm also advised that the minister expects the staff of the National Skills Commission to transfer over to the new body. So we've got the same level of funding, we've got the same staff, we've got a very similar remit by my reading of it, and there isn't a great level of clarity as of yet. The current government has inherited a skills and training sector that is quite healthy despite the current shortages. So in 2019, the Coalition released the findings of the Joyce Report, providing a framework to bring our skills sector forward into the modern world. For the first time in Australian history, apprenticeships surpassed 220,000, which was a stark contrast to the free fall that we saw under the former Labor government. We established the new Apprenticeships Incentive Scheme, seeing many new apprentices through their studies and careers. That was very well received in the electorate of Bowman. The Coalition Government also established a National Skills Commission, of course, which is the body that this bill seeks to replace. And in the last 2 years alone, the Coalition invested a total of $13 billion in skills, and where this money was spent, it was spent incredibly well. So we need to contrast that to the record of the former Labor government, the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government, when they last left office in relation to apprenticeships and traineeships. I'm advised the figures here for between June 2012 and June 2013, we saw a fall of 22% in in-training numbers. That's 111,300 less people undertaking skills training. And our current skills crisis, there is no silver bullet in relation to this, but certainly a massive disruption to supply like that is going to have an impact on our skills pipeline. This was a direct result of funding cuts under the Gillard government back in 2012. I've got to make sure I get the Prime Minister's right. I don't want to misappropriate blame. Our policy settings got apprenticeship numbers back up to record levels following these cuts. For the first time in our history, as I mentioned, we've got 220,000 Australians taking up trade apprenticeships, and this was all done remarkably during the whole COVID period. I know that the word disruption was used a lot, but I can't think of a word that can better describe the impact that pandemic had across our economy and in every facet of our society, and certainly training, skills, education was all impacted by that. And I know a lot of my local institutions did very well to adapt their offerings to ensure that things kept moving and people weren't missing out on their training. The Prime Minister's Jobs Summit announced a total of 180,000 fee-free TAFE places, which the Australian has accurately reported that 2/3 of these places already existed and will only be further subsidised. Another 15,000 are aged care places that were announced under the former government's budget earlier this year, and the remaining 45,000 are new, but they were announced pre-election. So it's a little bit more spin over substance in relation to that announcement, and it's really hard to sink your teeth into anything within this bill that's going to provide us with any comfort that there is some actual substance beyond the spin. The Prime Minister is on the record saying that the funding will only go to public training providers, and that's a very concerning proposition for me and the private providers within my electorate. It leaves behind 70 to 80% of students who undertake training in private RTOs. It leaves behind as much as 79% of women who undertake training in these private institutions, and I think government should be taking an even-handed approach, an agnostic approach. Government should not be picking winners when it comes to training and skills development. The Coalition is also concerned, or is extremely concerned, if JSA has embedded a bias for any corner of the skills sector alone, and it's important to flag now that we want to see safeguards to prevent that and prevent unions from dominating the JSA and turning it into an entity that only supports public providers. These concerns, as I said earlier, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we do have concerns that this bill is nothing more than a rebranding exercise. We want to make sure that there's more substance and less spin in relation to this. The Coalition is intending on supporting this bill based off the limited information that we've been provided with. But the Liberal Party understands the importance of skills to the Australian economy, and we understand how transformative skills and training are how important these are to the life and livelihoods of Australians. And certainly that's the very strong feedback that I'm getting from employers and providers and students when I make my way around the Redlands. We desperately want the government to get this right. Employers in my electorate need the government to get this right. I know my side of the chamber here is keen to work with the government to ensure we get this right, but we'll be keeping a watching brief on Jobs and Skills Australia, seeking to ensure that it is held to account for any inefficiencies with its implementation. I've said that we will not give the Prime Minister a blank cheque. I think that's a very important point that we make. And in closing, I'll note that we look forward to seeing further detail on the establishment of the JSA, and we hope that it's more substance than just spin.
Thank you. The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I support these bills, and on National TAFE Day I want to thank the students, the teachers, the trainers in my electorate, and particularly in places like Bundamba at TAFE Southwest. And I was there last week talking to trainees and who were training and apprentices who were training as baristas, chefs, cooks, mechanics and hairdressers, and I want to thank them for the work they do and how important it is in my local community. Just listening to previous speakers on the Coalition, it's almost like they've forgotten the captains of industry who have supported this legislation, whether it's ACCI, AIG, the BCA and others who have supported Jobs and Skills Australia. Listening to Coalition speakers, it's just an extraordinary disconnect, and it goes to show why they lost the last federal election, why they're out of office. This bill here delivers one of Labor's key election commitments, establishing Jobs and Skills Australia. The second bill repeals the National Skills Commissioner Act of 2020. The staff and the resources of the previous commission will be transferred to Jobs and Skills Australia. The previous commissioner, the National Skills Commissioner, really played an advisory function, but it lacked independence and any form of strategic approach that is necessary, Deputy Speaker, that Labor's Jobs and Skills Australia will bring. Jobs and Skills Australia will be a cornerstone of this government. This is one of the first pieces of legislation that this Labor government has brought into being. And in fact, despite what coalition members have talked about this evening, there is a two-stage legislative process, and if they bother to read the bill and they understand what it's about, the first thing is about establishing this Jobs and Skills Australia, giving its full remit in legislative governance arrangements. It will be informed by consultation with states and territories, grounded by our commitment, can I say, to a tripartite model dealing with states and territory governments, employers, unions, industry and other community organisations, particularly those in the training field. So this is really crucial, and it's part of the suite of policies that this Labor government will bring, whether it's in the areas like new skills program, the new energy apprenticeships, which is $100 million to support 10,000 new apprentices in new energy areas. Also, our TAFE Technology Fund, our Australian Skills Guarantee, which is so critical, training thousands of workers, 1 in 10 on major Commonwealth government projects will be an apprentice, a trainee or a cadet. Absolutely crucial that we do this. And of course the fee-free TAFE places that we bring forward arising out of the summit that took place just last week. The economic challenges we face as a country are immense and brought on very much by 9 years of neglect in this space. You can't cut $3 billion out of skills and TAFE and training and not expect there to be a consequence. There are 70,000 fewer apprentices and trainees at the conclusion of this coalition government in May this year than there were when we lost office in 2013. Now, the consequences of cuts, of not working with states and territory government, not working with industry and unions, not working with TAFE, is there for all to see. And telling people who are so critical to industries like hospitality, retail, agriculture, the meat industry, to just go home, That's what the Morrison government said during COVID. Just leave the country. We're seeing that in the greatest demographic shift since 1991 in this country, and the latest ABS data shows clearly the consequence in terms of the demographic shift between states and territories, regions, capital cities, and we're seeing the consequence in industries. We need collaboration and cooperation in industry with various groups, workers, trainees, unions, training providers. That's what we need, and across portfolio and across ministries at state and territory level as well. So the last week's Jobs and Skills Summit was absolutely critical to harness the energy, vitality, creativity and intelligence of the Australian community. This government is committed to ensuring full employment, productivity growth, better participation for women, for minority groups, for our First Nations people, people living with disability and vulnerable people in our community, to harness their strength, their capacities, to make sure they're involved. It's not just an equity and justice issue, it's about our economic development and participation as we go forward. It's about reducing barriers to employment so that all can participate. And we saw the result with dozens of initiatives announced just last week in terms of additional $1 billion for the joint federal and state funding for free TAFE places, the acceleration of those places, the assistance to pensioners and veterans pensioners to get aged pensioners and veterans working more without the loss of their social security payments, the modernisation of workplace laws to improve bargaining, make them more accessible for workers and businesses in a cooperative, collaborative way, amending the Fair Work Act to strengthen access to flexible work arrangements. We need to do all of these things, and increasing the migration program up to 195,000 places in 2022-23 will help in terms of easing widespread critical workforce shortages. On the 10th of August, Deputy Speaker, I had our own Jobs and Skills Summit in Blair, and it featured presentations from the Tivoli Social Enterprises, a community faith-based organisation operating out of the old Ipswich suburb of Tivoli at the old drive-in. It's more than movies, as CEO Pastor Fred Mose says. The enterprise provides training through Skilling Queenslanders for Work in hospitality, conservation and land management, construction, business, youth work and more. This is a great initiative of the Labor government in Queensland. Tragically, even before a report into the program was initiated and delivered to the then coalition government, Campbell Newman's LNP government scrapped the program. It had great impact in an adverse way to people in terms of apprenticeships and traineeships in Queensland. Fortunately, the Palaszczuk Labor government has brought it back, and it's been my privilege to attend a number of those graduations where people with hope in their hearts can clutch a certificate and recognise their opportunities with their certificates that they gain. But so many people, when I turn up to those programs, Deputy Speaker, don't actually go to the graduation because they're in employment and because that program works. Now, that's the kind of dynamic creativity we need in this country. We need people to learn on the job. So this social enterprise, Drive-In and Kitchen, is preparing food and customers for up to 2,500 pre-cooked meals to distribute to needy families, not just in my electorate, but in the electorate of Ryde and elsewhere. Runs major events at various times, but it's also involved in eco-land management and developing koala habitat. Because if we don't do that soon and preserve our koala habitat, we'll be looking at koalas in museums. This is a site of relief during the recent floods. So you can see, Deputy Speaker, Jobs and Skills has a connection to land management, ecosystems, flood relief and a whole range of areas. You can't isolate Jobs and Skills and think it has no impact on the economy, on community and on national development. There's a meat processing plant in my electorate at Dinmore, the largest in the country, JBS. The second largest is at Kilcoy Global Foods in the northern part of my electorate in rural Somerset. JBS Northern Chief Operating Officer Anthony Pratt spoke at the Jobs and Skills Summit in Ipswich at Brothers League Club, and he talked about the fact that JBS capacity is 823 workers short, and that's in Dinmore alone. This is the biggest meat processing establishment in the country. It mirrors the issues that recently when I met up with Kilcoy Global Foods, they have up there getting skilled workers to work in rural township of Kilcoy. And they're relying very much on skilled workers from the Philippines and elsewhere, who many go on to become Australian citizens and make their home in the Kilcoy and Somerset region. Sadly, when the former government left office, they'll have a massive backlog of unprocessed visa applications in skilled areas as well. At least 4 times as many as the former Labor government left in 2013. I want to acknowledge the minister is at the table there in addressing this issue and getting things moving again. It's absolutely critical. Hundreds extra frontline experienced public servants dealing with this issue. This is all related, Deputy Speaker, and this is the tragedy and the travesty of this former government that sits over there in impotence, over there, who are not part of the conversation on dealing with jobs and skills in this country. They're just not. They have not listened to the words of ACCI, the AIG, the BCA and many business organisations and employers, COSBOA as well, and they've just ruled themselves out of this conversation. Many issues were raised in the Blair Jobs Summit, and these issues are absolutely crucial. Areas of, for example, clean energy, where James Sturgis of Alexis talked about the fact that the opportunities in the skills and training area for our local community. There's shortages across 51 different trades in the energy sector alone. Well, this is the mob over there, Deputy Speaker, that had 22 energy policies. Some of them didn't even last 12 hours, couldn't even last till question time. James outlined some of the opportunities in clean energy and the relevant technology about reducing ways to reduce costs and look at better jobs and skills in our local area. And I'm committed to making sure we have community-based renewable energy hubs, including a community battery based in Ipswich, where industrial hubs and estates could generate power, deliver cost saving across a number of businesses. And there are opportunities in the circular economy as well. We saw that, for example, one of the interesting participants in the Blair Jobs Summit was Pastor Billy Dean from the Racetree Congregational Church, and through their men's shed are involved in the recycling of plastic and the opportunities in that area with jobs and skills. He talked about, through their men's shed, what they do in creating a cleaner and better environment, but also providing job opportunities in the recycling industry. It's important also, and this is one of the things that came up, and that's why this jobs and skills piece of legislation is so critical, the interaction, shall I say, with housing. It can't be divorced from it. Housing Australia Future Fund, the $10 billion commitment that this Labor government will initiate, will be crucial for our First Nations people, for veterans, for essential workers, for women and children fleeing domestic and family violence, but for social housing alone. It's absolutely crucial. And in our area, we saw a growing housing problem and a growing homelessness problem, and that was exacerbated by the floods. So the interaction between housing and jobs and skills can't be ignored. We had evidence by employers at our local Jobs and Skills Summit, and this is the sort of stuff that I want the Jobs and Skills Australia to look at, is the relationship between getting proper housing in my area, the fastest growing area in southeast Queensland, in the Ipswich area, getting proper and better housing so we can get those apprentices and jobs in areas. We heard evidence from employers, whether in the health industry or the meat industry or defence industry, who had to go to motels for their staff because there wasn't enough construction or housing in our local area. There's opportunities for welders, for apprentices, for electricians, and a whole range of areas. These are the areas I want Jobs and Skills Australia to look at. And in my community, we made a submission. We made a submission to the Jobs and Skills Summit, and I look forward to our local community also making a contribution to the white paper. This legislation is absolutely critical, and I just wish those opposite would read bills instead of talking points. Have a look at the bill. Have a look at what's actually there in the bills before you start coming into this place and talking nonsense with LNP talking points. It's important you look at the bill. That's really, really critical in the circumstances. I want to commend the Minister for Skills and Training for the bills before this chamber. It's a tragedy for our country that those opposite fail to work on jobs and skills. It's been left to a Labor government to take action, and it's absolutely critical we do it for my local community, for South East Queensland and also across the country. We need a government with vision and a government with commitment on jobs and skills, not a government that cuts apprenticeships and traineeships and cuts funding for TAFE.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, that was a very interesting and not so insightful presentation from the member for Blair, who seems to have a very interesting take on history, which I'm sure we can have a greater chat at the gym perhaps tomorrow morning. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am very fortunate in my life. I have worked as a carpenter. I've been to TAFE. I was educated at Holmes Glen College of TAFE. I was an apprentice carpenter. I became a carpenter. I then became a builder, and then I went back and did a law degree and practiced as as a barrister for 16 years. So I've walked both sides of the fence. I've been to uni, I've been a white-collar worker and a blue-collar worker. And there's no doubt that a quality education has the ability to be able to change people's lives. Absolutely no doubt about that. Since I was elected in 2016, I have made it my mission to make Fisher, on the Sunshine Coast, the place to be for education, employment and retirement. I want to ensure that young families that move, many young families that move to the Sunshine Coast, they can give their kids a good education on the coast. They can get a good job on the coast, and they can ultimately retire on the coast. The last thing parents want to see is their kids having to move away from home to get a better job or to get an education. And the ability for a regional area like mine on the Sunshine Coast to be able to provide good education, good quality jobs is so incredibly important. It's really interesting to sit here and listen to those opposite talk about how the coalition government purportedly ran down skills and education, when the member for Maribyrnong was involved in skills and training. Apprenticeships were at an all-time low. Apprenticeships were at an all-time low under those opposite, who now profess to be the gurus who are going to change the world. Now, when I think of skills and I think of education, I think of groups on the Sunshine Coast like STEPS Employment Group. I think of STEPS Pathways College that connect people who live with disabilities. They can get better training and go on and lead independent lives. I think of Your Employment Solutions, another organisation on the Sunshine Coast that works with young people who live with disabilities. I think of the Sunshine Coast Trade and Training Technical College that's attached to the Caloundra High School. This is a college that gives young people an opportunity to learn a trade whilst they're at school. These school-based apprenticeships are unbelievably fantastic. It gives young people an opportunity to learn a trade whilst they're at school. And, you know, we talk so much about, the importance of tertiary education. And yes, tertiary education can be important, but we must never forget the importance of trades. Because if we, as a nation, continue to run down trades, as we have done over the last, certainly in the last iteration of the Labor government, that tried to push everybody into university. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
Order.
If we do that, then good luck trying to get your toilet fixed. Good luck trying to get a house built. Trades give young people an opportunity to learn invaluable skills that will take them anywhere in the world. You get a trade in Australia and you will never, generally speaking, be without work. You can always find work. And a trade, Australian-trained trade, you'll be able to get work anywhere in the world because of the high quality and high esteem that trade is accepted in around the world. Now, it's important that we, in my view, that we walk the talk in this place. At every opportunity I get, I talk about the importance of trades and not necessarily making a career out of going to university. If you want to go to university, that's fine, that's great. We need lawyers, we need doctors, no suggestion about that. But we also need plasterers, we need plumbers, we need electricians, we need carpenters, we need hairdressers, etc. A couple of years ago I started what I call my Ready, Set, Go bursary, which provides $1,000 to young people who are in a trade and who want a little bit of help. They want a little bit of help for tools, or maybe a bit of help going towards buying a ute, whatever it might be. I think of people like Tom Lone, Morgan McCosker, who are both electrical apprentices, Courtney Byron, who is an apprentice hairdresser. We in this place need to walk the talk, and we need to be supporting our young people into trades. In relation to our work on skills and training, when we were in government, now those opposite will tell you all sorts of things about what we did and we didn't do, but these are the facts. These are the facts, Member for Moreton, so just listen. We invested record funding into vocational education. The result was historically low unemployment and historically high employment participation, particularly for who, the Member for Canning? For young people and women. For young people and women. You can't say, you can't look at the scoreboard and say the maths is wrong. We also saw a record number of apprentices and trainees. Through our $2 billion job trainer program, we supported over 300,000 students through subsidised vocational training. Through our Job Ready package, our Job Ready Graduates package, we delivered reforms which make employability in the future economy the priority for higher education funding. Through the JobMaker hiring credit, boosting apprenticeship commencements and completing apprenticeship commencements program, and our wage subsidy program, we were able to support hundreds of thousands of apprentices, trainees and employers to grow our skilled workforce. I've still got plenty of mates who are in the building industry, and let me tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, they loved the subsidies that we introduced for training apprentices. And we understood that many in the workforce were working without formal qualifications, some for many years. That's why in 2015 the federal government, our federal government, the coalition government, changed the standards for registered training organisations to require all nationally accredited providers to offer recognition of prior learning. Essentially, if you can demonstrate that you have the work experience and informal training equivalent to the skills or competencies in the qualification, the RTO will provide you with a pathway to obtaining a formal qualification. We handed the Labor government a world-class vocational skills and training system, which had recovered from years of Labor meddling and neglect, and which wasn't just growing, but powering ahead in a strong job market and national economy. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, as my colleagues on this side of the House have outlined time and time again, we want to be a constructive opposition, don't we, Member for Canning? We want to be a constructive opposition. We want to work with government to deliver better outcomes for Australians. We want to deliver better outcomes for Australian families and their businesses. Now, sometimes we're going to agree with the government, and sometimes we're not. Sometimes we won't, meaning sometimes we're going to hold, in fact, we will hold the government to account all the time. But just in this spirit of wanting to be a constructive opposition, it's important that we hold the government to account. We hold them to account for their promises and we hold them to account for their inactions. Over 100 days have passed since this government took office. Now, 100 days in the broader scheme of things is not a long time. But this government, the Labor government, needs to start putting some runs on the board. They made Jobs and Skills Australia a cornerstone of their election commitments, and yet, to date, we have no idea what this agency will actually do. We have no information about how it will do what it will do, and we have no information about how it will help it do whatever it will do. Is this just a rebranding exercise, or is it a complete dismantling of the system which has stood us in good stead over the last 9 years? These unanswered questions, they're unheard voices and unaddressed concerns, and what we need to be careful of is that they do not stop this sector in its tracks. The National Skills Commission already does the job of researching, reporting, coordinating and leading efforts to inform and improve Australia's skilled workforce and training agenda. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt, as I speak to businesses in my electorate, I think all of us would share that this country is having a skills crisis. There is no doubt about that, and predominantly the reason for that would be COVID. COVID has turned our skills training, the way we work, upside down. But that is no reason why we should just sit back and say, well, you know, that's COVID, so be it. It is vitally important for our young people. It's vitally important for our economy that we are encouraging people back into skilled labour, back to work. Our unemployment rate is so incredibly low at the moment, but we do need to be encouraging those who have taken part in the Great Resignation. We talk about the Great Resignation in the US. Well, I think that that's also happened here. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can't let the moment pass without talking about Labor's Jobs and Skills Summit. This summit, the foundation of Labor's pledge to reform the skilled workforce, well, we all know it turned out to be a bit of a fizzer. It's reminiscent of Labor's Australia 2020 summit that it held in 2008. A lot of hype, a lot of talk, a lot of waxing lyrical by the Labor movement, and the big end of town, member for Moreton, was probably in there getting his photo taken for 5 minutes and then back out again. We know what some members of the Labor Party were doing at that summit. Now, I note with some disappointment that there weren't many local service providers invited. I, in fact, wrote to the Treasurer and I put forward Steps Australia and a couple of other Your Employment Solutions, two great businesses in my electorate. I wrote to Jim, to the Treasurer, and I said, if you want two small local businesses that do great work in the disability sector, you should have these guys at the table. No response. No response. Now, if they were a union, they'd quite likely be there. The summit was a summit of unions. And what this doesn't do, what the summit didn't do, is the summit did not take into account the many great contributions that private service training providers like STEPS, like Your Employment Solutions provide. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to finish by saying that on this side of the House we are absolutely committed to ensuring that Australians continue to receive good quality skills and training. That's what we have done over the last 9 years, and we will hold this government to account to do the same.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022. Coming hand in hand with the very, very successful Jobs and Skills Summit, widely acknowledged as being a great meeting and opportunity place. This bill delivers on our commitment to establish Jobs and Skills Australia as national partnership to drive vet education and strengthen workforce planning by working together with employers, unions and the training and education sector, the three cogs. Jobs and Skills Australia will provide advice on the skills and training needs of workers and employers now and the future. The body set up by this current bill under consideration is intended to be an interim one, as I'm sure the previous speaker might have known if he'd looked at the ledge. Thankfully, he was able to veer close to it but managed to miss it. But this interim organisation is only existing until a permanent model for the Jobs and Skills Australia can be established. This bill is a priority because we now know how critical the skills and labour shortages have become in many sectors of our economy. As I'm sure all MPs have done, I've spoken to many employers in Moreton who are desperate for employees because they can't fill the skills shortages that they need, especially in manufacturing. Every local manufacturer or business that I've met with has outlined the difficulty they're facing in finding new employees. Jeff and Ben Samuels from QMW in Acacia Ridge acknowledge actually worldwide for their mining expertise, for their manufacturing and innovation, but sadly Jeff and Ben can't find apprentices to employ and train. Just down the road at High Tech Tooling, also in Acacia Ridge, the demand for pharmaceutical and food production has nearly completely taken over from their traditional plastics markets for high-tech tooling. But Richard can't find experienced tool makers and is very keen to take on more apprentices. Tool making is a very unique skill in Australia. Employers tell me that they're willing to train new employees. This will take time and effort and it's a huge investment, but they're struggling to find people to employ and train. And when they can't find employees locally, some of the businesses are trying to source skilled workers from overseas, which in itself presents challenges due to the significant visa processing wait times, which I know the Minister for Immigration and Citizenship is working to address. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you're, like all Australians, horrified to hear that figure of 1 million unprocessed visas. But what is very clear is that after nearly 10 years of inaction, those 10 wasted years of coalition governments, it's crucial that we get a better understanding of the skills we need now and that we'll need in the future to drive a national skills policy. So this new body, the interim body, will replace the National Skills Commission, which was launched by the former coalition government back in mid-2020. Departmental staff supporting the National Skills Commission will be redeployed to Jobs and Skills Australia. And funding for the National Skills Commission will be transferred to Jobs and Skills Australia. The repeal of the National Skills Commissioner Act 2020 and the transfer of its staff and funding will pave the way for Jobs and Skills Australia to step into that national leadership role for workforce, for labour market and skills advice. Jobs and Skills Australia will be responsible for providing advice to government on our current, emerging and future labour market and workforce skills and training needs to improve employment opportunities and economic growth. This new body will have a wider remit to work in partnership with key stakeholders compared with the Commission and will have a more strategic focus, because this is what Australia needs right now. This bill presents the opportunity to ensure that the challenges of improving workforce productivity are approached in a considered way so that skill shortages can be addressed and wages increase sustainably. Jobs and Skills Australia will also provide a platform to make sure that expenditure on skills training delivers the outcomes required to support a growing economy. This is because Australia's skills funding framework is a confusing mix of direct and indirect investment from governments by way of employer payments, employee wage subsidies, student funding programs and student loan programs. This will not only ease confusion for employees and students, but also ensure that taxpayer funds can be used efficiently and to the greatest effect. Jobs and Skills Australia will also work closely with state and territory governments as well as industry, employers, unions and training providers to ensure a shared understanding of the key issues facing Australia's labour market. It will also examine the adequacy of the VET system in delivering these skills and making sure training and job opportunities are available to all Australians, regardless of their background. The advice of Jobs and Skills Australia will help ensure that the economy is not held back by these shortages. It will help guide a skills and training sector that will provide workers with choices and opportunities for secure employment because they have the right skills. It will mean that in the future, local employers in my electorate, like QMW and High Tech and Acacia Ridge, will not be held back by those skilled worker shortages. And Jobs and Skills Australia will undertake the workforce forecasting and prepare capacity studies for new and emerging industries and contribute to the planning for a pipeline of skilled workers. The pandemic brought about and emphasised the shortage in skills and workers, especially with those reduced skill migration and the lack of support for temporary migrant workers during the COVID lockdowns. We all remember the former government telling those on temporary visas to go home. The horrible damage that that did to our reputation in our local community, in our part of the world. But this shortage in skills and workers has highlighted how the absence of planning and the lack of a coordinated national response to skills and labour shortages over the last 10 years has contributed to the crisis facing some sectors. So a Labor government aims to address this, as our Jobs and Skills Summit has demonstrated. Many of the vital industries that rely on VET graduates are facing workforce shortages, made worse by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and that reduction in skill migration. My local TAFE, Skills Techs, the Acacia Ridge campus, have for decades provided a trained workforce for local industry. They train painters, mechanics, truck mechanics, carpenters, bricklayers, tilers, hairdressers, plumbers, cooks, plasterers, and that's not half, just the half of it, Deputy Speaker. So while their student numbers are increasing right now, even they have talked to me about the difficulty they have had in finding new apprentices and new students. The additional fee-free TAFE places announced last week will hopefully go a long way to in incentivising new students to take up a course at TAFE, Speaker. Many Moreton residents are familiar with the skills and workforce shortages in critical areas such as aged care, disability care and the childcare sectors. It is very obvious that urgent action is needed to address these skills shortages and to match participation in training with the types of skills in demand right now and those that will be in demand in the future. Jobs and Skills Australia, as advice to government, will help inform policies and programs to ensure that Australia's training system delivers the skills workers that industry needs. Obviously, Speaker, this will all be informed by stakeholder consultation, so that while there is urgent action required to address the skills shortages, action will require the best evidence and close collaboration across governments, industries and unions to make a significant difference. Obviously, we need to start as soon as possible. They'll do that capacity study, and once this legislation is passed, Jobs and Skills Australia has created it. We've funded $1.9 million for the additional resourcing required. It will undertake a transitions analysis and will inform further development of any training products, career pathways and other activities to best prepare us for the future. Our government will do what we can to make sure that the full employment white paper will be released next year so that we can prepare society for good jobs. It's in our DNA as a government to support the aspirations of all workers for secure and meaningful work. We are the Labor Party. It's in our DNA, and I commend this legislation to the House.
It being almost 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. I'll give the call to the honourable member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate this opportunity to say something about what is happening in the world, and not to blame the Labor Party or any government about what may happen, but to blame them if we do not prepare ourselves for what is coming our way. Mr. Speaker, Guy Adams in the Isle of Barra, which is in the Hebrides, which is probably the most westerly point of England for a hotel, is wondering whether he's going to keep his doors open. His power bill is going from £25,000 a year to £125,000 a year. And that would mean, of course, that the people who are cash-strapped have no capacity to come there and pay for the cost of what it would be to run a room. Mr. Speaker, the power crisis in England did not start with the war in the Ukraine. It started with this so-called wind drought that meant that their reliance on renewables was unable to meet the requirements of the economy. It was then exacerbated by the war in the Ukraine. But no doubt it started with the so-called wind drought. Now, why do I say this, Mr Speaker, is because we are now rinsing and repeating in Australia what is happening in other parts of the world, and this is very dangerous. The other day, I went to my local town, Walker. I played rugby for Walker, won the grand final in 1990, which is pretty good. A town of 1,000+ people, we beat a city with 67,000 people. In that town of 1,000, there was over 200 people in the Walker Bowling Club. Why? Because in the town of Walker, they're about to build 515 wind towers around the town. Now, in that compendium of people who appeared there that night were members of the Greens who spoke, local councillors, members who support the Labor Party, and myself. Now, I felt I was on the surest ground because I said, you wanted a renewable target, you got it. Here it is. This is it. This is what it looks like. Now, the Green Speaker was very good, very articulate, very cogent, said, I did not come to live here to live in an industrial park. I said, well, that's precisely what you're going to have. The umbrance we feel is this, that as we get our 550 wind towers around Walker, there's not one that's going to be built in Manly. There's not one that's going to be built at Bondi or Toorak or on the beach in Western Australia. We will assuage their feeling of whatever it is, of guilt, but we actually have to pay for it. It becomes incumbent upon us. The other big issue, Mr Speaker, is this. As we spoke to farmers, they get paid about $30,000 per tower. We said, who is responsible for pulling them down when these things become out of date? Look at the contract you have entered into. And I said, if you build have a coal mine, the decommissioning of it is the responsibility of the person who takes the lease out. They have to put money in a trust, Mr Speaker, to clean up the site. Not so for wind towers. For wind towers, the responsibility belies on the people whose land it is on. And what this will mean, Mr Speaker, is there will be a contingent liability that will rest upon the land. I went through the costings of how much these cost to pull down. They have to, they have to bring up specialised cranes, which there's only a couple in Australia. They have to truck the stuff out. About $500,000 a wind tower. So in some of these places, the decommissioning costs will be more than the cost of the place, and the banks will realise this as well in regards of how much they lend them money. Mr Speaker, they now have small modular reactors, 20 metres high, 2.7 metres wide, 77 megawatts. 2 of them would power the city of Tamworth, if you look at 9 kilowatts per house. 6 kilowatts per house. Some say it's only 2 to 3. 2 that would take the place of hundreds of wind towers. Mr Speaker, very quickly wind towers will become obsolete technology, and we will have a massive problem like dilapidated council flats festooned across our nation.
Time has expired. Give the call to the member for Reid.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. This Saturday, countries in East and Southeast Asia celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's one of their most important festivals of the year, a day to celebrate the moon when it's at its fullest and the harvest is most bountiful, a day to eat mooncakes and rice cakes and reunite with family and friends. It's also a festival that is being celebrated in my electorate of Reid, in the multicultural heart of Sydney. Last weekend, I had the great honour of leading the Dragon Dance as part of the Mid-Autumn festivities in Rhodes. It's the first time in Sydney we've had so many people take part in a dragon dance. More than 100 people joining in, and this was despite the torrential rain. After the challenges of the last few years of bushfires, floods and the pandemic, there has never been a more important time for us to come together. And the festivities of Saturday were only possible because of the Rhodes Multicultural Community Association, an organisation run entirely by volunteers. Now in its 8th year, the Rhodes Multicultural Community Association started as a group of residents in Rhodes who regularly met to socialise, exercise and dance together. It's now grown to an organisation that supports the local community through English classes, information sessions, bike riding classes, art exhibits and migrant settlement programs. And during the height of the COVID pandemic, they supported the local community by helping families who were quarantining and providing practical assistance to small businesses. Their work was so critical they were awarded the Resilience Award from the Canada Bay Council. And part of their work was to organise a Mid-Autumn Festival to give the community an opportunity to celebrate with each other and to share this with the wider electorate. And it's an example that is replicated in so many communities in Reid. This Saturday, I'll be celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival at another event, this time organised by the Australian Korean Association of Sydney, also a volunteer-run organisation that has done a fantastic job to celebrate Korean culture in Australia. It was established in 1968 and has been providing support to the community ever since. To me, these two organisations demonstrate the importance of multiculturalism in Australia. Migrants bring the wonderful traditions of their homelands to Australia, and we are enriched by it. And that is the story of successive waves of migration to this country, people who have left their homelands to come to Australia for a better life and to contribute to making our society stronger. Since Australia first established a federal department dedicated to immigration in 1945, more than 7 million permanent migrants have settled in Australia. More than 7 million people from around the world have laid down roots here. They've built a life, contributed to the economy and strengthened the bonds of our community. And they have made Australia one of the most linguistically, culturally and religiously diverse countries in the world. While our migration system has contributed to Australia's success story, in more recent years the emphasis has shifted away from permanent migration and towards temporary migration. I don't think we've gotten the balance right. Temporary migrants are not able to plan for their future here. Their life is precarious. It's harder for them to become embedded in our community because they face the uncertainty of having to pack up and leave. They are more vulnerable to workplace exploitation from unscrupulous employers. And yet, we know they are contributing and important members of our community, often working in areas of chronic skill shortage, including aged care, childcare and nursing. I welcome the Albanese Labor government's recent announcement to increase the permanent skilled migration cap by 35,000 places to 195,000 for this financial year. It's a great step for migrants, for workers and for businesses struggling in the current skills shortage. It also means we give skilled migrants the opportunity to contribute to our community, just like members of the Australian Korean Association and the Rhodes Multicultural Community Association.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I wanted to talk about the response to the Greens' call for an emergency 2-year rent freeze and pause on interest rates, because I think it reveals something about just how badly disconnected many politicians are from everyday people. After announcing our proposal, I heard from countless renters who have copped outrageous rent increases, like a $100 rent increase despite no repairs being done in years, or a $60 a week rent hike with less than a week's notice to sign a lease or move out, or a sudden 10% increase on a cold and mouldy house. But renters are telling us they've got no choice but putting up with it. There's nowhere even vaguely affordable to move into, with vacancy rates around the country at record lows. We've heard from a renter who agreed to swallow a $40 a week rise, only to get booted out anyway so the owner could turn the property into an Airbnb. We heard about a tenant who got kicked out because the owner said they were selling, only to see the same owner whack it up straight back up with a rent at a higher price, about $150 a week extra a week. The most outrageous we heard was a tenant who copped a $250 a week rent increase. That's $13,000 a year extra on rent. I spoke to a single mum who ended up being evicted because she couldn't afford a $150 a week rent increase. Her kids go to the local school and work at the local supermarket. She works full-time as a disability support worker, but she was evicted because we have a housing system where landlords are allowed to put up the rent by as much as they want. Meanwhile, we've seen federal Labor and state Liberal and Labor governments demonstrate a spectacular callous disregard for the 30% of this country who rent homes. When I proposed a rent freeze, the Prime Minister, presumably feigning ignorance, said he had no idea how a rent freeze would work. The Treasurer admitted that skyrocketing rents were a huge part of the cost of living crisis, but then turned around and said it wasn't something they were working on. But of course we know that rent controls work. In Scotland, British Columbia, New York, rent controls are used to protect renters' rights to affordable housing. In fact, we've had rent freezes in Australia before. The Victorian government froze rents for 6 months during the pandemic, and the Commonwealth government froze rents nationwide in 1941 to deal with the inflation crisis caused by wartime shortages. There's no reason why we can't have rent controls in Australia today. The only thing standing in the way is the lack of political will to put the rights of everyday people to have a roof over their heads first. When I asked the PM in question time yesterday if he'd help the 2.7 million Australians in rental stress by putting a freeze on the agenda for the next National Cabinet meeting, he told me that he's already got a comprehensive plan to deal with the housing crisis. But Labor's plan to build 20,000 social and 10,000 affordable houses over 5 years not only is not a comprehensive plan, but is not even a drop in the ocean. We have 116,000 people homeless in Australia every night, and 163,500 families sitting on the social housing wait list. How is 20,000 social homes good enough? When there's 2.7 million Australians in rental stress and 1 million of those in extreme rental stress, spending more than 45% of their incomes on rent, how is 10,000 affordable homes enough to even make a dent? The reality is that Labor's fig leaf of a plan will see the wait list for social housing end up bigger than it is now. It will abandon millions of people to housing stress, homelessness and eviction. But just imagine if the government treated this like the crisis that it is. Imagine if millions of Australian households didn't have to worry about the next rent increase. Imagine if there was a nationwide urgent investment in well-designed community and public housing that actually addressed the need that we have in this country. Imagine that instead of the government spending $224 billion on the stage 3 tax cuts that will give everyone in this place $9,000 an extra a year, and we really don't need it, there was instead a plan to build 1 million public and affordable homes with integrated public parks, transport, schools and community facilities. For people in cities like Vienna, they don't have to imagine. But in Australia, for now, our political system remains dominated by the banks and property developers who profit so handsomely off a housing system that is OK with kicking a woman out and her family out on the street, but is fine also with the Commonwealth Bank making an extra $9 billion a year in profit. I also wanted to speak about East Brisbane State School in my electorate. With the Olympics coming up in 2032 in Brisbane, the state government have put a proposal on the table to demolish the Gabba Stadium and rebuild it at a cost of $1 billion. This is despite the fact that East Brisbane State School, whose enrolments have increased now by 38% since 2016, almost 300 kids, sits on the same site, and it has become increasingly clear that that school will be demolished and moved to another site or completely gotten rid of by this decision. Now, what we know is that the federal government want to spend $500 million on that.
Expired. I give the call to the honourable member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Speaker. Look, a couple of weeks ago I was very glad to attend the Western Australian instalment of the National Cultural Policy consultation at the Rosemount Hotel. There is a number of things that already distinguish this government from its predecessor. One of them is that it features a Minister for the Arts in the member for Watson, not to mention a special envoy for the arts in my friend the member for Macquarie. Another point of difference is that the Albanese Labor government has committed to creating a national cultural policy as a matter of high priority. It's awful that for the last 9 years Australia did not have an energy policy. It is no more acceptable that for the last 9 years we've not had a national cultural policy. It has denied Australia a different kind of energy. It has meant that some of the most important energy producers have been forced, even more than usual, to struggle when they deserve to thrive. The member for Watson, the Minister for the Arts, is absolutely spot on when he says that arts and culture shouldn't need to justify themselves in terms of economic value. Speaker, the Minister for the Arts has been clear in setting out the 5 pillars of the policy building process. First Nations first, a place for every story, the centrality of the artist, strong institutions and reaching the audience. And Speaker, I know with respect to the third pillar, the centrality of the artist, that Labor has always recognised that artists are workers. If you want to have a future made in Australia, as this Labor government does, then you have to support Australian manufacturing in the form of filmmaking and songwriting and choreography and set creation and storytelling and game design and all the visual and physical and musical arts. If you believe that our national character and identity is important, if you believe that open-eyed reflections on our past and creative, rigorous thinking about our future are important, or even if you simply find it restorative or inspiring or fun to be lifted out of the day-after-dayness of life through song or dance or film or poetry, then you'll know that we must have a strong, diverse and distinctive Australian arts and cultural sector. I can tell you that's well known in the Fremantle community I represent. It's a place that is happily thick with artists. It's a place that holds culture and creativity very dear, and I've been shaped by those people, many of whom are family and friends, and I've been shaped by those values. Speaker, it's not inaccurate to say that some of my preparation for being a representative was first falling short in my ambition to be a novelist, and I don't think that was bad preparation. I was an unremarkable freelance travel writer for 10 years. I published a few short stories, but it was typing away on those unsuccessful manuscripts that really taught me a few things. Clearly, I was not good enough, but I can honestly say that those days of imaginative and technical effort amounted to some of the best and most productive work that I've ever done or been capable of doing. Like the vast majority of people engaged in creative manufacturing, I wrote novel manuscripts while working at various part-time jobs. Speaker, we should welcome the fact that in many areas of working life it is possible to be a run-of-the-mill practitioner and make a reasonable living. Standard stockbrokers can still bring home a good wage. Middle-of-the-road road engineers can do okay, and that's good. But for workers in the cultural and creative industries, that is very, very, very rarely the case. It is only those at the very top of their art can expect to earn a fair and stable living, and it is the same for most arts organisations. That's not the case because of some physical law of the universe. It's a characteristic of the economy and society that we've created, and we shouldn't fall into the habit of believing that artists are meant to be struggling artists, just as we shouldn't keep thinking that cumulative environmental decline is an example of balance between economic activity and the natural world. Indeed, Speaker, when our economic system produces these outcomes, our economic system is failing. And when our society produces these outcomes, we should have a hard look at our society, because we're failing to insist on and failing to create a sensible and sustainable approach. So, Speaker, I welcome, through this Albanese Labor government, the long-awaited process to again create an Australian cultural policy. On the 5 pillars outlined by the Minister for the Arts, it is possible to build a policy that will allow arts, cultural and creative industries in Australia to thrive. That is what we should aim for and achieve. It's what all of the artists and other cultural and creative industry practitioners deserve, and needless to say, it is long overdue.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the Honourable Member for Barker.
Mr Speaker, those of the 46th Parliament would remember I spoke in this place on numerous occasions about the need to improve access to childcare in our regions. I rise in this, the 47th Parliament, to continue my advocacy in this space. While the Labor government held a talk fest last week about skills and employment and have indicated they will support the unions in their plight for more membership, they've failed to do something very simple to assist the Kingston South East community see more parents re-enter the workforce. Childcare has been holding back that community for many, many years. Enrol before birth, drive 140 kilometres or don't work. Those are the options available to parents crying out for childcare services in the regional town already struggling to fill jobs. The existing childcare service has a waiting list as long as the coastal town's jetty, and despite the Labor Party making an election commitment to match the coalition funding of $1.8 million for a new childcare centre to be built, the community has heard nothing but crickets about the election commitment from those opposite. The project all hinges on this funding, and without written confirmation from the federal Labor government and Minister Ali in particular of the $1.8 million and the timeframe on delivering this funding, the project cannot move forward. An issue that has been talked about for 40 years, a proactive community who have been working on this issue together with my full support, and a local council working hard over 5 years, all culminated in the announcement of federal funding from both major parties during the recent election campaign. And yet, when the dust settled from their election win, the Labor Party are now nowhere to be seen or heard. The community who suffered during the Black Summer bushfires but didn't receive the same support or attention as other regions are now feeling forgotten all over again. To those opposite, I say, about time you put your money where your mouth is. Don't turn your back on this community. I'm going to remain a thorn in your side until you make good on your election commitment to the people who live, work and are raising a family in the community of Kingston, southeast of South Australia. Childcare isn't the only issue facing regional communities. Mr. Speaker, seeing a GP in a rural and regional community has never been simple. There's always been a distribution issue in this country where GPs were plentiful in metropolitan areas and scarce in the regions. While the pandemic migration pause has seen this issue become more widespread, and there is no doubt the issue is still more acute in rural, regional and remote Australia. Those opposite, in all their wisdom, have decided to take away incentives for GPs to work in regional areas. The Distribution Priority Access Classification identifies locations in Australia with shortages of medical practitioners and ensures overseas doctors are prioritised into those regions. Upon coming to government, the Labor Party wasted no time in changing this system. To increase the supply of GPs in suburban areas, internationally trained GPs can now work almost anywhere they want, and the evidence suggests they will more than likely choose to work in the suburbs rather than the regions. Mr. Speaker, to spell it out for those opposite, I want to give an example of just how desperate we are in regional South Australia for a GP. Kimber, in the member for Grey's electorate, is so desperate for a doctor, they're offering a rent-free house and rent-free use of a brand-new medical centre. The local council there have commissioned a video starring local residents and outlining the positives of living in Kimber to try and attract a GP. In my own electorate of Barker, the Lameroo-Pinaroo district is offering an annual salary package of, wait for it, $750,000 for a GP willing to come and work in that area. Extraordinary lengths, I'd suggest to you, are being taken by communities to get a practitioner to come and work in their community. And while our regions are so desperate, the Labor Party are making policy that funnels potential GPs away from the regions and into metropolitan centres that they represent. Now, I've got an offer for the minister, a fellow South Australian. I invite him to come with me to the regions. Come to Keith, come to Lameroo, come to Pinaroo, come to Kimber. I'll drive. But talk to the community, understand their issues and the impacts your policies are having on them.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Caldwell.
Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight to speak about an important issue impacting Australians, and that is heart disease and the need to focus on heart health as prevention and improving quality of life. I want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, my parliamentary colleague Senator Wendy Askew, who has joined me as co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Heart Health in this 47th Parliament. The group will provide a non-partisan forum for parliamentarians to educate and advocate for the prevention and better care and management of cardiovascular disease in the community. I look forward to working with colleagues to help bring awareness to this area and increase advocacy for important reforms impacting in this space. I want to touch, Mr. Speaker, on some important figures in my own electorate of Caldwell relating to people living with cardiovascular risk factors and who carry an increased chance of developing heart disease. 105,908 individuals who are overweight or obese, 35,799 individuals with high blood pressure, 2,526 individuals with atrial fibrillation, 20,427 individuals with high cholesterol and 20,889 individuals who smoke. Data from the Stroke Foundation's report No Postcode Untouched 2020 highlights that Cornwall ranks 13th in the nation for number of people who are overweight or obese. Furthermore, this data highlights that in 2020, 35,799 people in my electorate had high blood pressure, ranking 16th in the nation. And while the overall standardised ratio for premature mortality in Cornwall from any cause is proportionally less than the national rate, the standardised ratio of premature mortality due to ischemic heart disease, cerebrovascular disease and colorectal cancer are proportionally higher than the national rate. Mr Speaker, within the short space of time it will take for tonight's adjournment debate to begin and conclude, up to 3 Australians will have died from cardiovascular disease. Despite being a major killer of Australians and a reality which many will ultimately experience at some point in their lives, heart disease has long been understated as a problem and undertreated within our healthcare system. And I say undertreated because one of the most concerning things today, Speaker, is that most people probably can't recall, and especially men, can't recall the last time they saw their GP wearing a stethoscope or seeking to have a heart test. Auscultation, where a doctor listens to your heart with a stethoscope, should be included as part of a health check. It should be a routine health check. This measure, which is the only measure a GP has at their disposal within a clinic, must return to being standard practice once again as a routine, non-invasive test that takes just mere seconds. Health promotion charity and peak body Hearts for Heart have recently joined with a group of major cardiac groups to put forward a series of proposals to the Australian government to improve cardiovascular treatment across the country. The proposals range from simple practical measures to more wide-reaching changes in the background of the Australian healthcare system. Approaches that range from adding a stethoscope to the Medicare benefits schedule's heart checks to the revision and permanency of heart health checks within the benefits schedule. These changes would strengthen heart health care by improving early diagnosis capability, and as we well know, when it comes to health, prevention is always preferable to treatment. It would ensure that those who require treatment and access to life-saving technologies do not face barriers which could endanger their health by ensuring effective reform of medical technology regulation and assessment. I'm pleased to provide my endorsement and my support for this proposal, and I thank the joint efforts of the various organisations which came together to propose these changes. Speaker, I want to close with the words of Hearts for Heart CEO Tanya Hall, who lost her father to heart failure when he was just 59, and she herself has heart disease. And I quote, "Unfortunately, dangerously low levels of awareness about heart disease are leaving Australians vulnerable. Not everyone experiences symptoms, and the most common ones are often dismissed, either as other health issues or just signs of getting older, but they shouldn't be ignored." And with delayed diagnosis and upward trends in Australian heart disease as reasons for concern, including a stethoscope in the MBS heart check is a simple ask, but we can disrupt the cycle resulting in thousands of cardiac-related deaths and hospitalisations each year. Unquote. The Parliamentary Friends of Heart Health look forward to working with Hearts for Heart, the Heart Foundation and other organisations and associations in advancing the...
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.